FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Yippee. How we doing?
Shut up, Sean.
Good to be with you. Can't wait for these next four. Actually, we got some good stuff to get into. I'm happy.
There's good news, there's bad news.
There's good news and bad news. Yeah, I'm Sean Pendergast. He's Seth Payne. Good to be with you on a Wednesday morning. There's good news and bad news. I think the Nico Collins extension is good news. We'll dig into that in a little more detail in the next segment. 3 years, $72 million, up to $75 million for Nico yesterday. So that was good. The storm came in. I took a nap. I woke up, and Nico Collins was a wealthy man. That's how my afternoon went yesterday. My evening, Seth, as I think this is where we're going, significantly worse than that. That was not fun last night again.
You remember yesterday when we had one listener say that he was refusing to watch Astros games as long as Jose Abreu was up?
Yeah.
And I was kind of trying to just say, hey, let's give it one last go at it and see what the Astros are doing. As Abreu was down on his rookie league assignment, that's something that I'm saying. As Abreu was down on his rookie league assignment, Dana Brown said, hey, yeah, John Singleton is this team's first baseman.
Yeah.
And then they roll out Jose Abreu for the second straight night as the team's first baseman. We've got now 3 strikeouts in 6 at-bats.
Yeah.
We've got 3 hard hits to him that weren't errors, but were very catchable, and at least one of those should have been caught. It's just, I would say 2. I think the average first baseman would have caught at least 2 of those, and yet they carry him off his glove like asteroids off the Earth's atmosphere, and it's driving me insane. Yeah. Not just that Jose Abreu doesn't look like he's really much different than when he left. It drives me insane that this Astros front office and organization they are habitual liars. They're just lying to us over and over and over and over. They're lying, and it's driving me insane.
I feel like
Ryan Stanek, I hate you now, too. I just hate you, Ryan Stanek.
You're getting how I was preemptively getting last week before he came back up. Like you were kind of the calming voice of the two of us. I think you were more willing to let it play out than I was last week. I think that's fair to say. Like I'm not saying you were pro Abreu. I don't want to say that. But I think I was the more agitated of the two last week. And don't get me wrong, I'm very agitated this morning that it's all playing out how we thought that it would. But I think it's just funny to watch the two of us go through the 5 stages of grief with this whole thing. And
this is one of those things where I try not to, like, when there's things that, like, once you realize, okay, I guess this is how it's going to be, you got to just try to make the most of it or hope for the best. Yeah. And yet, man, it's the manner in which they're doing it, too, where they're acting. Like, honestly, Dana Brown gets up there and tells us over and over again, they're like, oh, he looks awesome in rookie ball. No, he looks awesome as he's striking out in AAA. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand. I'm so confused. I'm so confused.
Okay, a few things here. Let me react to everything you just said. There's a lot to unpack here. First of all, let's get people
updated. Did I mess up any names?
No, you're good so far. Okay. You're 3 minutes in. You're good to go.
Hold on. I need some positive reinforcement.
There we go. So the Astros lose last night 4-2. We're agitated about the Abreu thing in the first 3 minutes here, but they looked like the Bad News Bears in the 8th inning of this game to cough up that lead. They were up 2-1. Hunter Brown was outstanding last night. That's the good news coming out of that game. He was on point last night, striking guys out. He's 6 innings, 1-run ball. He was fantastic last night. Only threw 87 pitches. He was really, really good. But the 8th inning was a disaster, part of which was a hard hit ground ball towards Abreu that he had to dive for at first base. Ball caroms off his glove, goes down the line, and it's another double that shows up in the box score as a double. But as you point out, Seth, I would say even a bad first baseman should keep all of those balls that got hit to him in the infield. Like
that was in the 8th inning. That was right. Yes, exactly. Yeah,
keep it in front of
the
you.
Infield.
Yeah,
I don't know the one in the 8th inning. It had an expected batting average of 220. Yeah. It was a hard hit and whatnot, but it was right there at his glove.
Hit his glove.
And,
yeah,
you're right. It's not an error, but it was like. Make it do something. Like at some point, we're poking Abreu with a stick, saying do something at some point to really help this team.
Especially if offensively you're going to go 0 for 3 with 2 completely uncompetitive strikeouts. Yeah. Like these aren't strikeouts, and this was always the difference for me between Abreu and Singleton, who by the way was in the lineup as the DH last night. But this was always the difference for me between the two. Not just the gigantic chasm between their batting averages, and make no mistake, Singleton has not been peak Albert Pujols or anything like that when it comes to hitting. But he does have a batting average in the 230s. He does hit the occasional home run. And this was the big difference. He looks like a major league batter in the batter's box, working counts, and with his eye, like actually getting a few walks here and there. There is a difference to me when we're making an evaluation of a player, which clearly the stats have very little to do with this team, with Abreu. There is something to be said for, okay, this guy fouls a few pitches off. This guy doesn't go chasing a ball on the outside corner. This guy actually looked competitive and at bats. There is a difference between an 8-pitch strikeout and a 3-pitch strikeout.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No, and he's look, Sean, he's a Singleton, at the very least, he's in the 93rd percentile for chase rate. So his judgment at the plate, and he's 95th percentile in walk rate. Compared to, let me just double check to be sure. Walk rate for Abreu 3 is the 4th percentile.
Jeez.
Jeez.
I mean, that's, dude, like even when guys like Bregman have been going poorly, which for Bregman we call that 2024, like he still walks. You know what I mean? Like he's still like this Abreu thing, and I would say, Seth, that your vitriol towards the front office completely justified, by the way. I would point out that the 2 little words, and I think you pointed this out when Dana Brown said them last week when he was asked about Jonathan Singleton being the team's first baseman, the 2 little words that stuck out like a sore thumb for now. Yeah. For now.
It's like, Abreu's down in Florida.
Yeah, that was the now. Yeah.
Singleton is the first baseman for now. But I'll leave it to it. Remember what he did. He was kind enough to put it all on Espada. He said that's a question for Espada. But for now, John Singleton's this club's first baseman. Yeah.
If we're going to put anything on Espada in this whole thing, because let's assign some blame here. The blame, obviously, the lion's share of the blame goes on Abreu himself for being bad at baseball. That it has to be that. As far as non-players, I think Bagwell shoulders most of the blame here, and Crane for greenlighting the signing. Dana Brown, I think, is just sort of a go-between on this thing, who just is not the right guy to put in front of a microphone on it. Is what I would say. As far as Espada goes, because we haven't talked about Joe Espada yet, the only thing I can really, because I think Joe Espada is just as powerless in all this. Espada's been around baseball a long time. He knows Abreu stinks right now. Like
this feels like Espada is the manager of a store, and the owner's son is working for him, and he's his worst employee.
Yeah.
Like the owner's son is a jackass, but there's nothing about that the manager can do for him.
Yeah.
The owner's son shows up with his fly open and a booger hanging out, but and is supposed to work the cashier.
Right.
But the retail manager can do nothing about it.
Now, as far as blaming things for Espada, though, is Espada the one being told, or is he the one actually making the decision to start Abreu in the field and Singleton at DH? Because as you pointed out, that decision has probably come back to bite them on at least one instance in each of these games.
Yeah, it may have cost them one of these games, just given on the whole butterfly effect and everything, and then the fact that one of those plays that could have been made was in the 8th inning last night.
Yeah.
Man, I guess I put that on Espada. I don't know if they're directing him to specifically have Jose Abreu come back and have him play first base. The situation in total and in sum, I think you got to say Crane and Bagwell are the most likely suspects here. And I absolve Espada of a lot of how Abreu's being handled right now. I guess with Dana Brown, if you're the one trying to calm me down on this, he's stuck in a rock and a hard place and trying to explain it. Yeah. So his hands are tied. But again, going back to Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell, it's making Dana Brown look like he just loves lying to the fan base.
Yes.
Because honestly, we're sitting here hearing about supposedly all these great reports about how good he looks. And I'm like, all right, I guess, he's a 300 hitter versus rookies, most of whom are never going to play in Major League Baseball. All right, he struck out in half of his at-bats in Sugar Land, but apparently nobody in attendance thought he had a good at-bats. But Dana Brown is telling us, like, oh, no, he's just swell. Looks incredible. He's rejuvenated. Yeah. Different guy completely.
Yeah. Well, Dana Brown said it made it sound like he was just taking somebody's word for it. Remember? Sounds like he's had some good at bats. Like,
yeah, I couldn't be bothered to look at it.
Look at the video. Yeah, you can't believe anything that's coming out of this baseball team right now from an evaluation standpoint. Jeff Bagwell's credibility is shot, and it pains me to say that because Bagwell is one of my favorite players ever, and he was a great player. This Abreu thing. Like, if they had just DFA'd Abreu and cut their losses a month ago, then you write it off and you go, you know what? Bad signing. You got an old guy at the wrong time. Probably wrote it for a little longer than you should have. But he had a great September last year. So, man, I get it. You fall back in love with somebody. There was nothing about the months of April and early May, whenever it was that Abreu went down, that said that this guy is just, that it's just something you need to sprinkle some pixie dust on. He's shot. She's washed. What else is there to say?
I don't know what what is there to say, and where do we go from here? How long? What's the over under on how long they continue this experiment?
I think it depends on what it looks like the next few days. Honestly, like if it looks as uncompetitive as it did last night, I think even the most clinging to the branch Abreu sycophant has to say that we've got to punt on this thing because, as you just pointed out, it's costing you baseball games right now. Like you're not 31. You're not 31 and 24. You're 24 and 31, and you're losing games right now to the team that you're chasing. When we were at the end of last week, we could come in on we could come in on Friday. When we were saying on Monday, coming on Friday, they could be a half game up in the division. They could also be 7.5 back. And they're 5.5 back right now. You know,
sure could.
Yeah.
Oh boy. So I lasted 18 hours with my positivity. I guess
that's all right.
I honestly, when Abreu starting at first base, that was when I just started. I totally understood the listener who yesterday said that he's not watching the Astros.
I do too, man.
Until Abreu is gone. It feels insulting.
Yes.
I feel like I'm walking around in like some communist regime where everything's fallen to pot, but I've got a picture of the great leader up there, and I'm supposed to worship him and think that he's the oh my gosh, he's almost a god. He's so perfect. You know, like wanker. That's how I feel.
All right. Some good news. At least I think on this show we think it's good news. Nico Collins signed an extension yesterday. Yet another piece locked in for multiple years. So we like Nico being here. The deal itself, do we like the deal? And is it a good deal for the Houston Texans? We'll get you in on the details and our opinion on it coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Somebody texting you got to be.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seth and I are still solving all the world's problems off the air. By all the world's problems, I mean commiserating about the Astros and where they're
I like one of the questions we got was, when do the Astros become a dumpster fire?
Yeah.
And I don't know if the listener meant, when did they become a dumpster fire? Or I like the question, like, when do we officially proclaim them a dumpster fire?
Right.
You know, I think there's still, there's still many reasons for hope right now.
Yeah.
They dwindle with each passing day on the calendar, and every time Jose Abreu steps out there starting at first base.
Yeah.
But, yeah, when do they officially become a dumpster fire?
Yeah, I don't know. You know what? I probably need to look at the schedule if we're trying to be very specific on the calendar, like that kind of thing. I think in general, like if you get to the end of June and you're still treading water like this,
yeah.
and Jose Abreu is still on the roster, like there are things that go with being a dumpster fire that go beyond just the record, because sometimes some of those things are out of your control. The problem here with the Astros is they are botching things that are firmly in their control right now. You know,
firmly in their control.
Yeah.
The few things that are a little weird are that, like, they're first in the league in batting average and OPS, but ninth in scoring. Like, all of these things that tend to balance out over the course of a season. We should start to get some runs in droves at times. It's just time's running out. You've done enough damage early in the season that, like, all these, I'm sitting there thinking about these various, would-be MVP candidates in a typical season who aren't, like, even Jordan's numbers are just fine in terms of being an above-average baseball player, but he's not an MVP candidate. Well, just one of these guys showing up as an MVP candidate makes a huge difference.
Yeah. Well, Tucker's that for sure, but
right. But I mean, like, more.
Yeah,
we're
you need
even
more.
Spoiled with having guys like multiple Cy Young candidates and MVP
but that's what it
candidates
takes
at the same time, right?
And that's what it takes for this team, because this team, on the margins on this team, this is not as talented a baseball team as we're used to from the really, really good era of Astros baseball. That ended in 2022. So Astros back at it tonight. They lose 4-2 last night, and we'll see where this goes. We'll dig into the Astros a little bit more in headlines in about 20 minutes or so. Nico Collins yesterday afternoon gets a 3-year, nearly $73 million deal, maxes out at $75 million. He gets $52 million. I've seen 54 and 52. He gets over $50 million guaranteed. So he is a very wealthy man. Based off of one year, if we're looking at just the quote back of the football card, then it's based on last season. Obviously, Nick Caserio, for sure, is basing it on the entirety of Nico being there, which we know statistically not great in 2021 and 2022. I don't put that blame on Nico. Now, Nico wasn't fully healthy in those seasons. That partially is on Nico. Seth, I would say I really like this deal for a couple of reasons. One, whatever it was health-wise, it was ailing Nico those first couple years where it was a few different little things, not one big thing.
Yeah.
He redid his routine this past offseason, and he played 15 out of 17 games. I will take that when it comes to health, and I think, as you've pointed out, we talked about this very topic yesterday about extending Nico Collins, and then it happens 4 hours later.
Right.
But the fit for Nico Collins, not only does he do things that the great receivers in the league do independent of the offense that he plays in, but as far as the offense that he plays in, man, is he a really, really good fit for what they do.
He's a perfect fit for the offense. And the worry would be, all right, if you give this guy an Amon-Ra St. Brown type of contract or something, are you overpaying for a guy that's, has that injury history, sure, but I think more importantly, okay, is it a guy that's just the beneficiary of playing in this scheme with this quarterback? I think that's overly simplified if you think about it that way, especially when you consider this contract. We were talking about this during the break. If Nico Collins does the exact same thing he did last year, say he misses a couple games due to injury, whatever, he will be underpaid by next season. The Lions did this trend that I hate, which is they gave a guy a new contract before he was a free agent, 1 year before he's a free agent, but they gave him a top-of-the-market free agent-type contract. Like, the give and take is supposed to be, all right, we'll give you some financial security. You don't have to worry about injuries as much or that harming your free agency. and we get to lock you up, but we get it at a discount. Like, that's the give and take. And that's exactly what happened here. This is the way, the way that makes sense for both parties. And I think one of the things I like most about it is that Nico Collins, when he was on TJ Hushmanzada's podcast, right around, I think they recorded it around the Super Bowl. It aired a few weeks later. He sounded super reasonable about it. And he sounded like he genuinely wasn't really all that hung up on the money, that he's more concerned about proving that he's a top 5 receiver. Mm-hmm. So it's a smart decision. I saw Greg Rosenthal from NFL.com, guy I really like. He kind of had that reservation on behalf of Nico that, man, you might really be missing out on a lot of money if you have another season like you just did to re-up like this. I think that's where the old advice, never turn down a life-altering fortune when you have the chance. It's like, oh, okay. Oh, I've got a... Oh, so you want to give me a life-altering fortune? Wow. But I could get a life-altering fortune that's a little bit bigger next year.
Yeah.
He can play that game and on the next contract. This is a guy who was a non-first-round pick. That it makes a lot of sense for him. Kind of like Bregman when he re-upped early. Look, I've got guaranteed money that's going to change the course of multiple generations of my family. Well, yeah, I'll take that money. Thank you.
Yeah. And Nico plays a sport where you're one hit away from not having any more money coming in. You know what I mean? I think you got to take into account the danger of the vocation, too. So I like the deal a lot. And as you point out, Seth, if he were to have another year in 2024 like he had in 23, then this looks like a great deal. I would submit, because I know a lot of people were hung up on this yesterday. I was listening to the afternoon guys, and 7th average annual value of the contract. Right now, if you were to go to SpotRack, the contract website, pull up wide receivers based on average annual value of their deal, Nico Collins is 7th among wide receivers, which I don't have a big problem with. I don't hold the totality of how statistically underwhelming Nico was in his rookie year and his second year. I don't put that fully on Nico's ticket. Certainly Nico has something to do with it, but he's a first and second year player. That happens. These guys who are getting these deals, Amon-Ra St. Brown, he played in a good offense those 2 years. Devontae Smith got a similar deal. Yeah, he was on a team that went to the Super Bowl his second year, I think it was. And he had
has been playing with a nice complement of skill players.
Yeah, he had A.J. Brown out there, and so Devontae Smith. These other guys that are coming up for deals, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Brandon Ayuk, CeeDee Lamb, maybe even T. Higgins, but I don't think Cincinnati's going to do both guys this offseason. So just those first 4, Jefferson, Chase, Ayuk, and Lamb, they're going to sail past Nico Collins. Nico is going to go from 7th to 11th in about 2 months. So when people are saying, man, I know it's a lot of money, but this is going to look like a good deal in this is going to look like a better deal a month and a half from now if these guys all get deals this offseason.
Texans Cap, who, if you're into the nerdier stuff or just even casually into the salary cap stuff, Texans Cap is a really good follower on X.com. Yeah. He had a bunch of different graphics of the wide receivers by various metrics, yards per reception, yards per route run, all that stuff. And it was kind of cool that you can hover over these graphs, and all the little, dots are a receiver. And Nico's in the upper quadrant of all of them. But when you look at the dot closest to Nico, Brandon Ayuk is there a lot.
Yeah.
Which is interesting, because Brandon Ayuk, if he gets less than $30 million a year in his extension, if he gets one, he's probably going to be upset, if he gets less than $30 million per year. So I think it does for Nico Collins. Those first 2 unproductive years, if I'm Nick Caserio, I'm looking at that as man, that really works in our favor here, because once we got all the stuff around him, can we remember how dysfunctional everything was about this team and the offense, and that Davis Mills was throwing him the ball? Yeah. This is, thank goodness we didn't have C.J. Stroud these last 2 years, because I'd have to pay this guy $35 million a year.
It's like buying a pre-owned car that got into an accident a couple of years ago. You're it's fine. I drove it. It's fine from the accident. You're telling me
it was a fender bender, which immediately knocks it down just because it's an incident.
15%. Exactly. So I like the deal. Seth, it sounds like you like the deal. As far as Nico and Ayuk go, the one big thing, the only 2 wide receivers in the NFL that were top 10 on the advanced stats against both zone and man last season, the only 2. Nico Collins, Brandon Ayuk. Those are the only two. I mean, it's, he's...
Oh, and credit to Texans cap. Texans cap projected contract was like right around $25 million a year, I think.
Dude, he nailed I tweeted and I texted him yesterday. I said, if this is the Price is Right, you're going home with both showcases, baby. You were close on this one.
My conspiracy theory is that the Texans and Nico Collins' agent, Drew Rosenhaus, who all of a sudden, by the way, Drew Rosenhaus is known as the guy that does reasonable things now for his clients. I feel like they hired Texans cap as an arbitrator, and Texans cap gave his ruling. Yeah.
Good. So we like the deal. Do you like the deal? 713-572-4610. This is a significant one for Nick Caserio, too. This is his first draft pick that he made that he has signed to a second contract. So now we're 3 years in on the Caserio era now, so we're starting to get some guys that by rule he's allowed to extend. You got to be 3 years in before the team can offer you a contract extension. So this is a landmark right here.
I really do think, and maybe this is me becoming an old man, but I like it in that it is in the spirit of contract extensions. It's that, all right, you're taking less than you'd get on the open market because you're getting that financial security. Yeah. If you're somebody who's in that camp of like, well, it's mostly C.J. Stroud, not Nico Collins, cool. Then you know what that is? He's taking a $5 million discount because of C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
$30 million per year is the going rate right now, and no matter what Florio's theories are, I think that's gonna stick at least sometime over the next couple of years. There's gonna be several $30 million per year contracts.
Yeah,
the other thing I like about this, Sean, sorry,
that's okay.
3-year extension.
Yeah,
which I'll give a tip of the cap to Laramie Tunsil on this. Mm-hmm. I think Laramie Tunsil has kind of set the precedent for other players on the Texans to look at and see like, oh, all right, I don't need a 4 or 5 year extension. I can get a 3-year extension and then if I play well, they're going to reward me with another short-term deal with a lot of guaranteed money.
Yes, yeah, and I think, and it's been a trend, and I think the big thing, and this deal shows it again, that Caserio and D'Amico greatly value the intel of knowing a guy, of having that guy in the building, of they would rather give big money and reward guys that have been in the building, that they know they have a really good feel probably for how Nico is going to react to getting generational wealth here, and they're comfortable with it because they watch him work every day. They've watched him change the way he works as a player over the course of his time in the building. I think that intel may be the thing they value the most, and I think this is another example of that.
Yeah, and I don't think it's not like he had a bad work ethic or anything. He just needed to learn. There's a lot to learn when it comes to taking care of your body to stay healthy.
Yes.
If you think about watching the veteran players might have like 25 different habits that as a young player you need to learn to adopt. Whether it's your diet and nutrition, your sleep, your how you're like being proactive in rehabbing minor issues, all of that stuff. Like it's an accumulation of a bunch of things. And with Nico, the way I've been thinking about him is it reminds me a lot of Carlos Correa, who Carlos Correa perpetually had back issues. He figured out a routine and what he needed to do and which massage therapist he needed to go to stay healthy. And other than like the mysterious issue in his lower leg, it's paid off for him, you know?
Yeah, absolutely it has. Man, a lot of react coming in on the Astros this morning. If you're just waking up, they lose 4-2 last night to the Mariners, and there's certain ways to lose 4-2. This was a bad way to lose 4-2, with Jose Abreu striking out a couple times, going 0 for 3. Jose Abreu and Alex Bregman, probably two of the more maligned players right now, being right in the middle of causing a Mariners rally in the 8th inning here. A couple texts.
Ryan Presley, I just want to mention his name because we're so hung up on Abreu that Ryan Presley had a meltdown.
Yeah, Presley deserves some blame in this as well, no question about it. I'm a full season ticket holder. I'm not watching another away game until Abreu is back down. It's embarrassing. Well, let's just be very clear. The next move for Abreu is not down, it's out. Like, they're not sending him back to Florida again to pretend that he's fixing his swing. Like, if the next move with Jose Abreu is he gets a gigantic cardboard check to go away.
I think it's realistically, the next move is going to be IL of some sort. Whether he's injured or not, it'll be some kind of IL, and they'll figure out what to do with that time.
That's probably true. You're probably right about that.
Are there any drunken owners that they could trade him to?
Well, that they could trade him to, I'm not sure. Are there drunken owners? I'm going to guess.
Really drunken.
Yeah,
they're going to. Does Jim Irsay own a baseball team?
The Astros have traded Jose Abreu to the Indianapolis Colts.
Jim's like, we got it.
We're in the top quartile of that upper quartile.
Right.
We really put one on the Astros with this one, idiots.
My God. This is a really good value. We think he can play defensive end for us.
You got the GM there for the Colts.
Ballard. Yeah, Ballard.
Yeah, Ballard loves to preen about how awesome their picks were, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he does. All right.
We got the best. We got an MVP in here.
Knowing full well a camera is right on him right there, yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast, let's get to headlines here. We will circle back to the Astros. Bad night for the Stros last night. Good day for the Texans yesterday. Good day for another Texan wide receiver, too. Not just Nico Collins. A little bit of hardware. We'll get to that as well. In headlines, that is next.
Nico Collins got paid. with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines. We'll start with the Astros. They lose 4-2 last night to the Seattle Mariners. So a series that was viewed as a huge opportunity. Now they're just trying to salvage a sweep and go into or leave Seattle the same number of games back that they entered Seattle. That would be 3.5. They're 5.5 back now. This game last night was very frustrating. A Hunter Brown performance, probably his best, certainly his best start of the year. This and the 5-inning relief outing he had were his two best outings of the year, wasted because this team made a bunch of mistakes in the 8th inning. Ryan Presley was walking guys, giving up doubles. Jose Abreu being in the field turned out to be a problem on a ground ball hit in his direction. There was a wild pitch along the way that they thought might be a pass ball, but they made it a wild pitch. Alex Bregman had a throwing error that allowed 2 runs to score. 3-run rally for the Mariners, and the Astros find themselves 5.5 games back today, Seth.
I had to watch that Bregman error 3 times just to be sure I couldn't blame Abreu for it because I was in that kind of a mood.
Yes.
And I do this with zero anger towards Abreu. I with zero anger towards him. He's doing everything that you want a baseball player to do in terms of, hey, giving it his best effort.
Yeah.
All of it. He's just old. He's old. He's struck out in half of his at-bats now. All of my positivity and, hey, let's just give it one last shot from yesterday, it evaporated, especially now that they've trotted him out at first base 2 games in a row. After Dana Brown had said a week or 2 ago that John Singleton is this team's first baseman. Very, very frustrating. I'll give a lot of credit to Hunter Brown, who, turned himself around in the month of May. And in the first inning, where he was giving up some hard contact, he gave up 300-mile-per-hour plus hits in or contact in the first inning. Mm-hmm. Ends up letting up 1 earned run. And this was a professional performance. He didn't use his four-seam nearly as often as he typically does. He relied on his secondary pitches. So this was Hunter Brown, a veteran pitcher. You'd love to see him go an extra inning this one into a 7th inning, but it was that was cool. Chandler Rome was kind of questioning the decision to take him out. It's not like Abreu came in and sucked or anything. They were fine in the 7th inning. Yeah,
Abreu was fine. It was Presley that spit the bit on this game. So, so that stunk last night, man. And I don't know what to do at this point with this Abreu thing. Because last night, if it was truly going to be something where they're going to kind of choose the spots for him, like there's nothing that says you call him up, he's got to be in the lineup every day and be the everyday first baseman, right? It doesn't have to be this way. Starting against Luis Castillo was probably not putting him in the best spot. Castillo kills right-handed hitters. They've got a 215 batting average against Castillo this year. This was not the best spot to put Abreu in. The finger can be pointed in any number of places. To me, the biggest frustration is just it feels like they're treating the fan base like a bunch of, to use a word you like to use, Seth, dullards. They're treating the fan base like they're idiots when it comes to explaining the Abreu thing, describing what they're seeing in Abreu right now. If you're someone who believed the Astros, who actually believed the Astros and what they were saying about Abreu down in Florida, that his swing looks good. Looks like he's figured some things out. He's moving fluidly. And you're someone who believed that, you've got to look at these 2 games going, what are they looking at? This is the exact same guy. It's the exact same guy in the batter's box. It's the exact same guy at first base. It's the exact same guy just kind of lurching around and walking around. He's the same guy.
I'll tell you what, and honestly, in the last 2 games already, there are 3 hits. There have been 3 line drives to first base that were not errors by Abreu. And yet, that one in the 8th inning, it had an expected batting average of 220. It was a makeable play. Yeah. Of those 3 plays, he has declined to make any of them. Yeah. So they weren't errors, but he's certainly not making the plays. I think Singleton very realistically could have made at least 2 of those, maybe all 3 of them. It was a matter of getting your glove up quicker. It wasn't about actual lateral mobility or anything like that. It's frustrating. It's really frustrating. Shout out to Yordan Alvarez, though, who I believe last night I think he equaled his career total for stolen bases now on the
he set a new career high. It's in a season.
No, but he had 2 in his entire career before that.
Oh, okay.
Now he's
gotcha.
got 2 this season.
Yeah.
So he's equaled his career total so far this season. They tested him last night.
Yeah.
Who was it that tried to leg it out to third because Jordan had the ball in short left field?
Well, that was silly. That was the first inning. That was Julio Rodriguez. That was
it was an insult to Jordan, is what it was.
It was kind of.
What the hell?
It was. Well, and if we're going to talk about Hunter. Look, you take advantage of the luck that you're given, but that was a really stupid play by Julio Rodriguez that helped Hunter Brown get out of that first inning.
Yeah.
Without that play, that inning might pile up on him a little bit. So, anyways, Astros lose 4-2. They're back at it tonight. Justin Verlander going to try to stop the bleeding tonight. Nico Collins is a very wealthy man. 3 years, nearly $73 million. It can max out at $75 million extension. So Nico Collins' extension kicks in next season, so he'll be a Houston Texan through 2027. We dug into this thing in a bunch of different angles in the previous segment, and we're going to do it again in the 7 o'clock hour. I do want to read a text here, because this is something that I had it as one of my 4 thoughts that I put up in a short video on Twitter yesterday, and we didn't touch on it in this segment, but I'm going to use this text message as a platform, a jumping-off point for this. First off, I love Nico, and I'm happy for him, but why now? He seemed all right with waiting to prove he wasn't a flash in the pan, and it seemed they were going to let the season play out and pick the better of Nico and Diggs. Okay, I don't know where you're getting that, but okay. So does this ruin the ability to extend or re-sign Diggs if they do all thrive together? I think that I don't totally close the door on anything, like 100% close the door on anything. Could Stephon Diggs be a Texan in 2025? Under certain scenarios, sure. But if Stephon Diggs wants to get paid like somebody who decided to rip up the rest of his contract and agree to a contract year with the Texans, he will not be back here in 2025.
This was never going to be a Stephon Diggs versus Nico Collins thing.
Nope.
Stephon Diggs turns 31 this year. So next offseason, he'll be going into his 32-year-old season. And it's not like he was going to get $30 million per year over 4 years or something next year. So the big thing here is, this is what you have to know. If you're concerned about why you pay him now, this is the classic NFL renegotiation that makes sense for both sides. Nico takes a contract that right now is the 7th highest paid wide receiver. He'll likely be outside the top 10 by the end of this offseason. So it's a very reasonable kind, where if he replicated his season from last year, he likely would have gotten way more than this as a free agent. So he takes financial security. Meanwhile, the Texans get to lock him down for an extra 3 years, and they get a discount on like what he would get as a free agent. If Nico Collins was a free agent right now, he would get a better contract than this. So I think this makes sense. Like in terms of covering your own ass from both a team and a player's perspective, this makes a whole lot of sense. I am 100% A-okay with this.
I am too. And we'll get into this in the 7 o'clock segment. But man, they've got a nucleus kind of that's forming now with this team. Like it's not a bunch of soldiers of fortune and draft picks. Like it's guys who are here for what in the NFL qualifies as a long haul, which is 2 or 3 years. The
other thing too, which the wide receiver room is the one that tends to, on an NFL team, have the most potential for disharmony, depending on how the targets and whatnot. Right. You've got your 2 young players right now. I mean, Tank Dell's 2 years away from even being eligible for an extension. Nico Collins is locked up. You don't have to worry about any clamoring or anything from those guys, or even I don't think Nico would ever clamor, but in the back of his mind, if it's some kind of a hang up, whatever the hell's doing to I think half of probably what's going on with Bregman this year is probably psychological. Given that he bet on himself, you just don't have to worry about all that stuff.
Yeah. I think that is a fair hypothesis right there for sure. Hey, by the way, congratulations to John Mechie, who wins the George Halas Award, which is given to an NFL player, coach, or staff member who overcomes the most adversity to succeed. So this is an award here in 2024 for the season that he had last year, which statistically was not a great season by any means. Mechie, I'm sure, wants more statistically out of football than he did last year, but the mere fact that he was back on the field competing at an NFL level less than a year removed from being diagnosed and being treated for cancer, was a pretty remarkable feat by Metcalf.
That's one thing, we haven't talked about Dylan Horton a lot other than mentioning his cancer diagnosis and that he rang the bell and he's, through this treatment.
Yeah.
I think like Dylan Horton is a guy that I think has a lot of upside, especially for the way D'Amico likes to play. When you've got a bigger guy who can play outside and inside, and I think Dylan Horton's closer to being a guy that you could actually use on first and second down against certain personal packages,
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited to watch him play and hopefully develop.
Yeah, get back on the field. Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of veteran guidance in that room for him, that's for sure. Now, with all the guys they've signed. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Those are your headlines. The two big ones: Astros lose. Nico Collins, very, very wealthy. That's
the headline. Nico Collins, very, very wealthy.
Very wealthy. Yeah, if you're looking,
I call this a mega reasonable contract.
Yes,
it's not a mega contract. It's mega in terms of how reasonable it is.
Indeed. Fresh off of signing Nico Collins to an extension, D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio met with Texan fans last night at a big town hall meeting at NRG Stadium. Some of the video and audio has surfaced from that. D'Amico speaks about the schedule. Nick answers the question which game he's most looking forward to on the schedule. Is this the most Nick Caserio answer of all time? We will get that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Ninth in the pantheon of head coaches.
AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So, D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio met with a bunch of Texan season ticket members last night. They had their town hall meeting over at NRG Stadium, and D'Amico and Nick sat up there on the stage and took questions from the audience and stuff. I would imagine it's a whole lot more fun doing that now than it may have been a year or two ago.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, well, even a year ago, at least, there was all that positivity surrounding D'Amico. But there were still a lot of questions. A lot of people were still really down on Nick Caserio headed into last season. A lot of people thought, you had those weird little various reports that Caserio was going to leave for New England and all this weirdness about it. People wondered whether wondered whether Caserio was really going to give D'Amico input or say into personnel decisions. And I think that, I think even if the Texans have been successful last year, there was still room for people to kind of perhaps be skeptical of Caserio, but they've constructed this team in such a way that it's very obvious that D'Amico's input is huge in it. And that these guys have gotten along really, really well in terms of their working relationship.
Yeah, I think, for Nick, anytime he does press conferences or anytime he comes on with us, and he's coming on, he's going to be in studio with us next week. We're nailing down a date. But Nick's going to be in studio with us next week, the week of mandatory minicamp, so stay tuned for that. But he always says the right thing, which is, I'm the GM and I'm here to serve the head coach and get the head coach what he wants. I think most GMs, that's what they would say because it's the right answer, and it may, behind the scenes, may be different. They may be a little bit more overbearing with their opinion. I think what we've seen with the way this team is put together is that is how it's playing out. This is a team that is really being put together in the image of D'Amico Ryans, I think.
And I think, when you get into these debates about, who's got the power in the relationship, there are pro sports teams where the GM and the head coach genuinely have a collaborative arrangement, and they argue and debate, and they respect each other's opinion, and, ultimately you give and you take. The key is if you don't get your ego too wrapped up in it.
Yeah.
If you've got two guys who aren't obsessed with winning the argument, but genuinely finding the right way. There's a difference between having an argument and having a debate. And I feel like D'Amico and Caserio probably have a lot of debates, but not a lot of arguments.
Good way to put it. So here was D'Amico last night at the fan town hall. This bit of video surfaced on, I think, the Texans' Instagram feed, actually. This is D'Amico talking about the quarterbacks they're going against this season.
Be successful in this league, you got to go and beat those top quarterbacks, right? And it's a challenge that we actually look forward to, right? We'll see how good our defense can be, right? That's why we try to invest in our defensive line. We believe in you can put pressure on those quarterbacks. You finna make bad decisions where the back end guys, Petrie, Lassiter, all right, Stingley, those guys can, hopefully go up and take the ball away, right? If you're gonna beat the great quarterbacks, you got to apply pressure. You got to take the ball away, and we have the pieces in place to do that.
And if you're looking for a little tell about what he thinks about Kamari Lassiter, got his name mixed into the three guys in the secondary who got the mention from the head coach. You think of guys like Petrie and Lassiter? Yeah. Oh, yeah, and Stingley also. No, he didn't put it that way, but it was. But I think it is a little telling about what D'Amico thinks about Kamari Lassiter that he gets a mention like that right there.
I think with Kamari Lassiter, one of the questions is, okay, is he ultimately going to become a slot cornerback more so than a guy that plays on the outside? Yeah. In this defense, especially, I think where they're always going to be more of a zone defense than other teams in the NFL because they want to rely on that pass rush. I'm not as worried about that. I think you just got to worry more about Kamari Lassiter. Really, his big challenge, honestly, is he needs to learn to trust his technique and his feet because he's very, very grabby, and you don't get away with that in the NFL the way you can in college. So you got to learn to trust your feet. So they'll be working on that. The other thing I think is with Jalen Petrie. I went back and, we talked about this a little bit yesterday when Jalen Petrie last year got beat on double moves by DeAndre Hopkins, or in the Browns game where he got benched because he abandoned a backup cornerback one-on-one with Amari Cooper. Yeah. I went back and watched specifically those plays. I went back and watched the Cleveland game and one of the Tennessee games. The thing that I feel good about with Jalen Petrie is that some of his biggest issues were very much more about genuinely understanding the discipline that a safety needs to have. Like, he still plays with his hair on fire. And that's the problem. There's sometimes his hair is a little too on fire.
Yeah.
Or there were times like with DeAndre Hopkins where I think Jalen Petrie, I think, thought he was a little smarter than a second-year player is. And he anticipated in-breaking routes from DeAndre Hopkins and just got stuck in mud as DeAndre Hopkins ran by him. So they're all very fixable. The issues are not physical. And it's not like he's dumb. It's really just a matter of truly understanding the mindset of a safety.
Yeah.
And I think that's how D'Amico is probably looking at it.
Like Petrie, I can still look at and go, somewhere in there is a really good NFL player. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
know? There was a young fan who asked Nick and D'Amico which game they are most looking forward to this season. Here's what Nick's answer. Well, here's the question, because this kid was great, because they end up asking him a question. D'Amico does here.
I'm gonna. Can I guess? Can I guess?
Yes.
What the
Yeah.
answer is?
Oh, yes.
I haven't heard this. The first game. So I think that's what the answer will be.
Nick's answer. Okay, that's Seth's prediction. Here we go.
What game are y'all interested to see?
I'd say the most important game will be the first one. When you look at that game, we're talking about in the division. Like, if we want to go where we want to go, we got to take care of business in the division. So what better opportunity than with the Colts in the opening games? And when we come home Sunday night the next week, hopefully this place will be rocking.
What's your favorite? Which game are you looking forward to, Dante?
Against the Ravens.
Against the Ravens.
Good answer. Was it Dante?
It was. I don't know what the name.
The name of the kid.
Was.
I think he said Dante.
Did he say Dante? Yeah.
Casario. I had an old special teams coach, Frank Gant Sr., his big thing was like, what's the most important play? The next play.
Yeah.
What's the name of the opponent? I don't care. The next game is the most important game. The next play is the most important play.
It's the right mindset to have. It does not make for sizzly copy coming out of a town hall meeting with fans. Although I will say this, like that was going to be the answer if they were playing the Broncos in week one.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
That was always going to be the answer. Now, where I will, I guess maybe not give Nick credit, but where it doesn't completely fall apart into just generic GM speak, that is a really important game.
Yeah.
Like, that is a super important game. That at Indianapolis game is among the most important games of the season, no question about it.
Well, especially, aside from all of the standings and like all of those other things that go into it, last year the second game of the season versus the Colts was one of the scariest ones for the defense, and really one of the most deflating losses of the season was one in which you saw Anthony Richardson run virtually untouched for 2 touchdowns early in the game before he went out with injury.
Yep.
And you're going to get most likely completely healthy Anthony Richardson. So whatever you think about Anthony Richardson and his inability to stay healthy over the course of his career, it's not going to be likely nearly as much of an issue in that first game. The other part, too, is that, the Texans never really genuinely got tested by a super athletic quarterback last year outside of Anthony Richardson. Kyler Murray was still getting used to the offense. Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson at the end of the season. But even in the first game of the season, Lamar Jackson barely ran, and he was getting comfortable in that offense. Yeah. So Anthony Richardson, week one, extremely athletic quarterback who killed you with his legs last year. Like, can you be better against that this year? Purely empirically, if you are a believer in the Indianapolis Colts, if you believe that they're the second best team in this division behind the Texans, maybe think they're the best team. Who knows? I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth. I think the Texans are the best team in this division, and I am most fearful of the Colts of the other 3 teams. Then, because of the importance of the division games and because of the division, who knows, if you're 9-8, which the Texans could very well be this year, that might be the only avenue to get into the postseason is by winning the division. Nick is right, actually. Like, that Colts game is on the road, scene of the crime in Week 18 last year where you stole a playoff spot from them, is a really important game this year. I think, too, if it's GM versus GM, Chris Ballard with the Colts had a very I don't want to say inactive, but a boring offseason in which a lot of their moves were just retaining their own players.
Yes.
So really it comes down to, okay, is Leatu Latu, the defensive end that they drafted, the Colts retained their first-round pick. Does he end up being a factor in this game? And then Anthony Richardson himself, another Chris Ballard decision, does he end up being a force or something that hurts you.
Yeah.
Whereas the Texans had a very active offseason in bringing new guys in. This is a battle of GMs in some respects, which doesn't get. Look, you don't win that battle in one game unless you're on sports radio.
In which case,
we will declare a winner of Chris Ballard v. Nick Caserio in week one.
This will be a WrestleMania main event anywhere in the country, Mean Gene, no doubt. So the Texans extend Nico Collins yesterday. If you're just getting into your car and you hadn't heard the news from yesterday, Nico Collins, 3 years, $72 million and change, can go up to $75 million. So 3 years, roughly $24-25 million. For Nico Collins. Extension kicks in next year. So they've got Nico now locked in under contract through 2027. The Texans, Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans have, Seth, put on a master class in how to set up your young quarterback for success and surround them with weapons, protect them. It's not all perfect, but it's pretty close to in terms of what's available to you. Here's the chronology of what the Texans have done since drafting C.J. Stroud with the second overall pick in the 2023 draft. They drafted his center of the future the very next night, Juice Scruggs. Mm-hmm. They drafted the wide receiver that some would say he himself, C.J. Stroud, handpicked, Tank Dell. We know C.J. really liked Tank. I don't think he told Nick to pick Tank, but they drafted Tank Dell that very same night.
They asked C.J.'s opinion of him, yeah.
Exactly. C.J. gave input. That summer, they extend both of his offensive tackles and his right guard. They get the veterans on the offensive line locked in, Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard, Shaq Mason. That's probably the one area where there can be a little bit of debate just because, we got to see what Titus looks like post-injury, not playing left guard full-time like he did last season. But then it really kicks into high gear this year in terms of surrounding C.J. Stroud, a guy who's already a quarterback who I think raises the level of guys around him, but instead actually surrounding him with guys that may not need their levels raised. They re-signed Dalton Schultz, so he's locked in for 3 more years. They trade for Joe Mixon, extend him. He's locked in for 3 more years. They trade for Stephon Diggs. That's probably going to be a 1-year, love affair. And then they extend Nico Collins yesterday. Like this is from offensive line to backfield to skill positions. This is about as good a job, given the resources that you have, and creativity too with the Diggs stuff.
Right. And then some of those
a mix of everything.
And the key is, how well do all those moves work out? So you're doing the right thing, you're taking the right approach, but nailing most of those picks, the majority of those picks or decisions is the big thing. The first one that immediately jumps to mind is, Juice Scruggs hasn't proven himself as an NFL center yet. Yeah. The left guard position is a huge question mark. Yep. The part, when it comes to constructing the offense, that makes me feel a little bit less nervous about that right now is that, at the very least, when your 3 wide receivers are healthy, the difference between game 1 of this year and game 1 of last year was that it's a lot easier to keep an extra guy in protection as a tight end or as a running back when you've got 3 wide receivers
like that
are capable of getting open, right? Yeah, that's always the balancing act, man. If we're going to help out the offensive line by keeping extra guys in, that's 1 or 2 fewer guys out on routes. So you got to try to find that balance. It's a lot easier right now. If your left guard is struggling, you've got more resources in more ways to help him out schematically when you've got that many weapons on the outside.
Yep. This is from Ocho on the text page. Sean, now that Nico's making top 10 money, will he get top 10 targets? If so, how will Diggs react in his contract year?
Yeah.
Get your popcorn ready. We should point out, Ocho, loyal listener and texter to the show, not a fan of the Stephon Diggs trade at all.
Right. And they're probably I'm guessing it's the renegotiation afterwards. Most people that are upset with the Stephon Diggs trade, it's more the renegotiation afterwards than the trade itself.
He just thinks Diggs is a problem behind the scenes.
Right. Okay, so this is what I'd say to Ocho. So far, if we're going to go by history, immediately you think, well, yeah, he was a pain in the butt in both of his last stops. Important to point out, for the first couple years in both of his last stops, he was a dream. He was everything you'd ever want. It's just when everything unravels as either contract negotiations or his usage come to be an issue, that it's been an issue for him. The thing about the Nico Collins deal that makes a lot of sense, if you're concerned about that, is you've got two young receivers now on your team, one of which is Nico Collins, who doesn't have to worry about how the numbers this year might affect his contract at the end of the year. And then you've got Tank Dell, who's not eligible for an extension for 2 more seasons. Yeah. There's the capacity for disharmony is less now.
Yes.
Because, and at the very least, like, I know people don't like to think about this part of the game, but it's a it's a fact. The wide receivers room sometimes it's about managing egos and managing personalities and everything. Like, man, if you got a healthy lead in a game and you want to feed Stephon Diggs a few extra targets, like, no harm there.
Right.
And the other thing about Diggs, this is what I'd say to Ocho. The way things played out in Buffalo last year, I think a lot of it was really more about Josh Allen over the course of the 2022 and 2023 seasons, at times just not making poor decisions. So there's times when if a wide receiver's wide open, but he knows he's not the first read, or he's not who the ball should have gone to, it's like, okay, that's just the way the play was drawn up. There were a lot of instances last year after they changed up their offense where Stephon Diggs should have gotten the ball and didn't, and he was wide open, and it could have been a touchdown. It doesn't excuse him, there were times where he had some bad drops too, but where he acted like it was a poorly thrown ball. Like, he didn't handle it well, but that was the root of it. C.J. Stroud mentally is a much sharper and more advanced quarterback than Josh Allen is right now.
Yeah.
So I don't think that thing that might lead to disharmony, I don't think that's an issue the same way it was in Buffalo.
I don't think it will be either. Now, I'll say this. Could we get the same thing happening here in terms of Stephon Diggs' number of targets, but for a different reason maybe? Whereas in Buffalo, it was Josh Allen just maybe not making the right decisions.
Right.
To where here, he's got Nico Collins and Tank Dell and Dalton Schultz. Like, there's just way more high-level mouths to feed here than there were on that Buffalo team last year.
I think it's honestly, I don't like even when I talk about feeding Diggs the ball in the fourth quarter when you have a lead or whatever. Like, I don't like that's whatever. That's a nice problem to have if you've got leads like that. I think the big thing is if it plays out the way hopefully it should, is that even if Diggs' total numbers are down or his total yardage is down, I think his yards per catch is going to be really high. I think his touchdowns could potentially be double digits. Like, I think he could get less than 1,000 yards, but still be in double-digit touchdowns because there's going to be more room to run afterwards. Or when he's open, there's more chances to get wide open. So in terms of total targets and everything, all he needs to be able to show to get that big contract, likely from another team in free agency, is that he's wide open a lot and that he scores touchdowns. And I think that's the way I'm predicting it'll play out. If it doesn't play out that way, there's an issue for disharmony.
Well, and along those lines, hey, Sean and Seth, quick question. And we just answered this question about probably 10 or 12 minutes ago, but we get it. There's people jumping in and out of the show. And this is a big topic when it comes to Nico, is what does this mean for Diggs, both in 2024 and beyond? Hey, Seth and Sean, quick question. Do y'all think the Nico deal means Diggs is for sure one and done now, or do y'all think we could still sign him if he does what Diggs is expected to do? My feeling on this, Seth, is the same as it was when they traded for Diggs, and now the Nico extension really kind of hammers it home, because my opinion was with me under the impression that they wanted Nico here long term, the Texans, and that's been proven out, is that I think the only scenario where Diggs is a Texan beyond 2024 is they are clearly a Super Bowl contender for the next several years, and he's cool with making $15 million a year for 3 years to play on a Super Bowl contender, as opposed to going, I don't think he's getting 30 like you've said, but as opposed to, but I think he could get 25 or 22, or I think he could get paid the same amount he is now if he still shows he's that player. If he wants to give a hometown discount to a city that will have been his hometown for less than a year, then maybe so.
I like the fact that they redid his deal. It was really more of an acknowledgement of the way things are in the NFL right now, and when you have guys who aren't afraid to be the jerk, like Stephon Diggs is not afraid to be the jerk. That's right. You know, as a negotiating tool at times, and it was always because of the lack of guaranteed money after this year. It was going to be some version of Stephon Diggs demanding a free agent or being a big enough pain in the butt that the Texans had to release him or something. So it was It was already a reality before they cut off the rest of that contract. The rest of the contract was going to happen.
Yeah.
Brandon Beane, the GM of the Bills, spoke on somebody's podcast on The Athletic yesterday about the reason they made the trade, and basically they just called it an albatross of a contract, which it was for a team like the Bills. The Bills are a few years along in the team building process where they've already paid their quarterback, and they've got serious salary cap considerations, and they had to get out from underneath it. The Texans were able to absorb the issues that the Bills couldn't handle.
That's right.
Aside from all of the other disagreements between Stephon Diggs and whomever else.
Yeah, and that's the value in DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud and how they're wired in their personalities. You know what I mean? Like, I think
Yeah.
I think you can take on a personality like Stephon Diggs on a team where DeMeco Ryans is the head coach. We're going to get to a little Nico Collins sizzle reel here in just a second. Let's remind people why he's getting $25 million a year in just a minute. But I will say, in going and refining some of the plays to replay here, we're going to hear a lot of Mark Vandermeer here in just a few minutes. And us talking about Diggs, Seth. Like, you watch the Nico Collins highlight film. I watched like a 15-minute highlight reel of Nico Collins catches. It is interesting to see just how many are just, bubble screen, catch it, and go. Finding that open spot in the defense, just making the play. Like, there's not a ton of, one-handed spectacular with Nico Collins, in part because there doesn't need to be. He's got the most accurate quarterback in the NFL throwing the ball to him. But I'm watching these highlights. I'm going, holy crap, some of these plays. And now Stephon Diggs is going to be running around with these guys.
Yeah,
there's so much open space in some of these plays.
Right, and now as far as I don't want to paint a picture. It's not like he's a guy. When you hear bubble screen and go from a wide receiver, that doesn't sound like something that's actually that's not why you pay a guy.
No. But I'm saying just how many basic plays he had that just got executed to an A++ level.
Right. For me, it's the stuff over the middle.
Yeah.
And that's the combination of the timing of C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins.
Yeah.
The deep balls are the deep balls, and he had some awesome deep ball shots. I mean, go back to the first play of the Colts game, for instance, but. The stuff over the middle where CJ's got his foot planted and his throwing motion started before Nico's even really into his break yet. All that stuff. The ability to catch the ball at full stride, turn up and go.
Yeah.
That's everything that you've always wanted. If you go back to Andre Johnson and Matt Schaub, one of my biggest issues, and I hated it over and over again in this Kubiak-Shanahan offense, was that Schaub would throw the ball behind Andre Johnson. So he'd have to slow up, turn around, and then get back to catch the ball, and then turn around to get upfield.
Yeah.
And you missed out on a lot of opportunities that should have been there. With CJ, it's not like that. The ball is right at Nico Collins' face mask, and he can catch it in full stride.
Yeah. And just to clear on the bubble screen thing, where I was going for was more like this is a team that tried to throw bubble screens for the last however many years, and they never worked.
Yeah.
With Nico, he gets it, and he sets up his blocks, and he gets behind blockers, and he's got a convoy, and what looks to be like a 6 or 7 yard play turns into a 25-yard play because at the end he's trucking guys, that kind of thing.
He led the league in broken tackles after the reception last year.
Yeah.
It was and that matches the eyeball test.
It does. All right, let's does it match the ear hole test? Let's do that because let's hit the sizzle reel. Nico Collins. Let's relive some of the magic that got Nico Collins paid. This was the play to me in Week 4 against Pittsburgh where I feel like the rest of the league kind of sat up and said to themselves, "Okay, the Texans they're a serious team." It only made them 2-2 on the season, but they'd started 0-2, and then they destroyed the Jags, and then they destroyed the Steelers, and this was the kill shot.
3rd and 7 from the Texans 48. Stroud shotgun. Motor in the backfield with him. CJ gets the snap. CJ throwing downfield and caught by Nico. 25-20. Breaks a tackle. 15, 10, 5. Rock and roll. Touchdown, Houston. CJ Stroud with more third down magic to the end zone.
Broke a tackle. You heard it right there.
And that was,
Patrick Peterson.
The Pittsburgh game was the first game where I really felt like, ooh, okay, there's something different about this team this year. Yeah,
they had Austin Deculus starting at left tackle.
Yeah,
that was the true makeshift offensive line game right there against T.J. Watt.
Yeah, because remember the Jaguars game the week before? It was an emphatic win but there was some flukishness to it. I mean, you had a back kick return touchdown. There were
at a crucial juncture of the game too. Like the Jags had cut the lead down to 7 at that point.
What was the stat last year? Were there 3 kickoff returns for touchdowns last year?
And 2 of them were Texans.
And 2 of them were Texans.
Yeah.
And by non-returners, basically.
By running backs, a fullback and a
fullback,
tailback.
a converted tight end fullback, and a power running back.
Yes.
Not like a scat back running back, a power running back.
All right, some more Nico sizzle reel here. This is not even a play where Nico caught the football, but take a listen. Nico factored into this play right here.
2nd and 8 for the Houston 44. Empty backfield after motion. Stroud quickly throwing a pick. Taking the right side across the 45-yard line. The ball comes out. There's a chase for it, and the Texans might have it back.
I think you got it right.
And the Texans get it right back as Titus Howard has it. It was picked off by Zach Bond, but he coughs it up right away. So there's interception number 1 for C.J. Stroud.
Offense, 1st and 10, Houston.
Nico Collins forced that fumble right there.
Nico Collins forced the fumble. That was about the perfect circumstance for a rookie who had not thrown an interception. It was breaking records and doing so along the way. And then threw a classic rookie quarterback interception. Didn't realize that the linebacker had dropped back off into coverage.
Yep.
You know, like all that, the stuff that you see. And that's when I knew that the football gods were favoring the Texans that year, because he got it back on the exact same play. It was perfect. So good job, Nico Collins.
Good job, Nico.
Immediately undoing a very forgivable and understandable mistake by a rookie quarterback, and one that basically. You know how CJ is. That play happened, and he squirreled it away in his brain, and he did not make a lot of typical rookie type interceptions or rookie quarterback type interceptions.
He did not. He did not. Only 5 all year long. The Indianapolis game in Week 18. If we're to point to a game that got Nico paid, if we were to boil it down to one game, Week 18, Indianapolis, 9 catches, nearly 200 yards. And maybe I would say my most memorable Nico play for the season, Seth, was probably first play from scrimmage, Colts game. Here we go.
CJ will throw on the first play for the Texans. Steps up, fires deep down the field, and caught by Nico Collins at the 20, 15, 10, 5. Rock and roll. Touchdown, Houston. 75 yards on the opening play. Hello, Indy.
Unreal. What a throw. What a catch. What a start to this game.
Yeah, and we got 2 more coming from this game against Indy. I mean, Nico put on a show that night.
You go out and find it. The Texans did a clip. I think it's on their YouTube channel where they showed. I was watching this last night. They have a clip of D'Amico on the sideline with his eyes tracking the ball. With this huge excited grin on his face, where he's looking to his left, he's looking at CJ. He's got this smile on his face because they've set this play up. They've talked about it all week. They talked about it before the game. And he sees the ball go, and his eyes track it. Then they cut to Bobby Slowick running with as much animation and excitement as I've ever seen Bobby Slowick act down the sideline. That was a really cool moment.
Is that the best, as a player and a coach, when you've been drilling and working something all week and you're being told this is going to work when we do it? Trust us.
Yes. And and they weren't sure they were going to get the right look and everything, but everything lined up perfectly. Yeah. I think those are those moments. It's kind of like when a tight end is wide open in the end zone and it becomes almost too easy. You know, you're on the 10-yard line, the tight end's wide open, and you throw it, or God forbid, the tackle eligible is wide open, and you're almost like, oh no, it's all too perfect. It's going to get messed up. Everybody gets excited. You get that fever, that gold fever right in it. But the other instance of that we've got just because of microphones on the field was when D'Amico told Christian Harris exactly how he was going to get a pick 6.
Incredible.
Before that series and in the playoffs against the Browns, and Christian Harris goes out and gets a pick 6 because of the way they set that play up. It's the stuff. That play, the Colts game, is it rarely works out that's going to happen on the first play of the game, that everything you were hoping was going to worked out.
Yeah.
The thing that was cool about that Christian Harris touchdown, and I would go back to Jalen Petrie on this, where he needs to get better, is that the really, really good teams, the really good quarterbacks, the good coaches and play callers, they go into the game with their game plan, and it's not yes, it's easy to just say adjustments. But the fact of the matter is, even if you don't adjust the game plan per se, it's understanding how that specific game is playing out. And realizing, like, okay, this is what we thought we were going to see, but it's a little bit different in this here. So in that game, they did a few things. The Browns game where Christian Harris got the pick 6.
Yeah.
The defense did a few things in coverage that they hadn't done before in terms of disguise. And they'd kind of realized that Joe Flacco was leaning hard on the Texans' tendencies. So, like, you go into – this is the other thing that dumb coaches do. They go into a game with tendencies, and they don't realize that, like, oh, the old tendencies don't work anymore. Like, Joe Flacco was leaning hard on the old tendencies, and D'Amico took advantage of it. Like, so it's exciting when all that stuff works out.
Dude, it looks so cool. Like when you hear D'Amico talking, when you see that play like that play we just heard get executed on the first play.
That play, to put it really simply, the cool thing about that play was that they baited Flacco into thinking that Christian Harris was going to be manned up on the running back.
Yeah.
And then immediately him and Blake Cashman swapped roles at the snap, and Flacco didn't see it.
Man. 2 more from Nico in the Indianapolis game. Again, congrats to Nico Collins. 3 years, up to $75 million, and these are the reasons why he's getting paid. This was the play where he decided to run over the same guy twice. Does he get credit for 2 broken tackles with the same guy on this play?
3rd and 2 at the Colts 37 with 4 minutes to go in the half. Stroud throws left side. Nico through a hole 30, breaks a tackle 25, 20, 15, 10, and still going inside the 10-yard line, knocked out of bounds. Let's see where they mark him. It's going to be 1st and goal, Houston Texans, as Nico took it down the sideline through traffic to set up a 1st and goal.
Mark, Nico ran over Jalen Jones not once, but twice. He gave it to him 2 times.
Jalen Jones is like Rocky Balboa in the fight against Drago, where he just keeps getting knocked down, but he hops right back up and just keeps taking punches to the face.
The second time he hit him was Jalen Jones almost out of bounds.
He was, that one wouldn't count as a broken. The play had been whistled dead.
No, it was. I almost kind of wanted him to get flagged for that.
That would have been fun.
Because it was cool. Yeah. The late hit out of bounds was actually on the running back, not on the defender. Yeah.
Yep. The last one from the Colts game, this was a play. This play's probably more about CJ and just throwing it to a spot. But this is a play. This is in the 4th quarter on what ended up being the game-winning drive. And CJ looked like he was dead to rights being chased out of the pocket. And at best, this was going to be a throwaway, out of bounds, live to fight another day. And in swoops Nico Collins to save the day.
On 2nd and 14, CJ stepping up, CJ dancing around. There's a lot of pressure. CJ flings it downfield to his right, and Nico Collins runs over there to make the catch inside the 40-yard line. 1st down, Texans. Wow. What a miraculous play at Indy.
I don't know if he was throwing the seat to Nico or not, if he saw him, but I thought he was just throwing it away, and that would have been a heck of a play. But then all of a sudden, number 12 flashes out of nowhere and makes one heck of a play to give the Texans a 1st down.
That was huge. It was huge. Kept the drive alive, man.
I think Nico Collins in the playoffs, if you just, look at the Browns game and where he showed up big in the Browns game.
Yeah.
I think that's where I keep going back to the Carlos Correa comparison because there's a couple things that fit. Like Carlos Correa had an injury history, but he changed his routine and then he started staying healthy. Nico Collins, likewise, you can trace his relative health last season back to changes he made in his preparation, and so that's good. You can feel good about that. But then the other thing is, it's a very small sample size for Nico Collins, but down in the clutch against Indy when it was a virtual playoff game, and then in the Browns game, he showed up. So at the very least, he certainly didn't shy away. And then also remember the wide receivers that they were playing with from Indianapolis onward. It was John Mechie, it was Xavier Hutchinson, Robert Woods came back in the fold, and really it was Nico Collins. Nico Collins was the only threat there. So as the focal point of that offense, like the guy that defenses would be zeroing in on, for him to perform well in that capacity in clutch time, it speaks. I think it speaks a lot about what the Texans think his potential is, and hopefully multiple playoff runs.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no Tank Dell in that Indianapolis game or in the playoffs. Last one. Speaking of the playoff game against Cleveland, this was classic Nico Collins. Catch near the line of scrimmage, turn it upfield, run, take it into the end zone, young man.
2nd and 6 at the Browns 15. Stroud under center, fakes the toss, now throws it back to the left, has Collins. 10, 5, to the corner, he's in! Touchdown, Houston! The Texans take the lead.
Just like that. Excellent play call by Bobby Slowick. You got Cleveland being overly aggressive in pursuing. They go against, use it against them, go the other way, and who better to give it to than your number one big, strong, 6'4", 215-pound receiver in Nico Collins.
That's a great call by Dre right there. I like that. That was a good recap. Big Nico Collins right there. So there you go, a little sizzle reel for you. You know, if you're trying to remember, if you're thinking to yourself, 3 years, $75 million, that's a lot of money, man. Nico's only had one good year. He did a lot of good things last year. That's why.
I'm genuinely excited about how reasonable this deal is for both sides.
Me too.
Like this is the way extensions and renegotiations are supposed to work. It's a young player who showed great upside, but he's not getting top of the market money. By the end of this offseason, it probably won't be in the top 10 of wide receiver contracts. If he has the same season next year that he had last year, he'll be vastly underpaid. But you know what? It's a short-term, it's a 3-year extension. It's not a 5-year extension or something like that. So you don't have that same disharmony like that. That's the other part that really, I think Laramie Tunsil has set the precedent for other players on the team to realize, okay, I get a short-term deal with a lot of guaranteed money, and if I play well, and I mean, in the case of Laramie Tunsil, even if you miss a bunch of games, you'll get rewarded again, and that goes a long way towards keeping guys incentivized, and it's like, and keeping you from having multiple disgruntled contract situations at any given time.
Nico will be 29. If he goes to the end of this contract extension, he'll still be in his late 20s. You know,
Yeah.
So he'll get another bite at the apple here, if he is what the Texans think he is. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Top of the hour, we'll do the 8 at 8, the Ocho. We'll get to your top stories of the day. The most exasperating thing about the Astros so far, maybe this season, certainly this week, and when do they officially get declared this? We will talk about that coming up next.
If you get in an accident and it's not your fault, call Mo Karam Law. Simple as that. There's a
Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The Astros lose last night 4-2 to the Seattle Mariners in just an excruciating game to watch because you think they're going to steal one here. 2-1, they were up in the 8th inning. And this was one of those games that when they went and made the Josh Hader signing, which was somewhat polarizing, spending that much money on a closer, albeit a really good one, the explanation was like, hey, we're going to be in a lot of these games, close games, important games against teams like, I don't know, Seattle that's leading the division, and these are going to be close one-run games. And guess what we're going to do? We're going to bring in Brian Abreu in the 7th, Ryan Presley in the 8th, and Josh Hader in the 9th, and by God, we're going to win more than our fair share. We're going to try to win all those games like that because these guys are so good. Brian Abreu was fine, and Hunter Brown was great. That's the most frustrating thing, non-Abreu, Jose Abreu, about last night is that Hunter Brown was great for 6 innings. Brian Abreu comes in, does his job in the 7th, but then Ryan Presley comes in, and he, among others, are big reasons why they give up a 3-run rally in the bottom of the 8th. And so, therefore, there was no need for Josh Hader because there was no bottom of the 9th to go get 3 outs in Seattle.
Right.
Seattle took the lead, and they blew yet another blown save. They got to be in double digits now in blown saves. They were at 8 like 3 weeks ago. I feel like they have to have blown another one somewhere along the way.
Presley, there's some things about Presley where, like a little bit of it you could talk up to bad luck. Not last night. Well, last night in that Abreu had a very makeable play that wasn't an error, but it was a really, really hard hit just to the left of him. He got a glove on it. But this is 3 times in 2 nights now where Abreu has had a play that he could have made that wasn't an error, and yet he's made none of them. And none of them were even of the variety of, he would have had to really leap or do something athletic to get there. He just couldn't quite read the ball
hit him in all those cases somewhere.
Right,
you know what I mean?
yeah. Like they were very big.
Keep it in front of you.
And meanwhile, John Singleton is there as the DH, the guy who 2 weeks ago or 1 week ago was supposedly your first baseman, according to Dana Brown.
Right.
It's really hard, man. I tried so hard yesterday. I think people are angry at me that I was trying so hard to be make the best of a bad situation. Like I'm like, oh, look, the Astros are going to do it. This is where I was yesterday. All right, the Astros are going to do it. They're going to give it one last fling to see exactly if they can salvage Jose Abreu. And I honestly, if they had rolled him out at DH for 2 nights in a row, I would be way more forgiving right now. But they went ahead and put him at first base, in which his minus glove was very much an issue in both those games. And meanwhile, he's also struck out in 3 of his 6 at-bats.
Yep.
So, I'm done. I lost all of it. It was the foundations of my positivity, Sean, were built of paper mache. Damp, moist paper mache. That paper mache is now liquefied.
It's liquefied.
And my positivity is gone when it comes to the Jose Abreu.
And as it should be. I mean, it's exasperating. It's exasperating being lied to. That, he looks great. No, he seems to have found something here.
I hear he looked good. You've got the GM of the team.
Yeah.
The GM of the team who's calling this dude back up is talking about how he's heard that he had some good at-bats. Didn't even see him, just heard that he has. So they were going to bring him up regardless. Yeah. And so all this nonsense about how he looks rejuvenated and refreshed and he's like a completely different player because apparently he was good versus rookies in Florida. It's maddening. It's really, really frustrating.
This is the team you are chasing in the division. And by the way, when you're the chasing team, it hurts you that there's only 13 division games against the Mariners now, not 19 like there used to be. The Astros need these games against the Mariners to get into the HOV lane because these games are all worth 2 games. They win that game last night, it's back to 3.5. They lose, then now they're 5.5 back. If I go to Twitter tonight and the myriad of people who post the Astros lineup for the evening, if Jose Abreu is in this lineup tonight, they care more about trying to save face with Jose Abreu than they do about winning these baseball games. There's no other conclusion to come to at this point that in a 4-game series here, and I'm not even saying don't play him ever again or whatever. I know he's not up here to only play 2 games, but keep him out of these 2 games. You need these 2 games. You can't. This is not Little League where everybody has to play 3 innings And now Joey's got to go in at second base here. And, oh, man, we better get through these 3 innings with Joey at second base, or we better hope it doesn't get hit to him out there in right field. And that's why we lose the game. That's Jose Abreu right now. At first base and in the batter's box, you are handicapping yourself by putting this guy in the lineup. God, I'm trying so hard not to get personal. It's Sean, so exasperating. But if you have him in the lineup tonight, Astros, you care more about rehabilitating and saving face with that acquisition than you do about getting back in this divisional race right now.
It's, Sean, so much of this right now feels like the two Jerrys with the Chicago Bulls. Like when Jerry Krause and Jerry Reisendorf had built this great team, and then at the end of their run, it was where the two Jerrys started to play, like, think they were playing 5-dimensional chess, and that they needed to be smarter than everybody else. And like, no matter what they did, nobody could speak reason to them. It feels like what Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell are now, except Bagwell wasn't actually part of building the greatness.
Right.
Like, like they're letting their egos or their ideas about how brilliant they must be get in the way of actual common sense.
Yeah.
To the point where you deconstructed a team that could have won more championships in Chicago because the owner and the GM thought that they were way smarter than they were.
Yeah. And he's going to be in the lineup tonight. I can tell you right now, he's going to be in the lineup because if there was a game to sit him, it would have been last night. Luis Castillo murders right-handed hitters. He's really good against right-handed hitters. That would have been the game to keep him out. I mean, you're throwing him in there. If you're so worried about this fragile psyche that he has, because obviously a big reason he's went back to the Florida Complex League was to not only rebuild his swing, but try to get some of his mojo back between the ears. They're now doing things that are, if that's the case, are detrimental to that. He'll be in the lineup tonight, and when he is, I have no other conclusion to draw but that trying to save face with the Abreu contract is at least of equal importance as it is to actually win a division this season.
Look, and I was trying like hell yesterday to grasp some positivity, and I'm looked at, okay, his performance last night or 2 nights ago at the plate. All right, look, he's 1 for 3 or a 333 hitter, got an RBI. All right, you struck out, but it was a valid strikeout on a really good pitch.
That was
2
an
nights
okay
ago.
strikeout, yeah.
But now I'm saying I'll do the same thing today. I'm going to veer that hard in the other direction. All right, if I look at this small sample size, and I feel like the Astros fans have the right to judge Jose Abreu on a small sample size.
Absolutely.
Because when it's going poorly, it's an extension of the last year and a half, including an acknowledgement that, he was really good in September and the first part of the playoffs last year.
Yes.
But that's a baseball with huge sample sizes.
Yeah.
The 1.5 seasons that we've seen, he's one of the worst players in the league.
Right.
And that's what we're seeing over these last years. He's struck out on 50% of his at-bats.
Yeah.
Sean, I'm not a baseball guy, more of a football guy. Is a 50% strikeout rate acceptable?
It's not. I'm glad you asked.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Just checking. I don't do math so good.
Yeah. It's not at all. It is funny. You're right. Sending somebody down to the minors does not reset the sample size. It's only been 6 at-bats. I'm not saying they've said that, but it certainly feels that way.
No, we get people, because we've had a few people say, like, hey, you guys are being too harsh based on a small sample size. Sample size, my ass.
No, he looks the same. He looks the same as the big sample size.
God. He's just like,
what are we doing?
How many strikeouts does it take before Jose Abreu gets put on the IL for some nondescript reason?
I think they give him performing like this. I would say they give him a week.
You guys, I'm going to tell you right now. I'm speaking to the Astros organization. If you guys care about baseball, if you care about what's right, you load that dude up with steroids ASAP.
Yes.
You go send him off to some Eastern European doctor and stick 18 needles in his ass.
Do what you need to do.
Because that's about the only thing that's going to save him at this point.
Do what
My
you
God.
need to do.
Do you care about baseball?
Yeah.
My God.
We had a texter text earlier. We had a texter text earlier. When do we declare the Astros a dumpster fire? Yeah. And I don't know. Seth, I feel like there's no point in the schedule where you circle it. This is the conclusion I've come to since that text came in. It's like the example I like to use, the analogy I like to use is that legislator at one time that defined porn as, I don't know exactly how to define it, but I know it when I see it.
Yeah,
that's the Astros as a dumpster fire. Like, I don't know when we'll officially label them that because they're not. I mean, dumpster fire is a bad label. Like the bad label, but They have there's smoke coming out of the dumpster right now because part of being a dumpster fire is not just being bad at baseball, it's being bad at the decisions that lead to the bad baseball. It's being bad from top to bottom.
I thought you were going to go with the frog in boiling water analogy where it keeps getting hot and the frog doesn't realize it until all of a sudden the water is boiling. This is the frog looking down from heaven thinking, I could use a few more minutes. The frog's up there in frog heaven. You're like, I think I got a chance on this one. I think I got a chance. It doesn't feel that hot, actually. Not that hot.
What a year. What a time to be alive,
The
man.
dog in that everything is fine meme with the flames going up around him.
Yeah.
That dog is burnt to a crisp, and its owner is being like, I think Sparky's going to pull through on this one. I think he's going to be all right.
That's the Stros. All right. Speaking of the Astros, we'll get to them in the 8 at 8. We'll get to the Texans. We've got some news around the NFL. Oh, something the NFL players are thinking and doing that I'm very anxious to get Seth's opinion on. We'll get to that in the 8 at 8, the Ocho, and that is coming up next.
Nico Collins got paid.
Illinois.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
The 8 at 8, the Ocho, here we go. Hey, let's talk about the Astros again. They lost.
Nothing's better for my mental health, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Love this team. Love them.
They lost to the Mariners last night 4-2. A 3-run rally in the 8th inning does the trick for the Mariners. This was a game the Astros led 2-1 on the strength of 6 really good innings from Hunter Brown and a 2-run home run by Alex Bregman that had an exit velo of like 40 miles per hour because the thing that thing was sky high. It took forever to come down. Good job, Bregman, hitting a 2-run home run. However, Bregman was also a culprit in the rally that allowed Seattle to win this game and push the Astros 5.5 games back in the AL West. If we are assigning blame in the rally that won the game for the Mariners, we assign blame to Ryan Presley. This is the opposite of acknowledge me. This is if we were doing acknowledge me played backwards. We were acknowledging poor performance. Part of this is on Presley. Gives up a leadoff double to Haniger and then walks the number 9 hitter after having him 0-2. That's unconscionable by Ryan Presley. Not just the double, but to walk the 9-hole hitter, who I think is playing in like his second game in May. Like this is Bliss, who just came up from the minors. Walks him after having him down 0-2. He strikes out J.P. Crawford, but then all hell breaks loose. Rojas hits what on the box score is a double, but it was really a ground ball that bounced off Jose Abreu's glove down the right field line. Tying run scores, and then on the very next at-bat, Julio Rodriguez hits a number on the infield, which Alex Bregman ends up, he looks to home plate to try to cut down the lead run. Instead, throws wildly past Jose Abreu at first base. That allows another run to score. Game over, 4-2.
Yeah, and he wasn't going to make the play at home. Like, it was the wise move not to throw home.
Yes.
But to try to gun it to first was not that was not the choice to be made.
No.
Bregman, I was trying to go through and make a case for Bregman. I tried to arbitrarily. The month of May doesn't do it for you. He's got a 208 batting average and a 647 OPS in the month of May. The best I could do was if I picked somewhere around the middle of the month until last night, he's got about a 729 OPS. I'm trying like hell to say that Bregman hasn't looked as decrepit in these last few weeks as he had earlier in the season, but man, it's not good.
He is playing his way into being one of those 2 or 3 year contract with an opt out after each year guy. He's trying to be the 8 or 10 year guy. He's playing his way into
a team that looks at him like, okay, yeah, obviously there's a lot there, and we don't know why, but maybe he can reclaim it, but not at too much risk to us.
That's right.
Kyle Tucker, on the other hand.
Kyle Tucker doing a hell of a job, yeah. Number two, and this is the happy story. At least it is for me and Seth. I'm curious. I may need to Pender poll the Nico Collins extension. I think most people are happy with this. I think, if you're seeking out opinion, I think we're both happy with it. 3 years, $24 million a year. He can make a little extra more in incentives that would take it to $25 million a year.
Clint's not happy about it, I know, just from seeing your exchanges with him on Twitter.
Yeah, I think right. I don't think he's furious about it or anything like that, but he's
skeptical of it.
Skeptical,
right?
yeah, is a good way to put it. Good way to put it. Yeah, that the Texans are giving Nico Collins top shelf money for what's been essentially one good season, which is statistically true. He's had one good season. I think the question that the Texans are obviously asking themselves and answering yes to is, do we think that this year is more what Nico Collins is moving forward? And I think knowing that this is going to be your quarterback, C.J. Stroud, knowing that this is going to be the system, whether Bobby Slowick's here or not, I'm pretty confident that they're going to be running a system like this moving forward. And Nico fits hand in glove in this system. I like the deal. I
think honestly, if you balk at the price, if this helps you feel better about it, just know that in all likelihood, by the end of this offseason, it won't even be a top 10 receivers contract. Right now, it's a 7th. If Nico Collins plays the same way this season that he did last season, he'll be I drastically underpaid in air quotes because obviously it's a lot of money.
Sure.
I think it's the right kind of contract for the old school classic contract extension, which is, hey, the team gives you a nice contract. It's not as much as a free agent contract, but it's a nice big chunk of financial security for a younger player who hasn't had his big payday yet because he wasn't a first-round pick. It makes a lot of sense on a lot of fronts for me. I've got very little to object to with this contract.
I think this contract is also two things. I think it's further validation that this is a place that guys want to play. Like that this, Nico, instead of playing it out and maybe making more money in free agency, that
it's a bit of a vote of trust for, obviously a vote of trust for C.J. Stroud, but I think also for this season, at least for Bobby Slowick.
Yeah.
And then there's some trust from Nico Collins' side in trusting that if Bobby Slowick gets a head coaching job, all the reports were out of Atlanta that they really liked Bobby Slowick. There's a lot of teams that were impressed with him. He needs more seasoning.
Yeah.
But that Nico maybe trusts just Caserio and D'Amico to keep the train rolling after Bobby Slowick leaves.
I think this contract also, given the fact that Nico was statistically inferior to some of the guys he's probably getting comped to in these contract talks, guys like Devontae Smith, Amon-Ra St. Brown that signed contracts this offseason.
When you stack it up to their whole careers.
Their whole careers, yeah. The body of work in 3 years, I think this is kind of an admission too by the Texans that we know it was freaking terrible those 2 years in 21 and 22. We're not going to hold this against you hardcore.
If Amon-Ra St. Brown had been up there with Davis Mills and a head coach of
Pep
David
Hamilton.
Culley, then Lovie Smith, two different offensive coordinators. Yeah, Pep Hamilton.
Yeah.
If Amon-Ra St. Brown had that same circumstance, there's a very good chance. Yeah, he wouldn't have the second highest paid contract in football. Right
absolutely now. Not. Yeah, absolutely not.
Or amongst wide receivers.
Yeah.
3.
John Mechie, speaking of wide receivers, wins the George Halas Award yesterday, given to an NFL player, coach, or staff member who overcomes the most adversity to succeed. Of course, John Mechie, his story is well chronicled, bouncing back from cancer, diagnosed in, I believe, May of his rookie year, just within weeks after being drafted by the Texans. He'd been diagnosed. He underwent cancer treatment for a year, was reinstated to the roster in the summer of 2023, and did not have a bang-up year statistically. Like, if we were just looking in a vacuum at a second-year, second-round pick without knowing a name or who the circumstance was, and he goes, well, he had 16 catches, you'd be like, all right, well, this guy is probably fighting for his job, which he probably is, if we're being honest. But Mechie's situation is very different. According to C.J. Stroud, he looks really good this offseason so far. He looked good at the OTAs I was at the other day, so we'll see what happens. But good to see him get recognized for what was, I would imagine, a horrible ordeal to go through.
Yeah, I think as far as John Mechie, the football player, headed into this season, I take C.J. Stroud's compliments with a grain of salt, and that's what C.J. Stroud should be doing publicly about all his wide receivers. But John Mechie is doing all those things that a guy like John Mechie needs to do. If he finds out that C.J. Stroud's having a throwing session, by at least according to Instagram, it looks like he's going to be there. I don't know if John Mechie might have been in Alaska, and then when he gets the C.J. Stroud bat signal, he's like, "Yep, I'm there. I'll be there whatever time you need." He's taking a seaplane out of some hunting camp in Alaska to get to California in time for this workout in the morning.
Mechie, you find out Mechie's out of money all of a sudden. Like, Mech, why are you out of money? Like, private flight to meet up with CJ when you're ice fishing up in Antarctica is not cheap, man.
Travel expenses are killing me.
That's right. So congrats to John Mechie.
4.
All right, the Brandon McManus story. Brandon McManus, former kicker for the Jacksonville Jaguars, who is now a kicker for the Washington Commanders, who is being sued by 2 flight attendants on the Jaguars' private flight to London this past season. The flight took place in September. The allegations, just to kind of summarize them, is that Brandon McManus engaged in some conduct on the plane that was unbecoming. They said grinding on the flight attendants, rubbing up against them. The flight attendants, we should mention, are being represented by Tony Busby, who represented a majority of the massage therapists that were suing Deshaun Watson. Brandon McManus' attorney, not Rusty Hardin, fellow by the name of Brett Galloway, said this yesterday. These are absolutely fictitious and demonstrably false allegations made as part of a campaign to defame and disparage a talented and well-respected NFL player. We intend to aggressively defend Brandon's rights and integrity and clear his name by showing that these claims truly are -- an extortion attempt. End of quote.
My favorite part of these cases, sorry, I don't mean to make light of the case, obviously a very serious case, but in any of these legal situations that arise in the NFL, Sean, or in sports, I enjoy watching you be swayed by the convincing statements of the attorneys.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you are, and you admit to this, you're a mark for a convincing attorney.
I'm easily sold to.
Yeah, like in the Deshaun Watson situation, I think every time an attorney came out with a statement, you were like, ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
No,
Like,
I admitted I would be a terrible jury member. I would.
Oh, no, you would. Whoever had the closing argument would win.
That's right.
Or you would get your vote, basically.
Yep.
You're like, okay.
Yeah.
So, you have to point out in these situations, anything said in a lawsuit, from other side, before it goes to court, these are just, we don't know. You just don't know.
Yep. So that's where we're at.
I would say this, just as a tip. I'm always amazed that anybody takes Ambien on an airplane, just because I know, like, back when I used to take Ambien a long time ago, just at home, and the stories my wife would tell about my behavior in the middle of the night, that I had no memory of, there's no way in hell I would ever take it. Like, it's just, you know how you respond to Ambien before you take Ambien on anywhere in a public place. Because you can get up, you can go out and have an escapade and have zero memory of it whatsoever.
That's scary.
Yeah.
5.
NFL players want the offseason to change, and they're drawing this up right now, the NFLPA, Seth, to try to get rid of things that are going on right now, actually. Get rid of things like OTAs, mandatory minicamp, and instead start training camp sometime in the mid-late part of June.
Yeah.
And just roll up to the season from there. I'm surprised players want this. The structure of the offseason feels like a good one to me, where it's like, get in some light work, voluntary light work for a couple of weeks, and then mandatory, and you get a vacation for about 5 weeks.
It's felt like the dumbest thing ever to me.
This whole
the entire time. Yeah, the way that's structured right now, it's like you have this offseason program where you get guys into peak physical condition, and then you're like, but then for the next 6 weeks, before training camp begins, just so you know, we'll leave it to you. You do it on your own.
So you would want it. You would want it changed.
Yeah, and not to mention, you don't. That way too for football. I think sometimes players underestimate how much time they need to recover from really what amounts to the football season is a series of car accidents that you're in physically, and I think you jump back into the OTAs, which. There's a driven element to there, and you're not getting hit or anything, but you're taxing your body in a lot of ways.
Oh, yeah.
I think like a slower build-up with gentler workouts for 3 or 4 months in the off-season, then on into a sustained effort. I would have preferred that. Like I trusted myself to work out in that 6 weeks, but I know a lot of guys that you shouldn't have trusted to work out in those 6 weeks.
Yeah. Albert Breer says that coaches and front office people hate this because that June, that period that starts probably second week of June and goes up to training camp is the one time a year. Kids are out of school. You can actually go on a summer vacation, those kind of things.
It's for them. It's kind of like with teachers, how even if you hate your job as a teacher, you've got that 2 or 3 months where like, oh, I don't have to deal with these little
I'm married
booger
to one.
snatchers anymore, right?
Yeah.
A booger snatcher?
No, but a teacher.
Oh, you're married to a teacher.
A teacher,
Okay.
yeah. So, booger snatcher.
6.
All right, NBA playoffs. We'll get to this one real quick. Minnesota staves off elimination last night. Bad night to have Kyrie Irving in my prize picks lineup. Thanks a lot, Kyrie, for nothing. Boy, there's nothing dirtier than betting on Kyrie Irving. Ugh, yuck. Minnesota 105, Dallas 100. So they stave off elimination. If Minnesota is able to make this a series with Dallas, it's 3-1 now. So Dallas still very much has the upper hand, but they are going back to Minnesota for Game 5. It's one of those things, hey, you win that, you get a little momentum, blah, blah, blah. If this thing somehow turns into like a 6 or 7 game tussle, the Boston Celtics are on the verge of maybe the easiest NBA championship of all time.
Yeah.
They haven't had to beat anybody so far in the Eastern Conference of any sort of substance. And
you're just, of all time, or do you mean like what the Eastern Conference was like the entire LeBron, James?
I actually
they would march their way through the playoffs.
No, I actually mean of all time because they've lost 1 game so far in the playoffs. Like they've played teams that are not to the level of the teams, even the teams LeBron had to beat back then. And now you get 2 teams that are 3 and a 4 seed in the Western Conference. that are on the verge. Minnesota wins another game, and now this is officially where they're into they're beating up each other territory, and the Celtics are just sitting at home like throwing popcorn down their throats. So, anyways, I would love to see Dallas cough up a 3-0 lead. That would be a whole lot of fun. So we'll see. Reasons to watch.
7.
LeBron James' son, Bronny James, was invited, Seth, to work out for 10 teams. Let me back up. Bronny James, noted maybe draftable prospect in the second round.
Late second round?
Yeah.
Like if his name were anything other than LeBron James Jr.?
Yes. He was invited to work out for 10 teams, but according to Shams Charania of The Athletic, here is Shams on what Bronny's strategy is actually going to be.
Yeah, Bronny James has over 10 workout invites during the pre-draft process, but I'm told he's only going to visit a couple of those, and that's going to include the Lakers and the Phoenix Suns. The Suns have the number 22 overall pick in the draft. He's under consideration there among, obviously, a lot of players at 22, but it's going to come down to the development plan. It's going to come down to guaranteed money, whether it's late in the first round, in the second round. But the fact that there's only going to be a couple teams, 2-3 teams that Bronny James visits, and the Lakers and Suns, interestingly, are among the 2 teams.
Yeah, there's some guys, there's some people who have famous fathers, or maybe their father's rich already, who have it in them that they're like, man, I'm going to fight my butt off to prove that daddy didn't get me this deal or what have you.
Yeah.
It doesn't strike me that Bronny is one of those guys.
This behavior would seem to be the contrary to that.
I mean,
yes.
it's even hilarious when you see it. Like, for a guy who averaged less than 5 points a game last year in college, and, you have various scouts saying, he, quote, he is not an NBA prospect, unquote. That this guy would be turning down multiple different opportunities to maybe put his best foot forward. It would make me that much more nervous about him. Not to mention that he doesn't, like, at some point, can somebody talk to this kid about how stupid his nickname is? Bronny is the dumbest name. Honestly, I would rather be named Point Dexter than Bronny. It's like the most, it's the worst name ever. Ever. Benedict Cumberbatch. Like, that's a name I can get with over Bronny.
Yeah.
Bronny. I would rather my team draft Benedict Cumberbatch as a basketball player, because I feel like, you know what he would do? You know what he would do, unlike Bronny?
What?
He would try to learn how to play the role. He'd go out and he'd be like, oh yeah, I'm not even maybe worth a second-round pick. I'm going to go out and prove myself to all these people. Like, if Benedict Cumberbatch were preparing to play the role of Bronny, his first thought would be like, oh, okay, I got to go out and do all the things that a late second-round pick might do.
Right.
But he's not doing that.
No. He's just sitting there with a silly name, Bronny. Yes.
8.
Last one, real quick. Mike Tyson tweets yesterday morning, now feeling 100%, even though I don't need to be to beat Jake Paul. For those who don't know, Mike Tyson had an issue with an inflamed ulcer earlier this week on a flight from Miami to L.A. The update, he's doing fine. Not 100%. He's feeling 100%, even though he doesn't need to be 100% to beat Jake Paul on July the 20th, he says.
July the 20th. So we've got a couple of months before then, 8 weeks or so until then. I'm going to treat this a little bit the way appendicitis is. There have been a couple more football players than usual seemingly have gotten appendicitis in the last few years. They usually come back pretty quickly from it.
Yeah.
So, I think he's going to be just fine to beat this non-boxer boxer.
Non-boxer YouTuber. Yeah.
Yes.
I hope so. I'm rooting for Tyson. I got to see what the odds are, but I think I'll be rooting for Tyson.
And I know Jake Paul is actually he's way better than people really would have thought he was going to be, but it's not like he's just I would take. How old does Mike Tyson have to be before you think he wouldn't easily beat Jake Paul?
I would say these days with modern medicine, I would say 65.
65?
Yeah.
Gosh, I hope it happens.
Yeah, I do too. All right, that was your 888, Payne and Pendergast. All right, Nick Caserio gives a contract to Nico Collins, and Nico Collins is now in an exclusive club of one. We will tell you what that club is and who is a lock to join him in that club coming up next.
The Atlantic Ocean is really warm right now, and you might think, oh, that sounds pleasant. Not when it comes to her.
SportsRadio.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. So Nico Collins is the first Nick Caserio draft pick to get a second contract with the Houston Texans. Kind of a, I think to me, Seth, it's an interesting landmark for Nick himself, because I think there were a lot of people, as you pointed out earlier in the show, like a year ago, maybe not exactly a year ago, because I think by then people were kind of intrigued and excited about, okay, we got a quarterback and we got Will Anderson, but certainly like in the midst of all the lunacy of 2021 and 2022, there were a lot of people that wanted Nick Caserio gone. You know, they blamed him for a lot of this stuff, and you can debate or discuss how much he was to blame for stuff. I think he obviously inherited one of the worst situations that any GM has ever inherited, from a draft capital, a roster construction, a salary cap, and then add Deshaun Watson and that whole situation into it. It's hard to find a worse situation for a GM to inherit, but fans are going to fan, and there were a lot of people that and I'm not saying Caserio's perfect or anything, but there were a lot of people who wanted him gone. There were a lot of people that would have said, oh, yeah, he drafted Nico Collins and these guys in 2021 and Stingley and these guys in 2022. He ain't going to be around to make the decision on whether or not they get second contracts. Well, here he is, and this is his first one. You and I both approve of this. But now this is where some of the planning probably starts to begin a little bit, I would imagine, for Nick Caserio, because this ain't the last one. Far from it. There's going to be some pricey guys coming down the pipe here right now for the Texans.
And you're going to have to say goodbye to some of them. It's, in football more so than baseball, it's I feel like you have to say goodbye to players that you like more often.
We've seen that.
You know, the Astros, the Astros have been in a special situation because they've just had so many good players. But in football, because of injuries and everything, you got to be very careful about who you dole out big contracts to.
Yep.
The Texans make it easier in some respects because they give out these short-term contracts to free agents, or even this Nico Collins extension is 1 year shorter than what the Lions have done with Amon-Ra St. Brown and Penei Sewell. They gave both those guys 4-year extensions, same draft class as Nico Collins. So I think that in and of itself is a good strategy for making it more affordable to, A, step away from the contracts that don't work out, but then also, B, maybe fill in some of those spots with guys like, whether it's Juice Scruggs, who maybe works out, or whomever else it might be.
Yeah, I think if I'm looking at this, right now it's an exclusive club. Nico's the only one, but as far as guys that Nick Caserio has drafted that are going to be second contract guys, I think. Tell me if you think I'm off base on these. The two locks are C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. They're going to get. When the time comes for either of those guys, they're going to get big, huge contracts.
Yeah, barring injury, et cetera, all of that, Or if C.J. Stroud somehow takes a step backward. But, if they continue at their current pace, they would get new contracts.
Right. I'm saying I would bet almost everything I've got that both of those guys are going to get long-term deals from the Texans well before they hit even an opportunity to sniff free agency. I think it's why they were drafted where they were. I think these, to me, are locks if healthy. If healthy. And the key here – I think it's if healthy for anybody, as you just point out with CJ and Will, but they've both been largely healthy. These are two guys that have not been healthy so far, at least fully. Derek Stingley Jr. And Tank Dell. I think if both of them remain relatively healthy, they are going to be second contract Houston Texans.
Okay. But then the real question is, how optimistic are you that each of those guys will be relatively healthy over the next few years?
Stingley. Okay, go ahead. Finish your thought.
No, it's just because Derek Stingley has not had a fully healthy season since 2019. Even as awesome as he was last year, he missed a bunch of games.
Yeah, no.
And then Tank Dell he's small. I don't know if a bigger guy would have not got shot. It seems like he's more likely that it wasn't his size that led him to getting shot. But I do feel like people have kind of almost added that into the bank of like, wait a second, this guy gets injured a lot. He's had 3 major injuries. 2 happened on the football field and 1 happened. So I don't count the gunshot.
Yeah.
I also don't count the concussion because that was a non-contact injury.
Right.
So really, I think the only one where I'm concerned about the size was when that defensive lineman fell on him and he broke his leg.
Would a bigger tibia have survived that defensive lineman landing on him? I'll say this. Okay, so to answer your question, I'm more confident in Tank Dell remaining healthy than Derek Stingley Jr. remaining healthy. And it's the nature of the injuries, as you're kind of alluding to here. Dell's were more very specific things that happened in a game. And the big one, the broken leg, was very preventable. Tell him not to go into a pile full of very large people. Don't do that again.
Yeah, there's a part of him where it needs to be, okay, discretion is the better part of valor. And, like, on that play, I know people crushed Bobby Slowick for that play. I don't think the play was supposed to work out quite like that. I think the guy that Tank Dell was supposed to block was occupied, so he went looking for work. But Bobby Slowick's also got to manage Tank Dell's personality and realize that, all right, like, we can get him to back off a little bit, but there's always that chip on his shoulder, I think, that wants to prove that his size isn't an issue. Just acknowledge that it's a little bit of an issue. There are big receivers all over the league that are very careful not to avoid undue contact.
Yeah.
That's where the teach tape needs to be, Sean. They need to take teach tape of Marvin Harrison back in the day,
yes.
or Reggie Wayne,
yeah.
or T.Y. Hilton. These Colts receivers have always been maddeningly good at avoiding contact.
Yes.
That's the teach tape they need to use with him.
Yes. Be more of a wuss. And it's okay. I mean that in the nicest possible way.
Wuss out and then put your hand out for that big old contract.
That's it, baby. That's it. I'll tell you this about Stingley, Seth. Stingley concerns me more because the nature of his injuries are such that he might just be prone to these types of things, right? Soft tissue, foot, stuff like that. If Stingley has a full season this year, that a fully healthy season that looks like the last 8 games of last year, we might be having a Nico Collins conversation about Derek Stingley next offseason with a contract extension. He was elite.
He was elite. Like, he was – when he's on the field, and he's better than Sauce Gardner when he's on the field, but Sauce Gardner is very, very durable, and that over time, that's the best ability is availability.
It's true. It's true.
It occurred to me that the Stephon Diggs trade might yield that benefit too, and that, all right, when it gets down to the goal line, last year my argument for Tank Dell being in there on the goal line would have been like, look, all right, if Tank Dell's not out there, then obviously your options are more limited, and defensive coaches understand that. If you've got both Nico and Stephon Diggs healthy and available, then throw Skoranek out there, or some big body dude, whatever it might be, that can make sense, and you still have a lot of hands to play.
Yep. I think this is one that the front office and coaching staff really hope creates a conversation about a second contract, and it's Jalen Petrie. I think if he improves to the level that he was drafted to play at, a high second-round pick, I think they really want Jalen Petrie to be a part of this thing long term. But his play on the field is not justified giving him a contract that would be a high-level second contract.
Yeah. With Jalen Petrie, my concerns about him are far more about learning what the mindset of a safety needs to be and how to play within the scheme, and to pick and choose when to take chances. The Browns game, the regular season Browns game, when he was benched, it was a perfect example of where Petrie's good intentions are his own undoing at times. The linebackers had whiffed on a play action, so you had Njoku, the tight end, running wide open across the middle of the field. But Petrie, in his mind, he's got to have the presence of mind to understand that Amari Cooper is singled up with a replacement cornerback who's playing his first snap at cornerback this season. That's the mindset of a safety in that moment has got to be, all right, look, we can live with that. If the ball goes to that tight end, then so be it. We'll deal with it then. I got to avoid Amari Cooper. I got to avoid sending Amari Cooper on to 250 yards receiving today.
Yeah.
And that's where he failed. It was in the mindset. It's not that he's not smart enough. He's just got to get the mindset. The other thing about Petrie is that he doesn't have the physical skill set of the guys who get paid big as safeties. So I don't think he's going to be a guy that, certainly not after this season, is in line for an extension or anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
He might get a new contract, but he can be a very serviceable and versatile safety and maybe make a few Pro Bowls or something, but he's not on that level of like a Derwin James or a Minkah Fitzpatrick or somebody like that.
Yeah, agree. In terms of the tools. Otherwise, he would have been picked 15th instead of 37th in the draft, right? So I agree with you on that. It just, when you start to get more of these expensive guys, C.J. Stroud being chief among them, it gets hard to even keep Petrie at $12 million a year. You know what I mean?
And honestly, I'm kind of glad that Petrie had the year that he did last year, because he was that classic player, kind of like what people did with Kamu Grugier-Hill a little bit, where you're an active player on a bad team and people think that means you've arrived. Yeah. And it was very frustrating to watch, because I could see, like, no, there's a lot that he had to clean up from his game his rookie year.
Yep.
And it was good that he had to learn that lesson.
So I think locks for a second contract eventually amongst the young drafted guys by Caserio, provided health, Stroud and Anderson. I think if these guys who have been not healthy at times are healthy, they're as close to a lock. Stingley and Tank. Petrie is a really interesting one if he can improve. I think the other two that are just people of interest, just to kind of keep an eye on, in terms of being long-term Texans, of these drafted guys, would be Christian Harris and Juice Scruggs. And how do they develop? I'm not saying tippy top of the market. I'm saying long-term Texans.
But those are guys, especially Christian Harris. I think that D'Amico especially, because when he was in San Francisco, he had Fred Warner, he had Dre Greenlaw. He saw how valuable those guys were to his defense, and having those guys who are physically gifted, yes, but more than anything, just super dependable and versatile, good in coverage, good against the run. I think he sees a lot of potential in Christian Harris, but for the very good of this defense, it's got to work out.
Yep.
If it doesn't work out by the end of the season, I think it will. He made a lot of progress last year.
He did.
Yeah, I would. My feelings are good that Christian Harris at some point is going to get a contract extension. I'm not going to worry about it until the end of the season.
No. He's further down the list for sure. Yeah. I would imagine in the other AFC South cities, they've been watching the offseason the Texans are having, and there have been a lot of oh crap moments watching what the Texans are doing, I would think. Let's flip that on its head. What are we thinking here in Houston? What are the major moves that each of the AFC South teams have made this offseason that concern us the most? That is next. But first, Dr. Ben Salento, the man.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast. So I don't listen to a lot of Indianapolis, Jacksonville, nor Nashville radio. No disrespect to those cities that are on the radio in those cities. I just don't listen to a lot of it.
You sound like me when I talk about Indianans. I'm kind of like, sure,
Oh, no,
there's
I
some
don't.
good Indianans.
Oh, no,
but,
I
you know,
don't.
A lot of times, like with Sarah Pepper or Mo, the women on our stations.
Specific
I'd be like,
Indianans, yeah.
Yeah, she's not your typical Indianan.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. No, it's just only so many hours in a day. So I do listen to some out-of-town radio when the topics are super relevant. And the reason I bring this up is I was going to say, I would imagine if I did on days like the Texans signing Danielle Hunter or trading for Stephon Diggs, right. I know that if I were in those cities and I rooted for a football team that was already paddling upstream against the Houston Texans, already chasing them even without those guys, that I would have been like, damn, man, job just got a lot harder to catch these Houston Texans. So along those lines, flip this thing on its head. The moves that Indianapolis, Jacksonville, and Tennessee have made this offseason that concern us the most. So we look at we go, okay, well, that's going to hurt a little bit right there. Or do they have any? Do they have any that have struck any fear into us here? I would say starting with the Colts, Seth, and Mike Sando had a piece on this in The Athletic.
Yeah.
Sandoz was the drafting of like the major move they made that the biggest move that he liked, the Leatu pick at 15, which I know you're not a huge Leatu guy.
Okay, yeah, and that's tricky. And even as you say that, like that I'm not a huge Leatu guy, I love Latu, the person. And like I love how polished he is as a pass rusher. But he's that classic guy that you wonder, has he reached his ceiling? Has he maximized everything he can do? Because you can tell when you watch him play, this is a kid who has practiced his craft as a pass rusher. He is smooth, and it's pretty to watch. But there's very little physicality to his game, and he's not that athletic. So when you think about a guy like a Colts pass rusher, like Dwight Freeney, who was undersized but super polished, but was also violently athletic, like I just don't see that with Leatu. And the other part about Leatu is because of he had a really bad neck injury that the doctors wouldn't clear him on at, was he at Oregon or Oregon State? Oregon, right?
Oregon, yeah.
But the doctors at UCLA did clear him. Like he's got a rugby background. He plays like a rugby player, which sounds good, right? Because rugby players are tough. Yeah, they're tough as hell. But in rugby, there's like you got to play a certain way where you keep your head out of contact. Like you got to play upright a lot, and you got to be careful because you're not wearing a helmet. And there's also way fewer. The number of collisions in a rugby game is not nearly what it is in an NFL. Like on any given NFL play, there's more collisions, like hard collisions.
12 car wrecks
amongst players away from the ball and everything. Because you're not allowed to block in rugby. That's one of the things people get wrong when they try to talk about rugby versus football.
Yeah.
So there's way fewer collisions. He plays like he does not have an appetite for collision.
Yeah.
So I'm really intrigued by him because I love him as a kid and I love how hard you could tell he's worked at polishing his game. I just don't know what is it. So I'm not overly worried. Like I think honestly, I'll be really, really surprised if Laramie Tunsil doesn't just completely shut down Leatu.
Swallow him up. Yeah.
And I put that disclaimer out. I love the kid.
Yeah.
I'm skeptical of what his NFL game will look like.
This may be a scary thing to say, but there's nothing the Colts have done this offseason that strikes fear into my heart. They've spent most of their offseason keeping their own, which isn't the sexiest thing in the world, but I guess, like they kept Kenny Moore and Grover Stewart and the safety. Julian Blackmon, they kept him. Like they kept their defense intact. They kept Michael Pittman Jr., so there's nothing super sexy. Honestly, Seth, probably if they made any sort of moves this offseason that should scare Texan fans, it's probably stuff we didn't see, like giving Anthony Richardson some sort of different training regimen or teaching him how to fall or whatever.
Right.
Whatever keeps him healthy. That's the scariest thing about the Colts.
Yeah, Colts fans will say, hey, people aren't understanding that Anthony Richardson's injuries were flukish. Like, no, that's exactly the point. Some guys just get weird. RG3 was a guy that got all these flukish injuries.
There's enough flukes, and it's not a fluke anymore.
Yeah, right. Once it's been happening since his senior year in high school where he's constantly injured. And, he's scary, man. He's scary, but can he stay healthy?
Jacksonville. Sando says signing Ryan Nielsen as their defensive coordinator, who I believe was the DC in Atlanta under Arthur Smith. I don't know a lot about Nielsen. I'm a little more concerned about things like drafting Brian Thomas Jr. and having all those, signing Gabe Davis, like creating a poor man's version of maybe what the Texans are doing with C.J. Stroud,
Right. Yeah, I think that's probably I guess because it's a wild card item. I guess, and they did look. Atlanta got better with him as defensive coordinator. Yeah. The most interesting thing about that one to me is that he didn't seem to feel a pressing need to bring Okudah with him to Tennessee.
Oh, Jeff Okudah,
so Jeff Okudah was in Atlanta
starting for the Texans this year, perhaps.
Yeah, showed some stretches of promise, and that he was a different and improved player on what he was in Detroit. I guess that's my one little reservation about Ryan Nielsen.
Yeah, I mean they brought in Armstead also, so the defensive line, re-signing Josh Allen, drafting Mason Smith.
Yes. Okay. So Mason Smith paired with Eric Armstead.
Yeah.
It brings back a lot of memories of like John Henderson and Marcus Stroud.
Yeah.
Those are two really tall defensive linemen that can get their hands in passing lanes and everything. So I like Mason Smith is intriguing. He probably should have stayed at LSU for one more year. Mm-hmm. He was coming off an ACL last year, and it just didn't look like he was the same type of athlete that I think he maybe projects to be. So it might end up being a really smart pick by the Jaguars. And then I can tell you from talking to quarterbacks, I remember when I was I'm trying to remember the timeline on this, which quarterback it was that was telling me, but he was talking about playing against those two really tall defensive tackles. Mm-hmm. And he was like, they take away the middle of the field.
Yeah.
You can't, all these passing lanes over the middle, you can't throw because there's 4 arms up in the air, and they're pretty good at getting their hand in the passing lane. That is a headache sometimes.
Yep.
Now, I think C.J. Stroud can overcome it, but if you look at some of the reasons why you like the C.J. Stroud combo with Nico Collins, it's that stuff over the middle.
Yeah.
It's just precision,
Yeah.
So that could present a challenge for the Texans in their game plan.
Yeah, Armstead would be mine for the Jags in 2024. I'm not wild about the contract they gave him. Like that's 3 years, $51 million for a guy with knee problems is pricey.
This has been the weird thing with the Texans going after Eric Armstead and trying to trade for him. It's that the 49ers struggled versus the run when it mattered last year. Mm-hmm. Their run defensive stats were deceptive. Their run defense stats were deceptive. Like they were in the regular season, they were one of the best run defenses in the league. But when you look at it on closer examination, a lot of that had to do with playing with a lead or the style of teams they were playing against. In the stretch and when it mattered, they could not trust their run defense. So it's interesting to me that they still brought in Malik Collins and got rid of Eric Armstead.
Yeah, that's a strange swap out.
Yeah, like it makes me wonder, okay, well, so what exactly were the Texans thinking? And this guy that's been injured a lot, and it wasn't, has not been able to stay on the field, and he's in his 30s. I just don't know about that. I still feel uncomfortable. I feel so uncomfortable about it that I'm adding syllables to the word. I feel like it makes me feel that much worse about the Texans' defensive tackle strategy this offseason.
Yeah. Tennessee, most concerning move if you're a Texan fan that Tennessee's got some good candidates here. They signed Calvin Ridley to a big deal. They trade for L'Jarius Sneed, give him a big deal at corner.
Yeah.
So at 2 pretty crucial positions, they were shopping in fairly expensive aisles. Sando's got Bill Callahan, new O-line coach, as his favorite move.
Yeah, this is a legitimate concern just because an O-line coach like Bill Callahan can take a mediocre group, and they drafted a left tackle. They're going to play him at left tackle, apparently.
C.J. Latham.
In the first round. Yeah. A good offensive line coach can pay immediate dividends.
Yeah.
They were the worst offensive line in the league last year. And that's almost a unanimous opinion.
Statistically, aesthetically, everything.
Watch the Texans sack production versus the Titans last year.
Yeah.
It was a bad offensive line.
Yep.
He can at least elevate them to mediocre, and sometimes that's enough to turn them into a viable threat. So I think that's probably the right choice there.
Yeah. That would be mine. I think the Ridley trade. I've gone on the record. I think the Ridley trade. That's going to be. It's a 4-year deal. Mm-hmm. I think for $92 million, he will be on a different team in 2 years. I think Calvin Ridley will be on a different team 2 years from now.
You should take the combination of some of Will Levis's curious decision-making, like when DeAndre Hopkins is wide open, but he decides to throw a near pick instead to the Texans, or when like DeAndre Hopkins being 1 year older, matched with Calvin Ridley, who it wasn't always really easy to tell in Jacksonville whether maybe Trevor Lawrence wasn't moving on in his progressions, or maybe Calvin Ridley wasn't where he was supposed to be.
Yeah.
Then I don't think it necessarily makes it that much easier for a second-year quarterback like Will Levis.
Yep.
And Will Levis too, man. As I was going back and finding some of Jalen Petre's bad plays where DeAndre Hopkins beat him on double moves against the Titans last year. One of those plays, it should have been an easy touchdown, but Will Levis just underthrew on a reception so badly that it ended up at least being just a long gain for DeAndre Hopkins. I don't know if that's not the move. That's not like trading for Tyreek Hill to turn Tua Tagovailoa into a stud.
That's right.
I don't think it's going to have that transformative effect.
The world has been kind of flipped on its head here in Houston of late. The Texans and Nick Caserio getting a lot of flowers for his offseason. Meanwhile, everybody angry with the Astros. Is there a page out of the Caserio book that the Astros maybe should be employing right now? I've got a suggestion coming up next.
You should have be employing Kirk Holmes. If you're looking to build a custom home, if you
As last. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
The Jose Abreu situation is reaching a peak boil again with the Astros. We'll talk about that here within the context of last night's game in just a second. But just in general, I think if we were to sum up where we're at with Jose Abreu and the Astros, I don't think anything's changed as far as who he is as a player. I don't think I'm being unfair here. It looks like 6 at-bats in, he looks like the same lost soul at the plate that he was before, and he is the same non-playmaking first baseman that he was before he went to Florida.
Right, and so yesterday, if you guys were listening yesterday, maybe you got frustrated with me because I was saying, all right, look, apparently this is going to happen, so best I can do is hope that it somehow works out, and I'll take small victories and evidence along the way.
Yeah.
So in his first appearance, sure, he mishandled the ball that wasn't an error but could have been caught at first base. I don't know why he was at first base, but he was 1 for 3 at the plate with an RBI.
Yeah, it's a nice hit too. Wasn't it cheapy?
It was a small sample size, but I'm like, all right, well, I can't crush him for this particular performance. But now after 2 performances, he struck out in 3 of his 6 at-bats. So this is merely a continuation of everything that's been bad about the last year and a half. And all that patience and all that latitude that I was trying to give the Astros on this, it's gone. It's evaporated. I'm just now I'm angry again, and I can't help it. I don't know why he's starting at first base too. The fact that Dana Brown had the temerity to say that John Singleton is our first baseman for now, and then immediately they come back and Jose Abreu's right there out at first base. That's not, I don't believe, how you treat your first baseman. That you DH him 2 nights in a row. I don't know. I'm just a simple dumb jock. I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, there's a lot that's frustrating with that. As much as we've been talking about the Texans today and the Nico Collins contract, and we'll talk more about that here in the 9 o'clock hour, it does get me thinking, especially with Caserio, who he does like talking about cross-sport stuff. He watches the Astros, and I think Nick is a guy that takes bits and pieces, not just from other people within football, but other people, other roster builders, and front office people in baseball and basketball as well. He's made analogies to the Phoenix Suns before from 2 or 3 years ago, where you get that acquisition of Chris Paul, and all of a sudden it flips everything, and you go from being a lottery team to a title contender. He loves talking about the Astros. I do think about that in this case here, because it's two Houston teams. We're talking about the Astros and the Texans. How do you think if Nick Caserio had made the Jose Abreu signing, would he be farting around with putting Abreu in Florida complex league play and AAA and sacrificing valuable, we'll call them the equivalent of snaps, at bats here to try to get something out of this? I don't know. I think more GMs than we would want to admit probably, or maybe would. I think, is Kenyon Green a comparison perhaps? It would depend if Kenyon Green goes out and let's say he starts the first 8 games of the season and he's just atrocious. Yeah. Is that like the Astros hanging on to Jose Abreu and just trying to make your decision right? A little bit. Yeah.
So I think that's maybe where you get an indication of whether this team is like just trying too hard to justify their own decisions or not.
Yeah. Jalen Petrie wasn't great last year, but he kept getting trotted out there at safety every week until he got benched for part of the Cleveland game.
That's tough because, it's not like there were just overwhelmingly better options or anything.
You're right.
Yeah. It's and it's different with younger players, I suppose. But yeah, maybe Jalen Petrie is a little bit of that.
I think if we're just trying to find actual moves that Nick has made, where he's made a move, he's made a decision to sign a guy, and he realizes, okay, this is not what I thought I was getting here. And granted, none of these guys, maybe Brandon Cooks, but I don't know that certainly the first couple I'm going to name are on the same level with the Texans as Jose Abreu means a high-performing Abreu would mean to the Astros. But one of Nick's very first moves, 2 of his very first moves were trading for Shaq Lawson and giving him a boatload, like $8 or $10 million, guaranteeing a big chunk of his contract. Yeah. Never played a snap for the Texans. Got cut in training camp. I think got traded for a 6th-round pick. So he ejected on that one quick when he realized, okay, this isn't what we signed. Andre Roberts, I think, was Nick's first free agent that he ever signed, which was a decent contract for a kick returner. He was gone by week 7 or 8 for the Texans that year. Brandon Cooks, I think arguably one of Nick's worst decisions when it comes to handing out contracts, just given how it ended, especially given all of Cook's issues behind the scenes. But he gave him a 2-year, $39 million extension and ended up, kind of taking a bit of a cap hickey on that one just to get out from underneath the bad decision, which I find it commendable. When you realize something is a sunk cost, move on. Get out of here. Don't try to extract blood from the stone.
Yeah, I think that it's one of those things that's hard. You got to really think your way through it to give credit for somebody correcting their own mistakes.
Yeah, for sure.
You can't forget that you made that mistake in the first place. It's frustrating. It's frustrating when GMs will not move on from their own mistakes. Like Rick Smith. Rick Smith did a lot of really good things. I thought one of the things that I didn't like about him was it took a lot for a Texans draft pick to get cut. It was guys stayed on forever. Brandon Harris was stayed on that roster for a long, long time after when they should have moved on from him. But I think that he's shown that he doesn't get his ego wrapped up in his decisions. I think. I guess the biggest really question is sometimes it's doubling down on guys that don't need to be doubled down on, like David Johnson when they guaranteed his contract after they traded for him. That was really curious to me. I don't know if
that was O'Brien and Easterby that did that.
That's right. They guaranteed his money. That's right. Okay. Thank you.
Nick brought him back for another year.
Yeah,
on a 1-year, $4 million deal. But that's 2021.
Nick was. You know what he was doing? He was almost doing it on behalf of Easterby, Eric Murray giving him another contract. He almost was rubber stamping some of Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby's decisions. That annoyed me. Okay,
little bit. But being able to move on from your bad moves, I think, is it's you're right. It's not something you deserve a Medal of Honor for or anything like that. Look what I did. I finally got rid of Jose Abreu. Good for you. That's better than keeping him, but you did sign him in the first place.
And that's where, when we talk about sunk costs and everything with Jose Abreu, if you look at Jeff Bagwell's involvement in it, it's for the person who made the actual decision or who really wanted a player or whatever. It's like for them, it's not a matter of like, oh, well, it's a sunk cost for the organization. It might be the make it or break it and whether you even retain your job.
Yeah.
So like, obviously he's going to be more invested in not acknowledging that it's a sunk cost because they're not going to forget that he's the one that made the mistake. That's the tough part of it.
Astros lose last night 4-2 to the Mariners. It was a comedy of errors in the 8th inning that led to a 3-run rally, and the Mariners winning that game. The Astros find themselves 5.5 back. Yeah, you are definitely more frustrated with the Abreu situation today than you were yesterday. I guess who are you? If we're to make the list of people where there is a non-zero level of frustration appropriate, it would be Crane, it would be Bagwell, it would be Dana Brown, it would be Joe Espada, and it would be Abreu himself. Okay, those are all the players involved in this Jose Abreu thing, right?
Yeah.
Who are you most frustrated with of all those guys I just named? Where's your anger directed
I can't be
towards?
as far as I'm frustrated the way that Dana Brown is talking about it, and that it feels like he's talking to us like we're all idiots. It feels like when the Texans were running the operation the way they were, where we would get these statements from the team or from the coaches or whatever, where you're like, wait, like you're looking around, like, am I an actual idiot that I don't understand what he just said because it doesn't make any sense? But it's not. Ultimately, it's Dana Brown, I think, trying to make up for like whatever issue. I would be frustrated with Jeff Bagwell, but really Jeff Bagwell is just giving his honest and unvarnished opinion. Sometimes people will try to compare Jeff Bagwell to Jack Easterby, and I think the huge difference is in motivation. It's that Jack Easterby never for a single minute seemed to me like somebody who wasn't just a climbing, driven, motivated for his own purposes of like everything always seemed disingenuous, and I was kind of shocked that people actually like trusted him or believed what he said. It was very, very frustrating to watch some people act like they didn't see through Jack Easterby the way a lot of us did. Bagwell's not that guy. Bagwell is trying to do his best to help the team that he loves. So it's Jim Crane, and I think, and Jim Crane's enabling of all of this.
Yeah, Jim Crane allowing it all to happen. I think that, if I were to take the 5 guys I just named and say, why should you be mad at this person? And starting with Crane is allowing this all to happen. Like, Crane can pull the plug on this anytime he wants to. He's the owner of the baseball team. Bagwell, I would disagree with you a little bit when you say Bagwell's just giving his unvarnished opinion. I think there's a chance that Bagwell is doing that thing where Homer Simpson does, where he looks at himself in the mirror and he sees a guy that's chiseled with pecs, and the reality is he's a doughy-shaped pear. I think there's a chance that Bagwell is not giving a completely unbiased opinion about Jose Abreu.
It's 100% biased, but I think it's what he actually believes, and I don't think. And again, it's the disingenuousness of Jack Easterby that always annoyed me. Like I smelled him from 3 miles away. And it was frustrating. I was complaining about Jack Easterby before any other damn person was complaining about Jack Easterby, and then I shut up about it because nobody was listening.
No, you were. I don't want to go down the Easterby road because I don't think Bagwell's trying to take over the organization or anything like that at all.
But like Jack Easterby, I think he's been entrusted with a level of input that's above where it should be.
Probably so.
That was the issue with Jack Easterby. I think he's just fine in his role as character coach or whatever stupid made-up roles they have on NFL teams these days. He was just fine in that with the Patriots. They let him do too much, and I think that's what's happened with Bagwell.
With Bagwell, and again, this is Crane allowing that to happen. And I just Bagwell being the eyes on Abreu thing just gives me zero confidence that people were getting good opinions on it, and now we're seeing it play out here, and we'll see what happens tonight. So that's Crane, Bagwell. I'm with you. I think Dana Brown is just the wrong guy to stick in front of a microphone throughout this whole thing, and being the liaison between what's happening with Abreu and what we're seeing with our own eyes. And
I feel frustrated on his behalf because he has the resume of a guy who should be a GM. But he's stuck in this situation where he has to answer for issues that were not of his creation, and that you don't feel like he's 100% in control. But like with Culley, with Culley, it was like, I'm like, all right, this is what he signed on for. Like, he's clearly not capable of this, but he signed on for it. Yep. Dana Brown, I feel like he signed on to be a GM because he's a qualified GM.
Sure.
Culley was not a qualified head coach. So Dana Brown was hired on to be a qualified GM, but it doesn't feel like he's necessarily being allowed to operate like one.
No, but it's not like Bagwell and Reggie Jackson and them weren't in the building when Dana got here. You know, like it's not like they hired him and then a week into the job, he's like, meet your new assistant, Jeff and Reggie and Craig.
When you take a job where the previous GM was fired immediately after winning a World Series.
Bit of a red flag, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But honestly, not like immediately enough that it was done humanely. It was like, no, they let him go to the GM meetings and be a dead man walking and everything. Like, hey, I mean, they did it dirty. They did it dirty with Click.
Espada is the guy I probably have the least amount of angst or blame for, other than if it's his decision to keep putting Abreu at first base while Singleton is in the same lineup as Abreu, a better first baseman, and he's DHing, then I think that's an issue. But that too could be something that's coming from a level above Espada where they're like, nope, we need to get the best out of Jose Abreu, and the best out of Jose Abreu means he needs to also be playing defense. Like, some guys play better when they're actually in the field. Did you see the stat they put up for Yordan last night on the graphics It was in between the 5th and the 6th inning last night. They put a graphic up. For anybody who gets upset when they're not DHing Yordan, we're like, oh, they're putting him in left field. He's going to get hurt. Yeah. First of all, he's not a bad left fielder. He's a decent left fielder. When he plays left field, last night was his 102nd game playing in the field since he became an Astro, okay? So up until last night, the 161 games he played in left field, here are his numbers. A .330 batting average, 50 home runs, 138 RBIs, and an OPS of 1066. So that's, 161 is nearly a full season's worth of numbers right there.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess the question is, right, but his numbers when he's not playing left field are pretty good too. Like the people's issue. Right, but like with Yordan, I don't think it's a game-by-game issue that people have with it. Yeah. I think it's more that, like, long-term for a guy that's had injuries and everything else, like how often and how much do you want him out there?
I just found the numbers to be wild. I didn't know they were that good, But back to
when you put out Yordan Alvarez numbers.
I'm totally bringing this up as an aside.
Right, you can slice and dice it any which way you want. Yordan Alvarez's numbers have been really, really good regardless of how you're being used, how he's being used elsewhere.
Fair, yep.
Maybe I'm blind or deaf to this. Were there a lot of people that are under the impression that he plays poorly when he plays in left field?
I don't know. I think people underrate him a little bit as a left fielder. I don't think anybody's saying he's trash, but I think he's a decent left fielder. Like, I think he's all right. Like, I don't think he hurts you while he's out there. But as back to Abreu, probably shouldn't have mixed in Yordan there. Back to Abreu. Unless it's coming from someone on high, Espada needs to stop doing this, where he's putting Abreu out there at first base. And Spillane came at me last night after I said this on Twitter about this dynamic, that there's 40 first basemen who've played X amount of innings in Major League Baseball, and there's only 3 that are worse defensively than Jonathan Singleton, and Abreu's not one of them. Abreu's like 28th, and to which I say, I don't know, the baseball I've been watching the last 2 or 3 weeks when Singleton's been in there full-time, he's been pretty good as a first baseman, and Abreu sucks. I don't care that he's 28th on your little dorky metrics, Spo, okay?
I think with Singleton, though, too, did he give you the splits of Singleton versus Singleton 2.0?
No.
Since I just feel like Singleton's been better defensively the same way he improved.
Of course he did, and it probably didn't support his silly argument that he was
when Abreu went
11
down
11 at night when I'm tired.
I think when Abreu went down, it was to rookie league. John Singleton became a different player, and it's a small sample size and all of that, but you're comparing it against. Fine. Okay. You know what? We'll say fine. Tit for tat. Let's not worry about the fielding. Abreu is just atrocious offensively this year.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Go Astros tonight. Go get a win, please. Biggest trades of the last 10 years in the NFL. And the Texans are involved in a few of these. A few of these affect the Texans. We now have a chance to sit back and regrade how lopsided are some of these deals that have impacted the Houston Texans? We will get to that coming up next. But
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So the Texans, boy, a lot of texts coming in here on Abreu and the Astros. We'll get to you guys, I promise. Astros back at it tonight. Justin Verlander on the mound. Bleacher Report, Gary Davenport of Bleacher Report, regraded the 10 biggest trades of the last 10 years. We're not going to go through all 10 of them, but there are a handful of them in this article that either directly involve the Texans or directly impact the Texans or are just funny to me as a Texans fan, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I picked 5 of them, Seth, that are either interesting as a Texan fan or just generally intriguing to me. We'll get to the Deshaun Watson trade. It's 4th on this list right now.
It'll be interesting in a year from now to see about the Stephon Diggs as well.
Yes.
But,
that'll be on lists like this. How would you grade the Diggs trade right now if you had to grade it?
Do we include the restructuring in it?
Yes, everything. Yeah.
Boy, all right. On the surface of it, if I were on the outside looking in, trying to remove as many biases as possible, I'd probably give it a B or a B minus just based on the price that they gave up for a 1-year deal with a guy. And this is a very much, you're going to grade it in hindsight. If Stephon Diggs goes on to be a key and integral part of a huge playoff run by the Texans, then it's an A-plus trade. If the Texans have a flamingly disappointing season, then you're going to look back on that trade and be like, oh, you guys thought you were that one step away, huh? You're going to use a second-round pick on a guy for a 1-year deal. So I would say B or B minus, including the restructure. Like initially, you thought you were trading for a guy with multiple years. I understand why they restructured the contract, and I'm cool with it. But it does take away. It took away a little bit of that. Oh my gosh, they pulled it off.
They did.
Type of feel to it.
To some, it did. I don't. The contract thing is way down the list for me. Like you said. I get it. I understand why they did it. Them not having 3 dummy years at the end of a contract is not that's not a big thing for me. I think what the Stephon Diggs trade, Seth, comes down to is what type of person you are when it comes to money. And what I mean by that is there are some people that if they come into money, either luck into it or do something shrewd to get some money, they're inclined to do responsible things with that money, like invest it or save it or pay off debt. There are others, like me, who if I come into some money like that, I go spend it. I go get a nice dinner. I buy something nice for myself. I go gamble. I try to make more money from doing that. I am that person, and I think if you're that person, you are cool with the Diggs trade because the second-round pick isn't a second-round pick in a vacuum. It's a second-round pick that you feel like, I just got this because I moved down 19 spots and drafted a guy I might have drafted anyways, or at least something close to it, you know?
Well, this is the other thing about it. It's that our perception of this stuff and our feelings about it change depending on the time of the year. I think if you trade at the trade deadline, if you trade for Stephon Diggs at the trade deadline, and let's say he only has 1 year remaining on his contract, you get him, you trade for him, and he's got this year and then the next year. People don't bat an eyelash at a second-round pick.
That's right.
But when you do it in the offseason, it feels different, and you start to. We all become sage financial advisors in the offseason. You're like, well, this is your long term and your future. I feel like the exact same trade done at the trade deadline, if it included 2025 in it, the second round is that. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, that's exactly what you do. You're trying to make a move.
Because you know
so
what
there's
the
a little
season
bit of a
looks
gamble
like.
on the season going as well as a team that would be making an aggressive trade at the deadline.
That's exactly right. That's a really good point about when you what the value of something is based on the calendar, you know?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you could trade for Stephon Diggs with no years remaining on his contract, depending on what the situation is. And there's a lot of times where if you did it for a second-round pick, people are like, oh, yeah, it makes sense.
They're
Makes
going
total
for
sense.
it. They're going
they're
for
going
it.
for
They're
it.
going for
well,
it.
when the Patriots traded for
Mohamed Sanu. Second-round pick.
Second-round pick.
Yep.
And that wasn't really, I mean, there were people that didn't think it was a great, they overspent and everything, but it wasn't panned or anything.
No.
And that was for Mohamed Sanu.
Yeah.
He was out of the league within like 2 years.
Yep, he sure was. All right, so these trades that are in this article here in the Bleacher Report, the Bryce Young trade on a regrade here gets an A+ for the Chicago Bears and a D for the Carolina Panthers. So I guess the only thing that makes this a D is the chance that Bryce Young, and I guess we shouldn't be burying him. It's only been a year in a completely dysfunctional organization. But D, I guess it'd be a D just based solely on the chances that he turns into what they thought they were getting in the draft.
Right, yeah. If he ends up playing, the way he did last year, whatever excuses you want to make for him or anything, then yeah, that's a D. I guess since this is hindsight grading, I couldn't give the Bears an A+, just because that whole trade happened because they decided not to draft C.J. Stroud.
Bingo, yeah.
Then people say, well, they wanted to give Justin Fields a chance. Okay, how'd that work out? We're talking hindsight here.
That's right.
We're talking hindsight. They got rid of him for a 6th-round pick. So that, I can't give him an A+, just based on having a rookie that you know nothing about right now compared to what C.J. Stroud had. Very unlikely. That's not my Texans bias perspective. It's just that's probability and statistics. It's so I can't give him an A+.
You know what you need to do is you need to find Ryan Poles, who undoubtedly read this article and went and got himself a customized sweater with a big A+ on the front of it. A patch, an A, and a plus, and you need to walk up to him, and you need to rip the plus off of his sweater and slap him in the face with it. Like, you can have your A, but give me back this plus. And you rip it off of the sweater.
Pluses are earned, not given in this league.
That's right. So A+ for the Bears, D for the Panthers. I'm going to skip down to the Deshaun Watson trade here just so we make sure we get it in this segment. Gary Davenport of Bleacher Report in the regrade gives about as polar opposite as you can possibly get in an exercise like the Deshaun Watson trade to the Cleveland Browns. Texans A, Browns F.
Yeah.
Is it an F for the Browns, or could you leave the door slightly ajar like they did for the Carolina Panthers and give it a D- or something?
No, because this is the problem. It's that contract. Yeah. It's that they had to bribe Deshaun Watson to an extreme degree, and as much as many, I saw various capologists and everything try to make excuses for that contract and show how it was you can manage it this way and massage it that way. The fact of the matter is, when we're grading this in hindsight, you've got a quarterback who has not played well yet, and there's nothing you can do with that money that's been guaranteed. You can't trade him away and at a discount to recount some money or anything. There's absolutely zero you can do with that money, and it gets increasingly harder to move beyond it. So I think that's enough. I think honestly the Texans should get an A+ because I don't think people outside of Houston will ever be able to really understand or appreciate how much pressure there would be and how stressful that would have been for Caserio throughout that process without knowing how the legal process would end.
Yeah.
He took a huge gamble on, and it was an informed gamble, I'm sure, about how the criminal side of the investigation might play out. And it was long, man. I've told you, I would have traded away Deshaun Watson for whatever Miami was offering or whatever. I would have caved at some point.
Yep.
Because of the uncertainty of knowing just what you could get for Deshaun Watson. And the other part of it too was, I give Caserio a lot of credit for the way he engineered that. He created an auction environment. He pre-vetted the trade offers so that Deshaun could then go out with his agent and field multiple offers from multiple teams.
Yeah.
He created it made it a less clunky process by pre-vetting the trade offers.
Yep.
And that was huge. That ended up being huge.
The one bit of leverage Nick had was that he was the only one that could okay the ability of these teams to tamper essentially with Deshaun Watson. He was the gatekeeper. And so and by the way, if Deshaun Watson didn't have all those lawsuits, those teams might not have needed to talk to him. But there was plenty to talk about with Deshaun Watson. They had to do it. And Nick said, cool, the cover charges, tell me what you're giving me for him right now.
Right, and think about that. Think about how brilliant that is, though, because that's the cover charge, which, by the way, cost those teams nothing in the moment.
Yeah.
So think about those teams where they're just saying, all right, well, what would we theoretically be willing to give up for him? And you start having these conversations. You can talk yourself into a lot of things when you don't have to pay immediately.
That's right.
They got the 0% interest for a year credit card purchase, where and you ignore the fact that in the second year it balloons up to 29%.
Yes.
So I think those teams were very free and loose and liberal, and thinking well, yeah, what are the chances we even get them anyway? So yeah, sure, we'd give you this.
Yep.
Why not?
Yep, man. Just
he got them all to give impulse. He got them to sign impulse purchases ahead of time.
Yeah. Some of them didn't even know they were. I mean, 3 of them weren't going to get the guy. There were 4. It wasn't like there was 4 Deshaun Watson sitting there. There was only one of them.
Yeah.
The other trades that intrigue me in here, it's funny because most of the trades in this article, it's one team won a deal and the other team lost badly, like the A.J. Brown trade. Tennessee, F. Philadelphia, A. Russell Wilson trade. Seattle, A-. Denver, F. We just mentioned the Watson trade. The one trade in this article where both teams came out on top, in a way, the Matthew Stafford trade. I think both teams are happy with that deal. I think the Lions were never winning a Super Bowl with Matthew Stafford. They might win one with Jared Goff. The Rams actually won one with Matthew. A- for the Rams, A for the Lions in this article.
I guess the only question I have about that, though, I mean, if you think about it and the way everything's played out, I don't think people would have anticipated this. Is it so clear that they wouldn't have won a Super Bowl with Matt Stafford? I mean, could they theoretically have won one last year with Matt Stafford versus Jared Goff?
I suppose, yeah, sure. I mean, I guess
maybe everything would be if Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator, was working with a veteran quarterback in Matt Stafford these last couple of years, that the acceleration may have been faster.
Yeah, maybe. I guess I guess there's part of me, Seth, with something like that. Like the guy's been there 14 years or whatever, 13 years. Yeah. And sometimes it changes scenery for everybody. Like, you're around losing so much, I'm
trying to think of the pivotal play that ended it for the Lions this year was that throw by Jared Goff that was a little off to that receiver, right?
Yeah. So we'll see. But suffice to say, I think both teams are happy with that trade, with the Rams and the Lions. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The Texans signed Nico Collins to a 3-year, $72 million deal. There's a bunch of other teams right now that have wide receivers that they're looking to sign. Did the Texans make it any harder for these teams to come to terms with their free agent or their in-house wide receivers they're trying to sign? That is next.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Nico Collins signs with the Texans. 3 years, $72 million and change. $75 million can be the max on that. So call it $25 million a year. We actually had a lot of questions on this, one of which that several have asked. Does Nico's new 3-year deal start this year or next year? It kicks in next year. They gave him a signing bonus of $17 million, so he is making some extra money this year.
Yeah.
But the new salaries and everything else kick in next season. So he is signed through 2027 now.
Right, yeah. So when people look at the contracts, like for highest paid wide receivers and everything, they typically they kind of cut out this year and they go to the contract that's the lucrative contract. So he's making $25 million per year, but over the next 4 years, his average pay is going to be less than $25 million per year. Hopefully that's not too confusing.
Yeah, if you believe that this is what Nico Collins is, if you believe what he was in 2023 is what Nico Collins is, and given how much continuity there is with the Texans right now, from coaching staff all the way down through quarterback and everything else, I think the numbers may not look the same, but I think he'll be the same player, if that makes sense. You know, it's just it's a different dynamic now with Stephon Diggs in the building. There's more guys to get the ball to. I also think there may be fewer of those games where CJ's only throwing for 180 yards or 200. This is going to be a really tough offense for teams to defend. I don't know that we're going to see many clunkers. There were a few clunkers last year. That Jets game, the Carolina game was a big time clunker coming out of the bye week.
Yeah.
I don't know that this offense, if it stays healthy, has 130-yard games in it anymore.
I guess the huge question is that they were a bad rushing football team last year.
Yes.
And they need to be a better rushing football team. And I know it's easy to say, well, yeah, they'll face a lot of light boxes. Loaded boxes were not their problem. There was nothing about the Texans' rushing offense last year where teams went in there thinking whew, we're going to have to load up against these guys, because no, that wasn't the case. So, yes, it makes it easier to run when you have one extra really good wide receiver, but they got to fix some things in the run game.
They do. What kind of team do you hope they are? I'm going to get to my question I asked as a tease here in a second, but as long as you're bringing that up, they look like a team
Jovial is what I look for in a football
I want them to be
team.
merry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can we please be jovial?
But do you I'm kind of hoping for an aerial circus is what I'm saying here. I'm kind of hoping I'm hoping for a 35 to 40 pass attempt a game type thing going on.
I think you're looking more for Sean McVay versus Kyle Shanahan.
Yes.
And they're constructed more like Sean McVay in their prime offense right now than they are to be a Kyle Shanahan offense. So they'll still run a whole lot, but it's going to be out of 3 wide receiver sets.
Yeah.
I think that's what I expect. Yeah. And if I have to take some of those record-breaking offenses from Sean McVay's early days, then so be it. Yeah. I don't need it to be Kyle Shanahan. As I've been told, that Kyle Shanahan, it is in his soul that he wants to destroy you with the run game.
Yeah.
That's what it's almost like he's trying to prove himself to daddy, I don't know if I don't know if that's necessarily in the psychology of Bobby Slowick. I think Bobby Slowick might be a more guy that would love to eviscerate you through the air, but he also recognizes the importance of running the football. And so I think, more Sean McVay than Kyle Shanahan.
Do you think that this deal that Nico signed has any sort of effect on these other wide receivers that are looking to get deals, like Jefferson, Chase, Ayuk? I'm missing. CD Lamb. These all strike me as guys that are seeking to get into that $30 million plus range at all.
I think they and their agents are saying, well, look, Nico Collins has had one good season.
Yep.
And that's where I think for those people who have objections to this contract based on the fact that Nico Collins has had one good season, I think that, you got to look realistically at what was going on in those first 2 years when the NFL, the Texans were just so haphazard and lost in so many ways. And then Davis Mills was the guy throwing him the football. Which, again, if your argument is, hey, he's only done it for 1 year, then yes, 100%, that's a valid point. That's where him signing for $25 million per year on a 3-year deal is different than Amon-Ra signing for $30 million per year on a 4-year deal.
Yes, that Brad Holmes made a lot of it. Brad Holmes, a GM for the Lions, made a lot of enemies with that Amon-Ra St. Brown deal. And this is no disrespect to Amon-Ra St. Brown. Outstanding statistical seasons the last 3 years. But if you look at if you look a little closer, he's not at the level of those other guys, just in terms of the threat that he poses to an opposing team. He's very prolific in terms of just sheerly number of catches and catch and run and things like that.
Yeah.
Again, this is kind of one of those things where it goes back to he was a 4th-round pick for a reason. It just turns out he's a hyper-productive 4th-round pick.
He's getting, I guess then the other cautionary tale, I guess, on big wide receiver contracts would be Cooper Kupp is the 3rd highest paid wide receiver.
Breeze,
and For Amon-Ra St. Brown to get that deal as a rookie, when he's still on his rookie contract and with a year left remaining, he got paid. He's the second highest paid wide receiver in football.
Right.
He got paid like he was a free agent,
right.
Or at least close to it. So that's one of the reasons I like the Nico Collins deal is that this is a conventional, old school NFL contract extension where you're taking a rookie who hasn't gotten his big payday yet because he wasn't a first rounder, and you're saying, look, here's a boatload of financial security.
Yeah.
It's not as much as the top guys are going to get this year. If you play well, you're going to be vastly underpaid a year or two from now.
Yep.
But that's where it ends up being a benefit that it's a 3-year contract. Like what the Texans have done with their lucrative contracts, they give short-term deals because A, it's easier to move on from if it doesn't work out, but B, and I think more importantly in minds of D'Amico and Caserio, is that it keeps those guys incentivized.
Yes.
And Laramie Tunsil has been the perfect example. For any of your questions or concerns about Laramie Tunsil, I think he's been really good at setting a template for these younger guys that it's okay to take a short-term deal that's got a lot of guaranteed money because if I play really well, I get another crack at it 3 years from now or 2 years from now even when the salary cap is a lot higher.
Yeah.
And so you're gambling on yourself. Like, I love the 3-year part of it more than almost any other part of it.
I do too, and within the context you're talking about it, it's one of those things where 3 years is more short-term than long-term.
Yeah,
but within the context of building a nucleus of an NFL team, especially one that's been such a revolving door as the Texans have been the last few years, here are the players that are now signed up for the Texans, the players that really matter on this team, through 2026. So for this year, next year, and the following year, C.J. Stroud at quarterback, Joe Mixon is signed up. I don't know if Joe Mixon sees the end of that deal just based on the position that he plays, but he's under contract. Nico Collins and Tank Dell, both under contract through at least 2026. Dalton Schultz is under contract through at least 2026 if they decide to extend him maybe. The offensive line, Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard, both of your tackles. Now, we'll see. They drafted Blake Fisher. Maybe they move on from one of those guys. Shaq Mason's under contract for 3 more years. Juice Scruggs is on his rookie deal. So that's 4 of your 5 offensive linemen. Now, they need to play better, but as far as continuity goes, at a position group where chemistry really matters. And then defensively, it's a little more short-term. Daniil Hunter's not on this list because he only signed a 2-year deal. Danico Autry's not on this list. He's 34. Signed a 2-year deal. But Will Anderson's going to be here for a long, long time. You got 3 years coming up out of Azeez Al-Shire. Derek Stingley Jr., if he stays healthy, I think is going to be a Texan for a long time. And then on special teams, kind of underrated, they signed Kaimi Fairbairn to a 4-year contract. We don't talk about that much, but one of the better place kickers is under contract.
Right, yeah, and I think when you mentioned those guys that aren't going to be around, it's like Danico Autry's 33 years old. Yeah. He's going to get a shorter contract. Daniil Hunter in his 30s, you give him a shorter-term deal. Lots of guaranteed money, but you're only invested in him for 2 years. So I think there's a recognition of these older guys that definitely probability would suggest they're not going to be that valuable 3 years from now. Daniil Hunter could be fine for another 5 years, but they've covered their butts in a lot of ways, but they've also at least given you a nucleus for the next 2 or 3 years, which feels awesome right now. The downside, devil's advocate is that, you're also tied to these guys for the next 3 years if everything goes up in flames.
Yeah.
But we're not thinking about that way right this moment.
Kind of. I mean, they're NFL contracts. So, on the team side, you're like, we got him for 3 years. But then if the player's not good, the team's like, well, we can get out after a year or two,
Well, you know what? Some GMs operate in a way where they'll take gambles kind of thinking like, well, if it doesn't work out, I'm getting fired anyway, so it's not my problem that they got all this money on the books. That's the way that Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby operated. Yeah. They very much operated in that last year like, well, we'll go all in. Not my problem if it doesn't work out.
Right.
That's where I think it is important that a lot of GMs, and this comes from, the personnel people that come out of New England have done a lot better than the head coaches. There's kind of a theme that you see in a lot of their interviews, and we've heard this with Nick Caserio, where you're almost like a trust fund manager at a bank.
You're a steward.
You're entrusted. You're a steward for these owners, and you need to be – it's like your moral obligation to be concerned about the long-term future.
Yes.
And to do things in a certain way. And that's where I think, Caserio, one other benefit of the shorter-term contracts is that, okay, let's say the Texans vastly disappoint. Caserio's out on his butt a year from now. it's a lot easier to get out of with these contracts. It's a lot easier to hit the reset button than it is, like, say, with what the Saints are going through right now.
Or what the Texans had to go through when Nick got here. You got Zach Cunningham signed up to deals, and got Whitney Merciless signed to a bad deal. Nick Martin signed to a bad deal. Because these are things that O'Brien and Easterby, ironically, New England guys, But
again, like that, but not personnel guys.
Right.
I heard it from Bill Belichick himself that Easterby is not a personnel guy.
Yeah, he said it. Yeah.
And yet.
EVP and interim GM. John Lopez is. Before we get to this text, this is a good summary of the Nico Collins extension from a texter. Nico's a good egg and worth every penny. I like that.
There you
That's
go.
Good analysis right there. He's a good egg.
We just wasted 4 hours, Sean.
I know. We should have said he's a good egg. Now here comes Infinity Sports Radio for the next 3 hours and 59 minutes. Did you like the Nico Collins deal yesterday?
I did. I feel like there's far too much analysis of like how much it is and where he ranks. Why should I care? Like seriously, like why should I care? What I care about is the fact that you got C.J. Stroud's weapons for 2 or 3 years.
Well, and $24 million to a team with cap space like the Texans have, with the resources the Texans have, is different than $24 million to a team that's paying $50 million to a quarterback.
Or $24 million 3 years from now.
Yeah.
See, that's my thing. It's like, okay, we can discuss it, and we will.
Mm-hmm.
Is he really a top 10 receiver? He hasn't proved anything. Will he get injured?
Yeah.
Why do I care what you're paying him and where he ranks?
Well,
all I care about is that he's there.
I guess, a little bit of that is like when people say, well, it's not my money, but there is a salary cap, like I guess if you're a fan that's concerned about, and I totally love this contract, but I get where people are concerned with whether you overpay people or like especially habitually overpay people.
No, I agree.
I happen to think,
I agree, but not this year, not the next 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's my point. Like, I will care about this when C.J. Stroud is making $55 million a year.
Yeah. And the part I'm really with you on is like I don't really care where he ranks among wide receivers. Salary wise, it matters just because of the numbers and the cap, all the things Seth was just saying.
Yeah.
But like it doesn't matter to me. Like, I'm getting a lot of people texting in like he's not even a top 15 receiver. I'm like, I don't care about your receiver. He may not be perfect,
exactly right.
but he's perfect for us.
Yes.
That kind of thing.
I hear there's beef.
Seth, I want you to hear this. You know this. We talked about this
There's beef.
a couple segments ago. Did you have Adam Spillane coming on today? Is he coming on?
We do.
Baseball Spo?
Baseball Spo.
I got a message for Baseball Spo.
Okay.
He can take his nerdy little fielding stats and shine them up real nice and turn them sideways and stick them straight up his
where the sun don't shine.
Candy at yeah. Last night
I will relay your message.
I tweet like, why is Singleton at DH and Abreu at first base? This is horrible. And he comes back at me with, there are 40 first basemen who played over 100 innings, and there's only 3 worse than Singleton, and Abreu's not one of them. I'm like, you have working eyes. Like, since Singleton became the regular first baseman, he's been fine to good, I would say. Abreu sucks at first base. That's the message.
He's going to break you, dude.
Who, Abreu?
Yeah, he's crushing your spirit.
No, he's not. He's not. No, not at all.
I'm watching.
How's my spirit crushed?
It's just every time he comes up, it's shot. I just feel like you're getting crushed.
No,
I feel like he's breaking your Astro spirit.
No, well, is it a necessity of my job to have an Astro spirit? He's making me angry at the Astros. That is true. If that's breaking my Astro spirit, guilty as charged. Yes, he's doing that to me. And we'll continue to, I would imagine, for several more games. All right, we got to get up and out of here. It is In the Loop time. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies and an Adam Spo Bagwell to Sean T. Pendergast. I'm excited about this.
Yeah,
yes.
it's Spillane that's going to break my spirit. 11:15 at night, hitting me with that. Yeah.
Relay your message.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, we're out of time.
10:35, by the way.
10:35?
Don't have to wait too long.
I'll be listening. All right, 10:35, Baseball Spo. Coming up on In the Loop. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. By the way, you're listening to KILT and KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. They are in the loop, and they start now.
What did Lopez just say? Did you just say it doesn't matter how much Nico Collins gets paid?
I don't care.
What does that mean?
Because the thing is, like, I'm fascinated. And look, we can talk about it and argue about, is he a top 10 receiver?
Yeah.
Is he going to be injured? Is he worth it? Is it too soon to pay him? Is it good value? And that's fine.
That would be talking about how much he gets paid, though, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Who cares?
I'm not trying to go full Adam Spillane here.
Who cares?
Not my money.
Not my money.
I'm not trying to do that.
And there is a salary cap.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, right now, and we've been saying it all summer.
Yeah.
We've been saying it all summer. They got the room. How did this whole thing start? Our beef with Sean and Seth. When I said big, smart money, spend it now because you're not going to be able to spend it in the future. Oh, Mike Evans. Oh, this. Man, they ended up spending more money than we even thought they would. And why is that? Because it doesn't matter right now. You've got the money. It's going to matter. It's going to matter. There's going to be a time where we're like wringing our hands like the Buffalo Bills. There's going to be a time when we're like, oh, boy, C.J. Stroud's making $55 million a year. They gotta be smart with their money. Landry, this is not that time. It's not going to be that time for at least 2 years, maybe 3 years. So they signed him. They locked him up. What I'm excited about is you look at the weapons around C.J. Stroud. They're all going to be here, and who knows if they're going to perform. But they're all going to be here through 2026 minimum. At the next 2 to 3 years, they're going to be here. Why should I care about what they're paying them?
Because there's a salary cap,
but it doesn't matter now.
But it does because you're trying to build a team. So it does matter. It doesn't matter. What does that mean?
It doesn't matter. Okay, how about this? It doesn't matter as much as it will in 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, you can be more aggressive for sure.
Yes,
and I think if they were going to give him an extension, I think this is what it should look like.
Yeah.
But what is Nico Collins? What is he going to look like? Is he worth the money? I think that's valid questioning. When it comes to if you're going to give these extensions or not. I do like that it's lined up with C.J. Stroud's rookie deal. It's going to be 4 years, plus obviously he's going to get the extension, so I do like that. I don't know how much more the price would have gone up, but this is not like last year where Titus Howard got a contract extension, and I was like, so you don't have a problem with Titus Howard's contract extension?
He never showed what Nico showed.
Okay.
So
it does matter. So the money does matter, though, because Nico showed a little bit more.
I'm saying, I think the fact that they gave it to him doesn't bother me. The money doesn't matter. The fact that they gave it to him doesn't bother me. It did matter to me that they gave it to Titus because I didn't quite see anything like what Nico showed.
Yeah, and when I saw this contract extension, I was like, okay, well, first of all, Caserio basically unsolicited brought it up, so you got that.
Yeah.
And second of all, it's lined up with C.J. Stroud, so I think that's fine. I don't like this talk. Is he a top 10 receiver? Is he a top 15 receiver? I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, I totally agree. I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't think so. But I mean, it's just kind of where it is. The one thing that I do find weird is there's a talk about. I saw Greg Rosenthal said this, and I don't really quite get it. He said, essentially, you're getting Nico Collins for 4 years and $75 million. What is that? What? So, what? So he has an extra year on his deal? Is that how we're looking at this?
I guess he's talking about this year?
I guess he's saying that over the course of 4 years, you spread out the 75 mil?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. All right. I mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's where I think I am with it, because we all know, and we've said it this week, like C.J. Stroud is that guy. I mean, I don't think anybody doubts that around here. Maybe somewhere else, but not here. So if he's that guy, now you have, and who knows how good these players are going to be. I mean, we can argue that as well. But Tank Dell and Xavier Hutchinson are signed through 2026.
Yeah.
Nico's signed through 2027. Dalton Schultz through 2026. Cade Stover through 2027. Joe Mixon through 2026. And that's not even counting Stephon Diggs, who's just a short-term guy. But there's six complementary pieces that are signed and will be around C.J. Stroud for the next 2 or 3 years. That's what I like.
Yeah. So at the worst case scenario, you have after this season, the duo that you felt pretty good about last year, Nico and Tank, you have them for 2 more years at least.
Right.
So that's where you're at. You're stacking up, and you start to look in other directions. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Shout out to all the loopholes on the YouTube, Twitch, text line, etc. The 281 to the people crying about Nico's contract, just stop it already. I think it's a bargain And with CeeDee Lamb and Jefferson getting paid, that's going to push Nico's contract down. He's not in that class. Like, we got to stop that. Like, we got it. We got to stop that. That's the one thing. Like, I look.
They could have got paid this year.
I love Nico Collins.
He ain't getting paid that.
I'm happy for Nico Collins. I think Nico Collins is everything that you want in a football player. I think Nico Collins is a hardworking dude. But what CeeDee Lamb and Jefferson are doing have nothing to do with Nico Collins.
Keep your eyes on your own paper.
He's not in that class. 713, the real question is, why do some people feel, let's put the sum, why do some people feel Nico isn't worth it? He was our most productive wide receiver. I would say the pushback would be, and I can understand this line of thinking, the pushback would be it was one good season. Now, the pushback to the pushback would be, well, it was the one season that he actually had a good quarterback, and it was the one season that he actually stayed healthy. Now, Is he going to stay healthy the next season? Who knows? But that's the pushback. I look at this, though, more as, if you're talking about a contract extension, this is kind of a win-win. Like, from their point of view, okay, you gave him Devontae Smith's contract, basically. You gave him $1 more million guaranteed. So he got 52. Devontae Smith got 51. If he would have had another good year, it would have been probably in the Devontae Smith range. Even if he'd had a bad year, Nico Collins, let's make this clear, he was going to be a part of things moving forward. Whether he flopped next year, whether he's healthy, whether he's hurt, Nico Collins was going to be a Houston Texan next year. So, from his perspective, you get the financial stability. From their perspective, you pay him in the tier that you hope he's going to get to. Maybe he's not necessarily there yet. So I do look at this more as a win-win. Mm-hmm. Again, not like the Titus Howard, where I just thought Titus Howard last year, he got all the benefits of that contract.
See, we last year, before Titus Howard got paid, our question was, why would they pay him? Why should they pay him? We knew Nico was going to get paid either this year or next year. See, that's the difference. You knew he was going to be a part of the plan, as you just said. So that's why I just feel, look, if you want to say he's not worth the money, we can talk about that, but nobody knows.
No, I think he's in the tier now.
Nobody knows.
No, I think right now he's going to be in the second or third tier as far as paid, and his value here, as you mentioned, with C.J. Stroud and with C.J. Stroud on his rookie deal, I think it's such to where that in this situation it validates that type of contract. I think he's closer. On the text line, K. Morgan asking, is he better than DK Metcalf? I think he's closer to DK Metcalf than he is Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb. Mm-hmm. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
I think that's fair to say. So there you go. And the other thing, Nick Caserio, he just opened it up. He just opened it up and brought it up. So perhaps we should have known. We should have seen it coming. Nico Collins gets paid. What does it mean for Stephon Diggs? That's the question that immediately got asked. I thought Stephon Diggs was most likely a one-year rental to begin with.
Yes.
I thought the likelihood of that was good. I don't think there was any scenario where they were going to choose a 31-year-old Stephon Diggs over Nico Collins in his mid-20s. I don't think that was going to happen. No matter what happens, I don't think that was going to happen. So the odds are that Stephon Diggs, you basically traded back 19 spots. Stephon Diggs, you got him in the trade, which was essentially a three-way trade. You send the second rounder that you got to Buffalo. You get Diggs. So I don't know how much this really impacts it, but the imaginary battle between Diggs and Nico Collins is no longer a thing. Maybe Diggs ends up back in Houston, but I thought from the jump that he was a one-year guy regardless. So I don't know that this really impacts anything. And I'm hearing people say, well, is this going to upset Stephon Diggs? If Stephon Diggs is upset about anything, then we got bigger problems than we believe, because they bent over backwards. They basically ripped up his contract. They gave him what he wanted, which was a one-year deal. Mm-hmm. So I don't think Stephon Diggs, I don't think there's any problem with Stephon Diggs or his mindset as to how he feels about the Texans situation.
Yeah, and there's another thing about this that I really, really like, and it goes back to March, February, when we were talking, and I was adamant about it, and I think you and I talked about it a lot. You have to realize the window is now. There is a window right now. You don't have to put off more. Why is it a window right now? Because C.J. Stroud, more than anything else, is on his rookie deal. So that's the window. So what did they do? They went out and got some badass defensive players, paid them as if they're going to make a run right now. This year, next year, the year after that. Then they went out and got Stephon Diggs. Whether it's a one-year deal or not, it's a testament and it's a statement about the window is right now. You know what this does? Getting all these guys locked up? Same thing. Like we feel like the window's now. We're going to keep Nico happy. We're going to get him in line. Like there's a message here too. It's not just like you can do it and you should do it because CJ's on his rookie deal. It's the same message they were delivering when they were signing Danielle Hunter, signing all these guys and everything else. We think we can win right now, this next 1, 2, 3 years. That's what I like.
I do find it very interesting that Nick Caserio, I don't think we know what Nick Caserio is because I think the situations have been such to where, I mean, the first 2 years were what the first 2 years were. The third year, you kind of got ahead of the process, I would say, and things are off to we're basically sprinting right now. We never thought we would. But it is kind of crazy that with everything that Nick Caserio does, he's able to always have relatively short-term deals, which is actually honest because 5-year deals in the NFL turn into 3-year deals. So it's basically full transparency. I don't know if it's revolutionary. I don't know if I want to give Nick that much credit for that.
Yeah.
But he is able to. It's more of a fully transparent contract. It's what the contract actually is, and in many cases, I think it's what players actually prefer. Especially just given the situation. Some,
yeah.
I think Tunsil prefers it. I think Nico Collins prefers it, but it does kind of feel that way.
Yeah, no, it is. I like this deal a lot more than I thought I would. You know, when you and I were kicking this around with Figgy and the loopholes, we were always like, let him do it one more year. You've heard me say that. I'd like to see him do it one more year. Well, I did, but now that he's signed. And I'm looking at the roster and everything they've done in the offseason and free agency and the draft, of course, and now with all these guys on these contracts, I feel good about it. I feel like the Texans, there's not going to be a lot of change in the roster, a lot of change in, kind of their approach for, like I said, the next 2 or 3 years, and that's a good thing for CJ to have all that.
It is a good thing, and I think CJ's probably pleased about this. The team seems pleased about it. I saw Jimmy Ward said something. Laramie Tunsil had a little something to say. The 8-3-2, we got to stop.
What's going on?
All right. I compare Nico to Cooper Kupp. He's our yards after catch guy, just a piece of our puzzle. If Diggs doesn't want to buy in, fine. We have other guys that will work. Let's go Texas. Cooper Kupp, I don't know about all that.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
Yeah, I don't think I would quite say that.
Would you trade Nico for Cooper Kupp right now?
Let me think about that. Let me think about that for a second. No, man. Don't you feel pretty good about it?
I don't feel bad about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have waited, but I don't feel bad about it.
Well, we said we would. Yeah, I agree.
But, I mean, going into next year, though, I mean, the other part is, on one hand, if he doesn't duplicate what he did last year, you have leverage. But on the other hand, if he does duplicate what he did, then he's in a situation where basically Tank Dell, I'm not even going to count Hutchinson, but basically Tank Dell is the only productive receiver that you have under contract. So he kind of has the leverage. So I kind of think they met in the middle here.
I agree.
I don't have any issue with it. I understand both sides of it. I don't think the sky is falling. Now, if you would have told me that they were going to give him Amon-Ra St. Brown money or something like that, and it was going to be 30, I would have been like, "What are we doing? Like, what's going on here? We gotta let this play out a little bit." But you're putting it close to the Devontae Smith category, and Devontae Smith is the number 2 in Philadelphia to A.J. Brown, and they're paying A.J. Brown, and the cap usually jumps up. There's a reason why Trevor Lawrence is going to be the highest paid quarterback in the league, and Jordan Love could end up being the highest paid quarterback in the league. So, I mean, I think if you look at what the NFL does and the fact that the cap jumps up, I think it was a smart extension. I look at this more like and this is always the example I use because I think it was just the best extension, the first Whitney Merciless contract extension. That's kind of how I look at this. The worst case scenario is not that bad because I don't see, even if we're sitting here talking about Nico Collins and we're debating, well, is he in the DK Metcalf category? Is he in the CeeDee Lamb category? And we're having that debate. I don't think it's like he's going to fall off into being John Mechie.
No. Yeah.
So I think the floor is good enough to where he's going to be a productive member. And, oh, by the way, if we're talking about juggling, Tank Dell is a day 2 pick who you have under contract for the next 3 years. So you still have that. And you can kind of combine those two values for how much you're paying the wide receiver.
The other part, this is the most important part. Like, how many teams in the AFC, contenders, how many contenders in the AFC can say today, we have the vast majority of our core players signed through 2025 at the earliest. Not a lot. Like the vast majority of the key players on this team are 2025, 2026, some 2027. That's where I am. I'm like, their core group. Name a player that's key to this team. I can almost promise you they're signed at least for the next 2 or 3 years. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That, to me, is the story.
It's a good spot to be. How you feeling about the Nico Collins extension? 713-572-4610. YouTube, Twitch, all that. Appreciate y'all for coming through. Astros yesterday. We're going to talk to Adam Spillane. I guess Sean has an issue.
Yeah, I got to deliver
with Spo.
Pretty strong message.
Crush Spirit Pendergast, as I call him now, with the Abreu thing. It's getting kind of – I'm starting to worry about him a little bit. Crush Spirit.
But he's not alone. We all are.
He's broken.
We're frustrated by Jose Abreu.
But he's broken.
He's mad.
He's broken.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
– yeah.
I think he cried last night before he went to bed. But we say all that and we kid around, but the Astros, despite being in decent position, given how they've played because of the division they're in, they can't lose games like that because their strength is supposed to be 7, 8, 9.
You think?
And if you're going to lose games, it's one thing to have starters not being able to get through innings. It's one thing to not be able to rake enough. But if you're going to take a lead into the 8th inning and Ryan Presley is going to –
that should be a wrap.
Give the game away, Broken Presley. That's your recipe for success and your recipe for flipping that switch. And the strength of your baseball team should be 7, 8, 9. I know Will Kunkel, shout out to Kunkel Stats and Info over there at Fox. The Astros have already blown more saves this year than they did all last year, 10-9. We just started the second third of the season. We just started the second third of the season, my friend.
Yes.
That's not great. Coming up, Nick Caserio. He's given out one extension, but the wildest Caserio decision is a year ahead. And quite frankly, regardless of where you sit on the Nico Collins side of things, this one, no matter what happens, is going to drive you nuts. We'll break it down next.
All right, guys, you know your vehicle is going to
hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, so Nick Caserio has decided to give Nico Collins a contract extension, 3-year extension. He'll keep him here 4 years, the 1 year left on his deal, and then the 3 years after that, which will line up with C.J. Stroud, who's going to have 4 years inevitably left on his contract once the Texans pick up that 5th-year option. So the question is, and I heard Sean and Seth breaking this down. They mentioned the name Jalen Petrie. Promise you I won't do that. But the question is, what's next for Nick Caserio? And I think he's got a couple of interesting guys when it comes to potential extensions at this point next season. One of them I don't even know. Like, I can't even lay out a scenario where you can make this make sense. But let's start with Christian Harris. Christian Harris last year, if Christian Harris continues to improve the way he did, I think that's going to be a guy that DeMeco Ryans will be insistent stays here. So Christian Harris is a guy that I think you got to look out for. He's eligible. Again, you're eligible for the extension after 3 years. That's a guy to keep a very, very close eye on, Christian Harris.
And that would be one that you would want to probably get done after 3 years, wouldn't you? Just because you don't know what the value is going to be in years after that or the year after that. You can probably, even if he has an identical year or slightly better, this is not going to be something that's going to be completely outrageous.
Right.
So right. I think that's something you want to get done.
And that'll be something to keep an eye on. And then you have the most interesting one of all. And I don't know what the right answer is to this. And I don't know that there's anything that you could see this upcoming season that makes this any easier, especially given the fact that if you give someone an extension after 3 years, you're doing it earlier than you have to, and that's Derek Stingley. And we all love Derek Stingley. I don't think either one of us, I don't think there's anyone on the text line that's going to disagree that when Derek Stingley's out there, he's shown us that he is elite as a cornerback. Like the skills, they speak for themselves. He added a whole new element to his game as well when we saw him in the Cleveland game following around Amari Cooper. Like, you feel really good about Derek Stingley when he's on the field, but it hasn't happened in the last 4 years. Last year, even amidst that greatness, he missed 6 games. The year before that, he missed 8 games. So I hear like the other side where if Derek Stingley has a healthy season and Derek Stingley has a from beginning to end and plays 15 to 17 games or whatever, that, all right, you got to pay him like an elite corner. But my question is, much like we were talking about Nico Collins, does 1 year out of 5 of him playing football going back to LSU, does that just wipe away everything that we've seen before? And furthermore, let's say that he does miss a few games. Let's say he misses a handful of games. You might be able to approach Derek Stingley and almost get a bargain because he knows the situation and you know the situation. So I don't know what we could see from Derek Stingley this year that makes it any less difficult, given the fact that you're doing it after 3 years, to give him an extension and how to approach that.
I think what's going to happen is a good problem to have. If he has, let's say he plays 15, 16 games and has a Pro Bowl, All-Pro type year, then his agent's going to come to you because he's going to want to get paid at the extreme level. Now, that's a good problem to have because that means you're going to have him for all these years, but that's a lot of money.
But
that's going to be a lot of money.
How do you approach that if you're Nick Caserio? Because this is when it's going to matter because that's where that contract extension is going to creep in with C.J. Stroud. Like it is going to be impactful, and that is going to creep in. So, are we negotiating as if the 4/5 of a decade didn't happen, and that you didn't miss 14 games? He's played 20, he's missed 14, and that's not even counting the ones where he left the field. Yeah, because a lot of times when you see games played, it's like, well, he missed this. Well, he left in the second quarter. Yeah, and but he gets credit for the games played. So. How do you approach that? Do you meet in the middle? Like, is there any? I just don't like when it comes to negotiating, comes to factoring this stuff in. I don't know that 1 year wipes away the previous 2 or the 2.
It doesn't, but
at LSU,
it doesn't for you and me, and probably Nick Caserio. But the way we've seen this year after year, if a guy has a monster year, he gets paid monster money, and I think this is when they're going to have to start dipping their toe into. Boy, we really are going to have to start looking at the cap. Derek Stingley's going to be the first one where you're looking at 2025, 2026, and kind of rubbing your forehead, going, we got to figure this out. You say, is it going to matter? It's going to matter to you and me. We're going to have to ask that question. It's going to matter to Nick Caserio, who's going to say, hey, he's missed all these games.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to matter in the ultimate price. If you can play at that level, you're going to get paid at that level.
He's going to figure something out.
Yeah.
But I mean, do you make a guy who's missed 14 games in 2 years the highest paid corner in the league?
I think that's what they're going to be asking for if he's that good.
Or do you just have him play it out? Because for me, if I'm Nick Caserio, I know you wanted to get out ahead of it with Nico Collins. If Derek Stingley's coming up to me next year and he's wanting an extension, I'm sorry, sir. We're not going to let you go. We're going to use the franchise tag, or we're going to reward you. But I'm going to need to see one more year.
Yeah,
that's my thing. So if we're talking about early extensions, when it comes to Derek Stingley, no matter what the situation is, unless we're just meeting in the middle from elite to really, really, really good, and we're kind of like with Nico, then I'm not giving you an early extension. Because regardless, it's going to be 2-1. It's going to be 2 seasons, injury riddled to 1.
This is where we're going to get into something that other teams have experienced, and this version of the Texans haven't. You might get into some sort of a stare down, some sort of a standoff.
Oh, it's going to happen.
Yeah, you're going to have some sort of
going to happen.
A standoff where we're talking about franchise tags, and he's not happy, and misses OTAs in minicamp, and all that stuff. Again, it's not comfortable, but it's a good problem to have because he's playing at that level.
Yeah, and that's what happened with Kansas City with Chris Jones last year.
Yes, sir.
Chris Jones
that's
wasn't
exactly
even showing
right.
up. So and then when he came in the building, business was business, and it was all good. So more money, more problems, more success, more problems. So we'll have to see how that goes. With Stingley, I would say, hey man, I got to see one more year, my friend.
Let's say 15 or 16 games, Pro Bowl level.
Awesome, man.
Yeah,
I got to see one more from you, man. And I would hope you would understand that.
Yeah.
If you want to hold out or whatever, we'll attack that when the time comes. But I'm gonna have to see a little bit from him. And I'm not questioning anything. We can sit here and debate. Is Nico Collins top 10? Is Nico Collins top 15? Is he even top 20? We can debate that.
Yeah.
When Derek Stingley's on that damn football field, he's a top 5 corner in the league.
Yes, he is.
I don't think too many people debate that. It's just a matter of how often he's going to be on the football field, and we got a huge sample size of him not being able to be on the football field. So we got some beef. I didn't even know that this beef existed. But apparently Sean Pendergast is offended by the greatest, one of the greatest sports minds in town, and a guy that we talk to every day around this time, Baseball Spo. Adam Spillane has ticked off the broken-spirited Sean Pendergast, who has had his spirit crushed by Jose Abreu. He's not even enjoying watching the Astros anymore. He's just so...
He's a broken man.
He's a broken man. Now, he did just tweet me at Sean T. Pendergast. He said he went to the doctor. They did an MRI in his spirit. It's a hairline fracture.
Okay.
So there we go.
It's just a little bit of a break.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that. He can get in line when it comes to the Astros MRIs. But coming up next, we're going to try to perhaps get to the bottom of this beef between Sean Pendergast and Baseball Spo. The Astros, they've lost 2 straight to the Seattle Mariners. The bullpen let them down last night. We'll talk to Baseball Spo. We'll figure out how he's feeling about the Astros as the second third of the season is underway. Baseball Spo next.
Payne and Pendergast.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Who they want? Who they want? Who they want?
Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Baseball Spo. Baseball Spo.
Adam Spillane in the building. Baseball Spo.
I have a message for you.
Sean Pendergast is mad at you.
I have a message for you. I am the messenger. He said you can take your nerdy stats about John Singleton at first versus Jose Abreu. I want to make sure I get this right. And turn them sideways and shove them up where the sun don't shine.
Okay, I mean, that would be difficult.
I believe he also said, do you have eyes?
I do. But I think that, and what we're talking about is that Sean, in particular, was complaining about Abreu playing first base last night while Singleton was DHing. And listen, I understand Abreu is not good at first base. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
Singleton is awful at first base. And that is why, with the two of those guys in the lineup, that you have Abreu playing first base and Singleton DHing. And the stat that I cited, you look at basically any metric, Singleton is one of the worst first basemen in all of baseball. And when it comes to fielding runs above average or whatever it is, I don't have it right in front of me, there have been 40 first basemen to log 100 innings at that position this season. Singleton is 37.
Right.
And Abreu is 28. Now, again, Abreu's not good, but the idea that you stick John Singleton at first base last night and he makes that play in the 8th inning is completely, it's just not, it's not accurate.
But I think the argument is, the reason he said, like, do you have eyes? Like, lately, that has not been the case. Lately.
No, yeah. Listen, Singleton has made some nice scoops, and that's what people are reacting to. People are reacting to Singleton making some nice scoops, but there was a whole lot more to the position than that, and that had nothing to do with the play at first base in the 8th inning last night. So, listen, I get what people are saying. It is impossible to defend Jose Abreu on anything right now. I get that. I'm not trying to. I'm just pointing out that there's no way that John Singleton makes that play last night. That is a tough play for a good first baseman. Abreu is a bad first baseman. Singleton is a really bad first baseman. Neither one of those guys are making that play.
Is Ryan Presley broken?
No, I'm glad you brought this up. Presley, the 11 games before last night, he had an ERA of like 1.6 in those games. There have been some of the reasons that he has struggled this season have been on him. Last night, a good example, hangs a curveball to Mitch Haniger. That's on him. The next guy, Bliss, the number 9 hitter, tries to bunt. He throws 2 really good sliders to get ahead of him 0-2. They take the bunt off, and then Presley throws 4 really uncompetitive pitches and walks him. That's on Presley. A lot of the stuff, though, that
that's 2 things on him, and he's asking if he's broken.
But a lot of the stuff.
I mean, that sounds like that's 2 cracks in the
whole
thing.
That's 2 hitters, and basically
2 hitters. He's a relief pitcher.
Everything that happened though after
2
that
hitters.
was not on Presley.
Yeah,
I mean, you have the ball to first base. That's a tough play. That's not really his fault.
It wasn't that tough a play.
It's not an easy play by any stretch. Now, if Presley doesn't walk the guy, then hey, Abreu's not holding the runner on. He's playing back. That's a routine play if he's not doing that. And then you have the little dribbler that Julio hits to third base, and there's nothing that anybody can do about that. And I think Bregman understood it. Now, on Presley, again, some of the stuff has been on him, but a lot of it has been luck. You just look at some of the outlying numbers. The average against him on balls in play is 438, 439. That's 140 points higher than the league average. That indicates some bad luck. Some of the more nerdy stats you want to get into. I know you're a big guy. You're a big FIP fan.
Oh yeah.
His FIP.
Who they want? FIP.
His FIP is 2.5 runs lower than the ERA. Again, that indicates bad luck. The strikeout rate is the strikeout to walk rate is really good. He's not striking out as many hitters as he has in the past, but again, he's not walking guys except for the at-bat last night. So I think ultimately he'll be fine. Velocity's still there. I think that last night he made a mistake to Haniger, 4 bad pitches to Bliss for the walk, and then he got a little unlucky. But again, the 11 games before that,
4 blown saves already.
Again, he hasn't been great. Hasn't been great this season, but a 160-something ERA the 11 games before. He got off to a real bad start to the season. Can't deny that. Had that really bad game in Arlington where everything just blew up on him. But again, 11 games before last night, a 160-something ERA, that indicates that things were going pretty well up until last night. And you're going to have blow-ups like that when you're a reliever. It's just, unfortunately for this team, they can't afford those types of games.
They can, though, because they're in the West, right?
It's certainly helping.
Yeah.
It is absolutely helping them.
The cause.
To only be to be, what are they, 27 games under 500 right now, and to only be 5.5 games out. I mean, yeah, they are very fortunate to be in the division.
They're 7 games below 500. If they were in like any other division,
they'd be out.
They'd be cooked.
Yeah, they'd be done.
They would be, the season would basically be over. But fortunately, the Rangers and Mariners have kind of kept them in this thing.
So does Abreu look more comfortable to you? Like, does it look like he really got that work in and he's looking better?
He's been a little bit better. I mean,
he's 1 for 6.
He's 1 for 6.
3 strikeouts.
He's facing great pitching. Like, this is
he's 1 for 6 with 3 strikeouts.
But that one hit was impressive, though.
Listen to this. Listen.
Jeff Bagwell got to him.
What a hit it was.
What a hit it was. The 102 point whatever off the bat. I don't listen. I'm not going to react to every single game he's played in.
Oh my!
I don't think. Do I think that he's going to recapture what got him the contract? Of course not. I don't think that's going to happen. I also don't think he is as bad as the player that left them a month ago. I don't think.
What? Based on what?
Yeah.
Based on it's impossible.
Based on it can't be worse.
It's impossible to be that bad. Like, in all honesty, it is impossible to be that bad.
I mean,
So give it a week.
This is really confusing.
Yeah, what is going on with you?
Yeah.
What's up with you?
What are you talking about?
I feel like you're trolling me right now.
I don't troll.
I don't troll.
not with this. I'll troll with some stuff, but not with this.
I've seen Maldonado gifts from you about 45 times this year.
Those are just funny.
Yeah, that's trolling. Be serious.
I am. I don't think he's going to be the Abreu they thought they were signing. I also don't think he's going to be the worst hitter in baseball. I just don't think he's going to be that. Mm-hmm. And again, last night wasn't great. He's facing an elite. This was basically the worst time to bring him back.
Oh wow!
Against this team, that's not a soft landing against the best pitching.
So why are they doing it?
I don't know. That's a really good question. I have not gotten a real good explanation on why they thought this was the right time to do it. If you want to wait a week, they thought that. Listen, he wanted to come back. I think that's a big reason why.
That's probably the reason.
I think that he thought that he was ready to go.
Yeah.
We'll wait and see. I'm not going to make any judgments based off of 2 games. You need to give it a little bit more time. But again, I don't think he's going to recapture it. But I don't think he's going to be the worst player in baseball.
Is Dana Brown starting to wonder if a different decision needs to be made with him? If they need to make a move to get him out of there? And because he's in the lineup.
Yeah, he's going to play.
He shouldn't be in the lineup. Is he starting to wonder about that?
In terms of, like, is he at some point, does he go to Jim Creighton and say, hey, man, we need to pull the plug on this? Listen, that is a question for down the road. It is not a question for 2 games in.
Mm-hmm.
If he continues to go 1 for 6, every 2 games, then yeah, I think that will certainly be a conversation that they need to have. But ultimately, that decision is made by Jim Creighton. Mm-hmm. And it's Jim Creighton's money. He's the one who's got to eat it, and he's the one who basically has to say, you know what, we screwed up with that.
Why can't they just? Obvious. Why can't Dana Brown just say, look, Jim wants to give him a shot, and we're gonna let Jim do his thing? Because that's what I feel sorry for. I feel sorry for Joe Espada, and I think he sucks. And I also feel sorry for Dana Brown. I'm not sure he's worth a damn either. But what's wrong with just coming out and saying, hey? And I mean, I get it. Like, they got to fall on the sword, but what's wrong with just saying that?
Yeah, you have to publicly support your guys. That's just how it is. And we see teams lie about players all the time, and that's just how it is.
Yeah.
And you're not going to you can't sit there and say, no, we don't have. The only reason that he's playing is because the owner doesn't want to look stupid. You can't say that.
Yeah. When was the last time the owner talked about something other than golf?
I have not. The owner.
Yeah, he used to talk a lot.
Yeah.
The owner has not.
But that might have as much to do with Mark Berman not being here as anything.
No. At some point, everything. Here's my reason. Everything points to Jim Crane is behind all this.
Yes.
Everything points to Jim Crane is behind all this. I heard him talking about golf. I haven't heard him talking about
swing.
I haven't heard, at the
because they had the tournament,
the Houston Open.
He has not, as far as I can remember, he has not spoken in a formal media setting since Dusty retired. I think when they hired Espada, that was just Dana Brown at the podium.
Why not?
I don't know.
I mean, it's his call.
Yes, the decision, and if they wind up cutting the cord, which I think ultimately they will probably wind up doing, they cut the cord on Abreu. it should be Jim Crane sitting up there and answering those questions because he's the one who greenlit that signing. It's fine if you want Bagwell.
In baseball pants. In baseball pants.
I'm starting to change.
In baseball pants, just like he put his pants on to go coach Abreu. I want Bagwell in baseball pants answering questions.
I'm starting to change my tune on this, and I think it's Jim Crane that needs to do or say something. He was at the introductory press conference. Hey, his numbers speak for themselves. I remember it very well.
It was Jim Crane and Abreu at the podium.
Yes.
Bagwell talked later. And that was away from the podium.
Yeah.
This was Jim Crane running baseball operations for 3-4 months last year after they let James Click go.
Yeah.
Like these were all decisions that he made. They felt that they did not need a GM for that offseason, which was idiotic. Let's be honest. Like the idea, they were concerned that, we hired James Click in haste and we screwed that up. Mm-hmm. Well, they didn't screw that up. That turned out to be a really good hire, regardless of what Landry thought about it a couple years ago.
Well, he's changed his tune.
Well,
no, I changed. I was wrong.
Yeah.
But also, they did hire a bozo after. Kind of like if Dusty.
But Jim Crane is hiding.
Chandler Rome wrote something. I can't remember. I think it was like maybe after the first month of the season, and he said that both he and Ken Rosenthal approached Jim Crane about talking on the record, and Crane declined. I have not seen Crane in a position to where he would be able to talk to reporters since this. I don't think I've seen him at Minute Maid very much
since the Texas Children Open.
Yeah, which I wasn't at.
And then he said, I'll talk about baseball. Remember that? He said, I want to talk about golf this weekend. I'll talk about baseball after the tournament is over.
Was that always a rule?
But he didn't.
No, but I'm saying, was that always a rule? Did he always say that? Like from 17 to 22? Was it, I don't want to talk about baseball.
It's going good.
But no, he said he would talk about it after the tournament or whenever it's appropriate after the golf. And he hasn't.
Yeah, he has not spoken very much lately. He did after the Verlander trade because, again, that was something that he orchestrated.
Yeah.
He did when Dusty retired. Again, that was basically all Dusty questions, though.
Yeah.
They orchestrated that very well to where they really didn't have to get into the future of the team that day, and then he wasn't up there for Espada. He wasn't up there for Hader, and I don't think he talked. I mean, we weren't at spring training, so I don't know if he talked there, but he has not talked since the start of the season.
Real quick, just say done or not done. Jose or Urquidy?
Like done is no, he's gonna pitch again. Is he gonna pitch this year? Probably not.
No, I meant this year. This year, done or not done?
I don't know. I would probably be a little more concerned with Christian Javier at this point.
Well, Javier's next.
Man, didn't he sleep wrong on his neck?
Oh, again, this team hasn't exactly been the most forthcoming when it comes
to. So
you're
not saying on Urquidy?
No, I don't know about either one because again, when you hear forearm, you hear elbow. That's getting into some wild.
Would you bet on it?
Would I?
If you had to bet, you're a degenerate. Would you bet for or against?
Degenerates.
Would you bet for or against it? You're betting on the French Open, Spo.
I'm not. First of all, I'm not.
You have,
of course.
Yeah, thank you.
It's fun. I really don't know. It's
McCullers.
Yeah, he'll pitch.
Luis Garcia.
He'll pitch. Those guys are coming along.
Well, you're confident.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you're confident.
I mean.
He's throwing in the 80s, McCullers.
I mean,
hadn't thrown any breaking balls.
That's normal. I've been through this with him before.
We all have.
Yeah, I mean, so they do this stuff incrementally. He'll start to introduce some breaking balls into it. He'll start to introduce some changeups, and then he'll get off the mound, and then he'll face hitters, and then he'll go for his rehab assignment. The same thing. Garcia is basically going through the same stuff. Like they are all kind of it's different surgeries, but they are basically on the same type of timeline.
Go ahead, Figgy, real quick. Figgy had one.
No, I was just going to ask him if he ready to buy or sell the season.
You're going to buy or sell the season? You done?
No, I wouldn't sell it just because the division's been so bad.
All right, coming up next, appreciate Baseball Spo for coming in. The only thing that matters in the Nico Collins deal next. First, I want to talk about Orchard. The only thing that matters.
may be higher.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Nothing matters except one thing. Nothing else matters. John Lopez quoting Metallica here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. You say there's one thing that matters with this Nico Collins contract, this contract extension, 3-year contract extension, $52 million guaranteed, $75 million max value, about $72 total value. But there's one thing that matters to John Lopez. By the way, Texans going to get some work on the field tomorrow. I think we will get some media availability. It's been 51 days since Stephon Diggs has been traded there. Still haven't heard from him, but, you know. They don't do that type of thing, according to Nick Caserio.
I thought they do.
Well, I mean, everybody else does, you know. You get your fans excited. You hear the owner and coach. I'm not bitter about it, but you hear them talk about how excited things are, even at their kids' schools and stuff. And then, you know, hey, let's just put them in hiding. But that's beside the point. One thing matters when it comes to this Nico Collins contract extension.
I'm going to tell you what that one thing is that matters, but you just said something that reminded me. I need to ask Loopholes, YouTube, Twitch, on the message board. As a Heisman voter, you get a $50 gift card for schools in your city.
What?
As a donation.
What does that mean?
And I have to send it to one of these schools that have a project. It's like
what?
It's called
so
Donors Choose.
You send them a $50 gift card?
No, they send you as a voter as a thank you.
Yeah.
So it's called DonorsChoose.org.
Yeah, and then what do you do to it?
And then you pick a school, and you send them the $50 gift card for one of their projects.
Texas Southern, baby.
Or a classroom. No, I'm talking elementary or middle is what I'm looking at. Now, my wife is a school director, but they don't need the money. They have a lot of stuff up there. I mean, everybody needs money, but you know what I mean. I want to send one to a school, and I got to get it done by Friday. So text your elementary or middle school in
What's
HISD.
going on right now?
I need to find a school. HISD schools, elementary or middle. Text me the school, and I'll look for it, and I'll see if I can. And I'll pick one, and I'll donate the $50 gift card to one of your school's projects because you said school, and I've been meaning to tweet that out. Might as well just say it over the air.
Okay.
And add $50 to somebody's project.
Okay.
All right, now on to the topic. The only thing that matters on this thing to me. And we can talk about all the other stuff that we've mentioned, you know, how good is he, you know, injuries, should you wait enough? That doesn't matter to me. The only thing that matters to me about this Nico Collins signing is the terms of the deal. It goes through 2027. Why does that matter to me? Because since February and March, I've been saying, you've been saying, I think you agreed with me mostly, You got to be able to spend the money now, build around C.J. Stroud now, draft players that can contribute now, and ultimately re-sign players that can contribute now because you're going to pay through the nose for C.J. Stroud in about 3 years. He's going to be a $50 to $55 million a year player. Then you're going to have to be stressing, to be honest.
Pay through the nose? We're paying him in Coke? You talking about?
Maybe that's an expression. Paid through the nose for that. For C.J. Stroud. So right now, the money, I mean, it matters in terms of you have a salary cap, but it doesn't matter in terms of like you got to do this juggling act and you got to do what Buffalo's doing and other teams have done, trying to make sure all these pieces, all these dollars fit in around your quarterback. Hell, they're going to be doing it in Jacksonville. You know, you don't have to do that for a while. So the terms mattered is the only thing, and this is what really kind of has me excited about this deal. Not necessarily just for Nico, but because you got Danielle Hunter. You brought in all these guys. Pick a free agent that you brought in. Joe Mixon you brought in. You acquired him. And you know what? Right now, C.J. Stroud, he can line up on the offense. He can see his left tackle is signed. He can see his right tackle is signed. Who knows how good they're going to be? I'm not talking about that. He's got rookies in front of him on the offensive line that have rookie contracts through 2026, 2025, 26, 27. And now he looks at his targets and his complementary pieces. Tank Dell and Xavier Hutchinson signed through 2026. Nico signed through 2027.
I don't know if Hutchinson's like
again, we're not talking about. We'll see how they play.
Yeah,
but Dalton Schultz through 2026. Cade Stover, we'll see, but he's going to be there through 2027. Joe Mixon through 2026. So, Landry, it's like, I don't care about the money. It's their money. They're going to have to manipulate the cap.
They're going to have to, still, even in that window, they're going to have to use it wisely.
Yes.
Like, you don't
but
want
haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at the position that there's only one receiver that you can count on, and you don't even know how much you can count on him because he's had trouble staying on the field, but there's one receiver that you can count on consistently that's going to be under contract next year, and that was going to be Tank Dell.
Yes.
So now you have Nico Collins and Tank Dell, and then you can figure out the rest. And maybe Nico would have had leverage in that situation had he duplicated what he did last year. You didn't pay him like the elite of the elite. Like, you didn't pay Nico Collins like he's Jefferson, Lamb, or St. Brown, and I don't think he is that. You basically paid him like he's Devontae Smith, and you gave him in the C.J. Stroud rookie contract window. You gave him Devontae Smith money, which is cool. Is cool.
Let me ask you and Figgy this though, and this is why I think it's important that you got all these guys locked up for 2, 3, 4 years. Name another contender, like a real contender. Kansas City, Buffalo, Cincinnati, obviously, Baltimore, that can say they can look around on their offense at all the complementary pieces around their quarterback and say those dudes are locked up for at least 2 or 3 years. I don't think there's
Philly.
Philly, maybe that's the NFC. I was looking more AFC, but like contenders that you're contending with. Whereas the Texans, if you name a significant piece of this roster, of this offense, they're locked up. They're locked up for 2 or 3 years. That's why I'm excited about this. I mean, just anybody. I got a list in front of me. I mean, we talked about the specialists, but like anybody on this offense outside of Stephon Diggs is locked up. Man, that's comforting. That's comforting to me. You got C.J. Stroud on a rookie deal.
But I didn't think the thing about Nico, I didn't think it was a threat to leave. Like, you have all the leverage, so that's the other point.
But you added years.
Yeah, I mean, what would his deal have been? You added years to it, but you could have done that after the season. Like, if you're, I don't like. It's not like Kyle Tucker with the Astros or something like that. And we'll get into potential role switch of the Astros and Texans coming up in about 10 minutes. Is Easterby working with the Astros? Sure as hell seems like it. But I don't think Nico Collins was like a threat to leave. Like, I don't. It wasn't like he was going to hit some sort of open market. Like, you would have franchise tagged him, and then you would have tried to figure stuff out with if it played out. So I never thought that was even a possibility, no matter what happened.
Yeah, you're right. But I also feel like we've been spending a lot of times kind of wondering, do they have all the pieces they need? Do they have to go get this? Do they have to go get that? I mean, yeah, there's going to be some tweaking. And again, I don't know how good any of these guys are going to end up being. Not even Joe Mixon. I mean, who knows? We have a good idea, but it's comforting to know that they feel strong enough about these guys. C.J. Stroud isn't going to get paid for a while, and all the other guys are locked up. That quarterback window, that rookie contract window, I mean, this team is set. I think window is the operative word. Like we've talked about it since February. This is the window, and now they're backing it up with free agents and guys that are locked up. That's what I like about it. I don't care about the money.
Well, you should.
Not now. I will.
I mean, you should.
I will when CJ.
You don't care about this amount. Because earlier you were saying, I don't care what, but you got. I mean, if they would have given him $30 million, you'd be like, cool.
I mean, I don't know if I'd be cool.
What? I would hope not.
No, I don't think I would be okay cool because we'd be vastly overpaid. But paying him this amount of money.
Yeah, so you like the contract, but you care about the amount.
And
it's just about the pie. It's about spreading out.
That's exactly
the
right.
Contract
because once CJ gets paid, then I'm going to be having an entirely different conversation.
No, they're going to have tough decisions.
Right. Right now, you got it. You can spend this money.
And that's the other angle I think is interesting because you try to figure out tendencies. It's really actually pretty hard to believe that Nick Caserio has been here 3 years. Like, if you really think about it, it seems like it's been 10.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's because the process sped up, and maybe that's because the hellacious years were so hellacious that 2 years felt like 20.
Yeah.
But there's like, seems to be every time he does something, it's all right, let's try to place some sort of label on Nick Caserio and say Nick Caserio does this. I've heard Nick Caserio is willing to give extensions at any time. Yeah, he's willing to do it right now. Like he's willing to do it in this window, but we don't know what Nick Caserio is going to be like a year from now after he has to decide on Stingley and Christian Harris, 2 years from now when he has to make the most expensive decisions and decide on Will Anderson and CJ Stroud. We're still kind of learning about it, and really it's still kind of new. It's kind of wild. Like Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans have been working together for a little over a year. Does it not feel a little bit longer than that?
It does.
Like, does it not feel like, 14 months is how long they've been working together.
Yeah.
And Nick Caserio has been here for 3 years. Feels like 10. So I have no idea how they're going to function. I do think this is a different way to function. I think it's a better way to function. Like if we just want to go back, and I'm not trying to take us back to a dark place, but if you look at what the Texans did when Deshaun Watson, and let's put aside what Deshaun Watson is right now, which is average quarterback at best, maybe even worse coming off the injury. But when Deshaun Watson was here, before he was lost in the sauce, he was up there in conversation, top 5, top 8 quarterback, which is about where CJ Stroud is, especially after his first or second year. That's where Deshaun was. Let's look at what you did during that rookie window and how you handled your assets during that rookie window. And I think this probably has this is probably a big reason why Deshaun Watson decided to get his ass out of town before any legal stuff even came up. You gave Whitney Merciless one of the worst extensions that we've ever seen. Not the first one, the second one. You gave Whitney Merciless a sorry-ass extension. You made Kaimi Fairbairn one of the highest-paid kickers in the NFL. You traded DeAndre Hopkins for David Johnson. You brought in Randall Cobb and made him one of the highest-paid slot receivers in the NFL. You paid Eric Murray like a starting safety, and you traded all of your draft picks, all of your draft compensation. So we're sitting here talking about Will Anderson. We're talking about C.J. Stroud. We're talking about Christian Harris. We're talking about Tank Dell. We're talking about Derek Stingley. We're talking about Nico Collins, who was a day 2 pick. We're talking about all these draft picks that we're excited about. You traded all those draft picks to the point where you're trading a third-rounder for Gary Conley. That's Christian Harris. You're trading.
Hey, you can throw in the Tunsil deal.
The Tunsil deal was the worst because you traded 2 firsts and a second. You weren't even paying market value. You traded a third-round pick for Duke Johnson. That's like right there. Like when you look at how they got here and it ended up working out, you look at what you did with the Deshaun Watson window that you have right now and what they're doing right now. I mean, you can't do anything but help appreciate that.
But I'm glad you brought that up because the difference between that and this.
Oh yeah, you made Nick Martin one of the highest paid centers in the NFL, by the way.
Let me write
I forgot about that. Nick Martin, the guy with that had the garage gym, one of the highest paid centers in the NFL.
The difference between then and now is you had a head coach and a Jack Easterby who didn't care if it worked out or not. If it worked out, they were going to be here and awesome. If it didn't work out, somebody else's problem.
Yeah.
The difference now is Nick Caserio knows it's going to be his problem. You know, whenever they sign C.J. Stroud, so he has to plan accordingly with all this money, and that goes back to my point. Like B.O.B. and Jack Easterby, they didn't give 2 flips.
Yeah.
Like if it works out, we're awesome, we're heroes. If it doesn't, somebody else going to have that issue. Well, now that's why I have the confidence. That's why I feel good about not caring that much about the money.
Yeah.
Because he's going to be here. You got C.J. Stroud and you got these pieces locked up. You're probably going to make a run. The window is now, and then you have to plan accordingly.
I think it kind of goes back to what you were saying a few weeks ago, or a few months ago. Smart, big money.
Smart, big money.
And I think it's smart, big money.
Yes.
I mean, you go back to the Deshaun, the glory days. For some reason, they're arguing about him in Cleveland right now, and I'm getting text messages because they're arguing about like a top 10 Deshaun Watson performance.
He is an evergreen topic.
They're asking me to get in the middle of it and call in tomorrow. I'm like, man, I'll give you a list, but I'm not going to get in the middle of y'all's dumbass argument. I'm fine. I don't want to argue about Deshaun. But if you go back to like when he was here and when you felt the last time you felt really good about this organization, like he was throwing to Nuke and he was throwing to Will Fuller, and those guys just kind of drifted away. Will Fuller because he can't stay healthy. Maybe he got off the pads. Maybe he's got some other stuff going on. And then Nuke because he couldn't get along with the coach and there was all that extra stuff. Last year it was Tank Dell, it was Nico Collins, and for the next 3 years at least, they're going to be here. And you can sprinkle in a little bit of Stephon Diggs for however the hell long that is. So I'm with you. It is a if you're going to do an extension, this was the way to do it. Not giving like Whitney Merciless some sort of random ass extension and Randall Cobb and all that crap that we've been through. Speaking of which, speaking of all that crap, have the Astros and Texans switched roles? A case can be made. It will be next.
Nico. zone.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right. Astros and Texans. We know what the Astros have been. Best run that we've been on around here in the history of sports, really.
Yeah.
We know what the Texans have been before last year. Worst 2-year stretch that I can remember. Have they switched roles, though? As we watch the Houston Astros stringing along Jose Abreu, hanging around because of being in a bad division, we see the Texans extending young players, bringing in players from other teams, making splashes, spending money. A stable organization, it appears, from the outside when it comes to the most prominent things that you need, GM, coach, quarterback, etc. Have the Astros and Texans, in a short time, have they switched places?
Well, you tell me. I'm going to give you some things that were – and look, it's easy to just, pounce on the Astros and all that.
No, it's hard. It's actually hard.
No, I'm saying like to just say you're they suck.
Well, they suck.
Or something. But let's talk about why and what's going on.
This is the thing. Like when you watch players decline and you watch organizations decline, sometimes it's natural. Sometimes it just happens. It's like that. We've seen it with the Rockets. We've seen it with teams throughout the history of sports. But when you watch organizations function the way that the Astros have functioned and the manner in which they've done things the last couple of years, you can't trust them. You can't trust them to bounce back. That's the problem. Like it's not a matter of what the Astros can do, whether they can flip the switch. It's not a matter of diminishing everything that they accomplished. It's the fact that I don't trust them to bounce back. That's the problem.
What was the biggest problem with the Texans? You didn't trust them.
You didn't trust them. You didn't know what was going on. There were too many cooks in the kitchen. The guy that was the main cook in the kitchen was a POS. Like, you can't trust the Astros with the way that they function, the fact that they're on their third GM. You can't trust them to bounce back. You can't do it.
Okay, so let's start right there because that's where I'm asking the question, and my answer is that's the scariest thing about this Astros sort of downward turn. It's not that they're having a downward turn. It's that they're operating like a team that is telling the world, we're smart, you're dumb. We're right, you're wrong. We're trying to save face more than caring about winning. That sounds harsh, and it is. Is it wrong right now with the Astros?
No, because here's the thing. Like, we're not questioning Jeff Luhnow. We're not even questioning James Click.
Yeah.
I don't even know who the hell I'm questioning, quite honestly. I mean, like, who am I questioning? Am I questioning Reggie Jackson? Am I questioning Jeff Bagwell? Am I questioning Jim Crane? Am I questioning Craig Biggio? Am I questioning Dana Brown? Am I questioning Joe Espada? Like, you really don't even know who you're questioning. Like, if the Texans screw up, I have a pretty good idea who I'm questioning.
Right. Well, let me give you some.
Same thing with the Rockets.
Let me give you some bullet points I jotted down. And tell me when I'm wrong. 713-572-4610, loopholes, and also on Twitch and YouTube. Tell me where I'm wrong. I want to know if I'm wrong on this. I don't think I am, but I want to know. First of all, Jose Abreu. He's David Johnson.
That's a pretty good comparison.
Am I wrong?
Pretty good comparison.
That's actually a damn good comparison.
But I mean, at least they were trying to lose or not.
Were
completely.
they though?
No, I'm saying the Texans. They were at least like in a situation where it was kind of a rebuild. Well, not in 2020. Not in 2020.
That wasn't
but in 2021 they were kind of in a rebuild.
It was over then.
That's the first point.
2020.
2020. You're right. Except this is two 2020s.
Yeah. So that's the first point I put down. Jose Abreu, he's David Johnson. You got a guy that is clearly not the man, clearly on decline. You really got him in some strange circumstances. You had Jeff Bagwell fly down there and get him.
Baseball pants.
And he's greatly overpaid.
Baseball pants.
So there's one. No one knows who's in charge.
Well, I mean, Reggie Jackson says he's at the table. Jeff Bagwell says he's at the table. Dana Brown says he's at the table. Joe Espada has to go up there and answer to it. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know what they do.
Here's point number 2. So I'm right so far. They're acting like the Texans. Here's point number 3. There's no accountability from the top. The owner is in hiding. Have we seen that before with the Texans? The owner is in hiding.
We have, yes.
He's not talking.
Yes. Not proud of the
Cal
product.
McNeil, where the hell are you? What you hiding for?
Oh, that's a classic. Jim Creighton hasn't. He was at the Texas Children's Houston Open. Asked about the Astros. It was a slow start, or whatever. It was very early.
That's weird that you wouldn't want to talk about the Astros, though.
And he
like
said,
in any situation, like no one's gonna. I don't think anyone's just going to hammer you or anything like that. Like you're Jim Creighton, and this hasn't been the case before. I've heard him talk about the Astros at the Texas Children's Open. I know that for a fact.
And he said, "I don't want to talk about the Astros." I'm paraphrasing. I don't want to talk about the Astros right now.
You want to talk about VJ Singh?
I will, pretty much. I will after when it's appropriate or whatever he said, and he hasn't. He's in hiding. Here's the other thing: do the Astros care about winning more than they care about saving face? They always have.
Do they care about winning more than they care about saving face?
Because they always have cared about winning. You could always put that on Jim Creighton. He was great at it. He did everything he could to win. And right now, with the things that they're doing, the moves that they're making, with like sending down Joey Loperfido sounds like a very small thing. I don't think it's all that small. Like he was a guy that they were high on. And now he's saying Chas McCormick, Espada. That's going to be another point here in a second, by the way. Needs more at-bats, et cetera, et cetera. They made some very kind of, okay, I get it, but it's still weird moves with the back end with Josh Hader and the back end of the bullpen. They're hard-headed on Jose Abreu. They hired the next guy in the room to be the manager, a yes man. Does that sound familiar?
A little bit.
Yeah,
little bit.
It sounds familiar, and that's the final point I was going to make. Wondering if they're operating more like the Texans now. Joe Espada is not making any calls. He's not making the calls.
No, he's a puppet. I mean, I've said he's David Culley.
Yeah,
that's what he is. Yeah,
this is bizarre, man. This is bizarre. They are operating more like the Texans than the Texans did.
So if we're talking about getting through this, there's a number of scenarios when it comes to the Astros. If we're talking about putting this time behind us, number one is they just hang around in the AL West, they win the AL West, and then we get another playoff run. They find a way to flip the switch in the playoffs, and everything starts clicking. They have that opportunity.
Yes, they do.
Because of the division they're in. So they have that. That's number one. Number two is they got to have a good offseason. They got to figure some stuff out. Now, you're probably going to have to say goodbye to Alex Bregman. You're probably going to have to eventually make Kyle Tucker a long-term part of things. Jordan Alvarez is going to have to stay around. Jose Altuve is going to have to keep playing at a high level. Jeremy Payne is going to have to keep progressing. They're going to have to find a way. I don't think – here's the problem I have also with the Astros, because I think these pitchers are cooked. Like, I think we're hanging on to good memories, and we're assuming that eventually that Luis Garcia is going to come back and save the day. Jose Urquidy is going to come back and save the day. Lance McCullers is going to put down the Frappuccino, and he's going to come out here and throw 38 curveballs or whatever and do his thing. I think they're going to have to find a new nucleus of pitchers eventually. And that's not even factoring in Verlander being 40 and what the hell you're going to do with Fromber. I don't look at these injuries and say, okay, well, if these guys were here, they would be this. Because I don't even know what these guys are going to be like post-injury. And quite frankly, pre-injury, it's not like these were like top-of-the-rotation guys.
Yes. Urquidy's not going to play again.
This year?
I don't feel this year. I don't feel like – I feel like Javier is in that same kind of situation. I don't have a lot of confidence in McCullers. We'll see. It seemed like Baseball Spo was much more confident in McCullers and Luis Garcia than I am. But then you have this up and down. I mean, you know what? Shout out to Hunter Brown. You know, he kind of had a rocky start again, but pitched okay until it was blown. But if you're Justin Verlander and you're seeing all this stuff happening all around, would you want to be traded? I mean, seriously.
So trade.
I'm asking. No. I'm saying
let him go, trade for him, and then trade him again.
Would he want to be traded?
I don't know. I mean, is he tired of moving yet?
He's moved everywhere. He's been everywhere.
I mean, he went to New York. He's back here. I mean, he can afford it. I'm sure that they got companies that handle it for him. I don't know if he has to lift a finger.
Yeah, he doesn't do a whole lot.
So you trade Verlander?
I'm saying, would he want to? given how the season is going, the way the organization is operating, the fact that you're not really.
No, I'd be okay with it if you can just get some prospects back, but
you're not really giving me everything I need to win if I'm Justin Verlander. You know? That's how he's got to be thinking at some point. He might love it here and say, screw that, I'll just finish my career here. But I'm just saying, would it be an unfair question to say that he wants to be traded?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what his mindset is once you get into the 40s.
Mm-hmm.
You've been in baseball hell. You come back, your family loves it, all that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what Justin Verlander's thinking.
Mm-hmm.
But quite frankly, that's kind of the theme of this whole thing because I don't know what the hell they're thinking. And that's the problem.
Where you at, Jim Crane?
He's chilling, man.
Yeah.
Doing his thing.
That's his guy, too.
Verlander, yeah.
No. I mean, Abreu.
Oh, yeah, it's Jeff Bagwell's guy, too.
Mm-hmm.
What in the hell is going on with the Astros? What the hell is going on around here? Coming up next, the hits are lit. We'll get into everything going on around town and everything going on around sports. Have we seen a complete 180? Perhaps next.
All right, here's a great
with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits.
These are the hot stories of the day.
You're listening to In the Loop
with Houston's sports leader,
Sports Radio 610.
Texans going to be getting that work in this week. Nico Collins, he's going to be a little bit richer. He gets a contract extension. He agreed to a 3-year, $72.75 million extension with a max value of $75 million. That includes $52 million guaranteed. Diana Rossini, yes, Diana Rossini had it first. Adam Schefter had the contract details first as well. Texans signed Nico Collins. This contract will put him in the same area as C.J. Stroud when it comes to how long he will be in team control. Again, this is the inevitable assumption that the Texans pick up C.J. Stroud's fifth-year option after his rookie deal. But Nico Collins, top receiver for the team last year, career year last year, he is going to be back, and he got paid.
And Rossini had it first. Schefter had it first. I seem to remember seeing other stuff similar, but they had it first. And the best part about this is it doesn't really hurt you as a fan when it comes to, oh my gosh, they've got some gymnastics, some cap gymnastics to do. That we're going to worry about that another day. Good for Nico Collins, good for the Texans, and all the weapons are set. I don't know how good they're going to be, but all the weapons are set right now around C.J. Stroud.
What does it mean for Stephon Diggs, though? That is the question. Yeah. Where is Stephon Diggs? 51 days since the trade. Still haven't heard from him. Will he be on the field? Who knows? I've heard that we will perhaps hear him at non-voluntary minicamp.
At minicamp.
Yeah, yeah. It's only like 10 weeks. But, yeah, we should hear from him eventually, and, maybe I'll stop complaining about it when the time happens.
You said it, though. He's got nothing to complain about.
No, and I think he's going to hit it out of the park.
Year.
No, I think he's going to hit it out of the park. He's charismatic. They gave him one. They gave him the final year of his contract. He's already working out with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Nico Collins is saying awesome things about him. Tank Dell's saying awesome things about him. The coach is saying awesome things about him. The GM is saying awesome things about him. The kids love him. Just give me a little quote. Mm-hmm. And by the way, let's get synchronized as an organization. If we're not worried about hype and all that type of stuff, let's not post any of the quotes that Stephon Diggs has on social media. If that's where we are, if we're being hardo Nick Caserio,
we're not that kind of organization.
Yeah, we're not that kind of organization. Then let's not do it. Let's not post any Stephon Diggs quotes. On social media. Let's not do any of that. Let's just be hardos, man.
That goes back to what I said yesterday. Like they want him to talk.
What drives me nuts,
there's no way they don't,
is just the natural instinct to go against whatever is said whenever you or I say something like this. And I'm not trying to complain. I'm just saying when someone says, who cares? They do.
That's what I'm saying. The Texans,
they're the ones that do.
That's what I just said. There's no way
they're doing something that no one else has done. They're the ones that care.
There's no way they haven't approached him or want him to get out in front of the cameras and say, hey, here we are.
I think he might too. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah.
It's just it's unnecessary hardo stuff, but they're the ones that seem to care about it.
They do.
Because they're the ones that's overthinking this.
Mm-hmm.
This should have been done. This should have been something that had to be done immediately. But I hope that we hear from him, man.
Yeah.
This type of stuff bothers me. Astros give away a ball game. This bothers me more, though. Just so you know, there are levels to this. The Diggs' frustration is probably about a 3. Mm-hmm. It's a May bother. It's a May football bother.
Yes.
Astros probably about a 9. They lose yesterday 4-2. They had a lead going into the 8th. However, Ryan Presley allows 3 runs, 2 of them earned on 2 hits and a walk. Alex Bregman has a homer early in the season, but a very costly error a little bit later. Astros 2 straight losses to Seattle. They got an 8:40 pitch tonight. Justin Verlander going to be on the bump. And, oh, by the way, looking to avoid losing the series to the Seattle Mariners.
I mean, I guess we should call it a big series because it is the first-place Mariners in a weak division. And so you don't want to – at best they can split right now. You certainly don't want to lose it. 0-2 since the return of Jose Abreu. He's 1 for 6 with 3 strikeouts.
Spo said he's looking better.
And Yeah, but how? Based on what?
I don't know. Spo said.
Yeah, he's better. What? I mean, he did like matter of fact. I'm like, oh, he is?
It can't be worse.
Yeah, it can't be worse.
Yeah.
And missed a ground ball that I felt was very, very playable, no matter what anybody might say. It was a 95-mile-an-hour ball off the bat. I mean, first basemen do that all the time.
95 ain't fast?
No.
It's 25 over the speed limit.
Okay, well, it's fast for me. It's fast for me. And the fourth blown save for Ryan Presley.
Yeah, they have 10 blown saves, according to Will Kunkel of Fox, and they had 9 all of last year. So this back end of the bullpen that I still feel really good about, but this back end of the bullpen not performing to the level that you expected them to, and really, if we're being honest, to the level that you really kind of expect them to moving forward. T-Wolves, they were facing a sweep yesterday. However, they get the dub against the Mavs. Anthony Edwards with 29, Karl Anthony Towns with 25. The Wolves win 105-100. They take the series back to Minnesota. Is this going 6 at least?
I don't know about that. Cat was back, but it was kind of a nail biter as well. I don't get caught up in what everybody gets caught. You know, if they win Game 5, then they go back for Game 6.
Another game. It's a series.
It's a one-game series.
It's a
Game
series.
6. I'm like, it's never happened.
Best of 3
ever. Ever.
Well, I mean, these games have been close.
They've been close.
You got to get on a plane. You got to go to Minnesota. That sucks. You lose that one?
Let me repeat. Never.
Luka's hurt.
Ever.
Luka's hurt.
He's better when he's hurt. It seems like.
But he's hurt.
Yeah. No, look.
You never know.
I get Minnesota fans. Hey, you never know. Game 5. Then we go to Dallas, win Game 6. No.
One of the crazier things about this series, and I would bet that there's some people who watch the NBA only during the playoffs, and they're familiar with the work of Karl Anthony Towns and they're familiar with the work of Anthony Edwards, but they look up and they're like, holy bleep, is that Mike Conley?
Mike Conley.
Doing his thing.
Still going.
Once upon a time, there was a very, very hyped-up prospect, perhaps one of the most hyped-up prospects of the last 20 years. His name was Greg Oden. Greg Oden had a high school and college teammate by the name of Mike Conley, who also went in the lottery in that draft. Greg Oden's been out of the league for a long, long time. Matter of fact, he's probably most known for a mirror pic that he sent where it looks like he has a third arm. Mike Conley is still hooping, and he's out there putting up 11 and 6 en route to Minnesota's playoff run and extension of the series. Here was Anthony Edwards at the podium shouting out Mike Conley as he walked out there.
Over here, y'all. Y'all got any questions for Mike? Y'all want to ask me about Mike? Nobody want to ask me about Mike? Bye.
How about Mike, especially in the first half? It seemed like he really
is old as f***. and he was getting downhill, laying the ball up. So shout out to Bite, and he coming in here with these clown pants on. So y'all about to see him in a minute, but that's my OG, that's my point guard. He played great tonight, and I couldn't ask nothing more from him. So thank you, Mike Conley.
There you go.
Man, that made me feel old.
It hurts my heart.
OG.
That's what I was just going to say. It breaks my heart that Mike Conley is, in fact,
he's the
old.
OG.
He is, in fact, old. Whew.
Man.
He was a baby just yesterday. Like a guy.
Remember him playing at Ohio State?
Yes.
Can't believe he's still hooping, man. At a good level.
Damn good. What a career.
I think this is going at least 6. No.
It might go 6.
Yeah,
they don't have any hope. The Wolves.
Yeah, I'd like to say no, but
yeah. I mean, there's going to be one eventually. So now you get me all talking about that, but it's not going to. It just never is the answer. It's never happened.
Yeah, 3 out.
Yeah. So
I mean, but teams have won 4 straight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's happened.
That's happened.
Yeah. So I mean, you've won 4 straight. Maybe not just starting out 3-0.
Yeah.
But how often are games this close? Haven't they had the lead in the final 5 minutes of every game?
It happens. So did Indiana. In the final minute, Indiana had the lead 3 times. No, I'm not saying they stink. I'm not saying there's no reason to get a little bit, of hope. All I'm saying is never happened.
Speaking of never happened, could I interest you in a stat?
Yes, sir.
Playing the hits here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. We'll get more into this Nico Collins contract extension coming up at the top of the hour. I got thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
So before yesterday's game, Kyrie Irving had never lost a closeout game. He was 14-0. He's now 14-1 in closeout games.
That's something.
So the first time ever, Kyrie Irving, with the opponent facing elimination, he loses a game. First time ever.
That's an amazing stat that I didn't know until I saw it last night. But he is just a joy to watch, man. I know I'm sounding like a broken record, but it's been fun watching him.
And you're going to get to watch him in the Western Conference Finals?
At least one more.
So would you take over or under 1.5 games? If I told you that this series is going to go over or under 1.5 more games, what would you
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I'll say over.
Okay, so it's going 6 at
I'll
least.
say 6.
Okay, Figgy?
I agree. I say 6.
Okay.
I didn't put anything on yesterday's game. I've been pretty regularly something small.
I think yesterday and the day before was the first time the over hasn't hit.
Okay.
The parlays, like the player prop parlays, are the way to go. Mm-hmm. Although they can be heartbreaking at times, I hear.
Just to keep it interesting, I've been putting a little something on all these, but yesterday I didn't.
Well, their over-unders have usually been like around 107. Yesterday, I think the under would have hit by 2 points.
Mm-hmm.
But that's typically where the over-unders are. But the player props are the way to go.
Yeah.
And sometimes you put one together and you don't submit. Yeah, the over has gone up to 209.5 now.
Well, there you go.
In Game 6. So they've increased that just a teeny tad.
Mm-hmm.
Just a teeny tad. I might take the under on Luka points just because
I'm looking at it right
now. I think
now.
he's wearing out. It's 29.
Yeah.
It's a lot. By the way, they should mic up Anthony Edwards every game.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. They absolutely should.
He was having to teach Rudy Gobert, though, how to screen.
Mm-hmm.
That's a bad look, sir.
I mean,
what the hell else do you know how to do, brother?
He's been around a while.
Well, I mean, he's like, yeah, you're screening like this and then go above around. Set the screen like this.
Yes.
And then he actually set the screen and knocked him down. So he's at least coachable, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But what the hell else are you doing out there, buddy? Set the damn screen. You shouldn't have to have Anthony Edwards sitting there and telling you to set the damn screen.
What's the player prop you just said?
I think Luka's under 29 points.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, there's under 29. So yesterday I was going to take Towns over, I was going to take McDaniels over, and I was going to take Gobert over, and I was going to take Minnesota point total over, and I think it maybe would have hit with the exception of I think Gobert got I don't know what he ended up with, but
yeah.
You get those, you're talking like 20 to win 250.
Okay.
Something like that, just put it together. You can go long shot.
That actually sounds not too bad. I might have to do something.
Yeah, over under threes,
yeah.
3-pointers, all that type of stuff. Pretty fun stuff. I think it's the most fun way to bet. Those are the hits here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, immediate thoughts when it comes to the Nico Collins extension, including who it impacts the most and where the most uncertainty lies. Lunchtime with In the Loop next.
The Drive with FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Lyons.
All right, Nico Collins extension. 5 immediate thoughts that crossed my mind as Nico had signed on the dotted line, which, by the way, the Texans have officially made official. They sent out the email. So it is official. Diana Rossini, man, she's killing that beat.
She really is.
She brought the heat and brought that report. Thought number one.
Número uno.
It's aligned with C.J. Stroud's contract. C.J. Stroud, rookie contracts are 4 years. Now, if you're a first-round pick, the team has an option for a 5th year. Spoiler alert, it's going to get picked up. C.J. Stroud's going to be under contract for 5 years on his rookie deal, which is cheaper than the extensions that we see quarterbacks getting. Nico Collins, he has 1 year plus the 3. So they're aligned. Mm-hmm. You are aligned in that opportunity to take advantage of quarterback being on his rookie deal. You are doing that with one of his favorite targets, or at least attempting to do that with Nico Collins. So that was the immediate first thought for me. Is the years it kind of plays out perfect,
and I couldn't have said it better. I mean I absolutely think that's at the hub of all my thoughts on this contract.
And it's kind of crazy how they handle puzzles like the zig and the zag with the Texans, because I don't know if teams approach it like this, because I think it's fluid and it just kind of depends on the layout of your roster. But a lot of times I'm sure that you want to invest so much in certain positions. You know, like there's exceptions where maybe you have 2 awesome corners, so you're paying how much ever for corners or wide receivers. We see what Philadelphia is doing. They're paying Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. Mm-hmm. So you're dedicating that much to wide receivers. But if you look at the Texans and you kind of look at how Nick Caserio talks about 2-year plans, on the edge, Danielle Hunter signs a 2-year deal.
Mm-hmm.
How many years does Will Anderson have till he's eligible for an extension? 2 years.
Yep.
Nico Collins signs a 3-year deal. How many years does Tank Dell have left on his rookie deal? He has 3 years, so there'll be 1 year there. Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard, you're paying a lot to tackles right now. What do you randomly do in the second round? You draft a tackle, because a couple years from now you'll be able to get out of one of those contracts and all those will expire. So it is kind of interesting. Maybe it's a coincidence. I would lean towards it not being.
It's not a coincidence.
But I do find it interesting that Nick Caserio kind of likes to juggle and stay on that seesaw and proactively look at these types of things. I think it's a good mindset to have. I think it's healthy. I don't think it's set in stone. Yeah. I think there could be a time where perhaps if the time comes and it's time to extend Nico Collins and he wants to extend Tank Dell, he'll do that. But it is kind of cool how it seems like he's kind of on that seesaw and he's being kind of proactive.
I think it goes back to what we've said really for a couple of years now, if not longer. He had a vision, and we're not used to general managers knowing, okay, we're a mess right now in 2021, but if we do this, we'll clear up some cap space. If we sign some Jags and get them out of here in a year or two, we'll be able to have room to sign some real free agents if we get a quarterback. He didn't know he was going to get this quarterback that could play at this level, but he had a vision. He had a plan of piece by piece how we're going to get there, and here we are.
Thought number 2.
Número dos.
How does this impact Stephon Diggs? 51 days, by the way, if you're counting, since they've traded for. I still haven't heard from him, but, it's no big deal.
Yeah.
You got this. Going to do his talking on the field. But how does it impact Stephon Diggs? I never thought Stephon Diggs was a long-term thing. I am amused by the Ross Tuckers of the world, some of these other guys who maybe they shouldn't know better, but you're talking about you traded a second-round pick for Stephon Diggs. No, you made a 3-way trade. They don't make three. Are you even allowed to make 3-way trades in the NFL?
You got me.
I don't think that I've seen one.
Yeah.
But you essentially traded back to pick 42. You gave the Vikings pick 23. They gave you a second-round pick. That second-round pick went to Buffalo. Buffalo gave you Stephon Diggs. So you traded back 19 spots for Stephon Diggs. If there had been a graphic, like NBA-style graphic of a 3-way trade.
How the team was built.
You would have been okay with that 3-way trade.
Yeah.
So I never looked at it, especially once you redid the contract. Am I completely dismissing the possibility of Stephon Diggs being here again? I am not. I'm not dismissing it. But I never looked at Stephon Diggs as more than most likely a one-year rental. And with the price only being moving back 19 spots, and they made that trade with Minnesota because they were going to trade for Stephon Diggs, I think that's the impact. So the impact for me is moderate, although we don't have to do this imaginary, maybe necessary, maybe unnecessary had they not extended Nico Collins. Well, who are they going to decide on when the time comes? I never thought that was really a decision, but we don't even have to play that game.
And he's got no room to say anything. You gave him what he wanted. You gave him a almost $21 million bonus. That's what he wanted. He wanted to be able to be free, after this year, or maybe come back. Nothing to complain about.
You know what?
Nothing to complain about.
And if John Lopez assumes that Stephon Diggs has a problem, you know what?
What?
You know how you eliminate that assumption? You let him go speak. 51 days again. The hell are y'all doing over there? Excited, huh?
Yeah.
Número 3.
It's May. Okay, it's May. Next thought. Nick Caserio told us, man. Nick Caserio, unsolicited, NFL Combine, talking about franchise tags and all that. Nick Caserio, unsolicited, he said, "Oh, and I know someone's going to ask me about a Nico Collins extension." He told us that he was open to this. He offered up the information. We talk about Nick keeping stuff close to the vest, although I haven't seen him wear a vest in a long time. He told us that he was all in on this Nico Collins extension. We talked about it, but he really, really told us.
Yeah, but we didn't know, like, how close they were, or how far apart, I should say, they were, et cetera. So we didn't know it was going to happen, but you knew they wanted to make it happen, and that was the important part.
Next thought here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610 lunchtime. Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Next one.
Número 4.
Cuatro. There's still some uncertainty when it comes to other guys. Like, who is going to get the next contract extension? Is it going to be Christian Harris next year? Is it going to be Derek Stingley? Who knows? But there is a little bit of uncertainty. I think the Stingley is going to be interesting because is one healthy season in a hypothetical world, does that wash away nearly a half decade of unhealthy seasons? Do you want to do that before you have to? Is there some sort of meeting in the middle? That'll be interesting. Christian Harris, if he continues to progress, I could see that being one that they attack immediately, sooner rather than later. But there's still a little bit of work to do for Nick Caserio and company.
Yeah, the Derek Stingley one, I feel, is where they're going to really start to get into that we got to watch the cap territory. Because if he has a big year and they sign him to an enormous contract, because that's what these cornerbacks will get, then you have to have that contract in such a way, bonuses and front loading and all that other stuff, that it's not going to bite into C.J. Stroud's contract whenever you get there.
Number 5.
Final thought. Good for Nico, man, and good for the Texans. This is not whether you thought they should wait or whether you thought that they should get it done. I don't look at this like I looked at the Titus Howard extension. I think this is actually a win-win for both sides. Who knows how much the value would have changed had Nico duplicated what he did last year. But I think they're kind of in the healthy range. And given the situation they're in, which you mentioned with C.J. Stroud, I think that this is, if it was going to get done, I think this is the right way to approach it. And I think they both kind of met in the middle here. I don't look at this as all right, they definitely won this negotiation or this side won. And I think this is good for, and Nico's easy to root for. I mean, you look at how hard he works, last one to leave.
Everyone's the first one to get there and the last one to leave.
But he's really the last one to leave.
Is he?
He is.
You sure?
Yeah, I see it on the practice field every time. Every time we're out there, he's out there. And you saw the body transformation from year 1 to year 2?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, lunch pail guy. Now, I know you don't look at him as a lunch pail guy, but that's you.
What's that?
Race car! I think you're thinking more. I think you're thinking more along the lines of like the Rex Burkheads and Danny Amendolas.
Yeah.
But I look at Nico as a lunch pail guy.
Yeah, Charlie Heck.
Yeah.
And
John Weeks.
Yeah, for sure. The first Caserio pick to get that extension, which is always important as well. So he's getting a little justification there as well.
Andrew Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. You said you don't care about the money with Nico Collins.
Why should I? No one's answered that, by the way. Like, why should I care? Well, because of the cap. Okay, I will when the cap comes in play. Like the example being the Derek Stingley contract. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit. We got to worry about the cap because he's going to have probably 4 or 5 years, big time money. It'll overlap with C.J. Stroud's extension when that comes, which we know is coming. But if you look at it right now, I hope everybody's smart with their money, including the McNairs. I mean, good for you. Be smart. But in terms of like the salary cap and the football team, it doesn't impact. It doesn't impact my how I watch this team, and putting this team in a bind. This team is not. That's the best way to put it. This team is not in a bind financially, which could impact other signings. It's not.
No, but when you say I don't care about the amount, how do you feel about Titus Howard's extension?
Well, but the difference is Titus Howard, and going into that, we were thinking, oh, they're not going to give him an extension, right?
Oh, I was adamant.
Yeah, they're not, because we haven't seen anything.
I was adamant about that.
We hadn't seen anything that would indicate that guy probably is going to get an extension and deserves it. Nico's different. I mean, we were like, okay, maybe they will. Figgy was tweeting yesterday like, I thought they would. We don't know. I thought they might because we'd seen 1,000-yard season and with 80 catches, whatever it was, and he deserved an extension, if not sooner, if not later, sooner. But we didn't see that with Titus Howard.
What are you buying if you get the Nico Collins extension? What are you purchasing? You purchasing anything? I mean,
what am I going to splurge on?
I mean, sure.
What is he like?
Pause, man. Good Lord. Sheesh. My God, you might need to dump that.
What's his big? What's his
splurging on things?
What's his big thing? What's his hobby?
Who's Nico's?
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know much about him. Football.
Yeah.
I would.
You can't go with the basic.
I'm gonna get a house built.
Yeah, and I don't want to go with the basic.
I was gonna say buy his mother a house.
It's gonna be Abe Lincoln style too, where my bedroom is in the top floor and it goes out to a theater room where I'm sitting Abe Lincoln style.
Mm-hmm.
I walk out of the door and I'm right there, Abe Lincoln style, out to the theater room. And there's still seats below me, but I'm
shot in the back of the head.
Suite. I could. You never know. Depends what kind of party it is. Kind of happens, man. John Lopez, John Wilkes Booth, who knows? Same thing.
Yeah, could we be?
Same thing.
I don't see anything on his hobbies. I just searched Nico Collins.
Did you ever see the pillow that Lincoln got, like the blood pillow? Did you ever go to Washington, D.C. and see Lincoln's
at the Smithsonian?
Wherever it was, wherever the blood pillow is?
No, I haven't. I've only been to the Smithsonian once.
His head down?
It was a bad experience. I didn't have time.
Did you buy some fake Oakleys? That used to be the thing, bro.
Really?
Yeah, because my mom would take the 8th graders.
On field trips? You're talking about?
Yeah, she did it every year.
Mm-hmm.
So I would they were slinging fake Oakleys out there,
mm-hmm.
and I would always have her buy me like some few dollar fake Oakleys.
When I was in high school, aviators were in. Well, they're still in, but I mean they were all the rage.
Are they?
Yeah, they were.
What's up with these big ass sunglasses I see all your people wearing?
My people?
Like your outdoor fishermen guys. They're wearing like the
Costas.
big ass shades like that are like look like goggles and they're like really bright.
No. The reason is they come around to the side of your eyes.
Yeah.
Because when you're casting or fishing, you don't want the sun coming in from the side because you're always turning and so it has to come around to the side so it blocks the sun from the side.
Is there a level of not looking like a goofy effer?
Yeah, me.
That
I look
comes
great
into that comes into.
I'm the level.
Some of these sunglasses that these outdoor folks are wearing.
No, me. You've seen me.
There was a guy. I was at the Memorial Day. This dude, one of the more successful builders out there in East Texas. He's,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's brilliant when it comes to cabinets, houses, all that type of crap. He comes in there, he's looking like Macho Man Randy Savage.
They serve a purpose.
Shades. What are we doing though?
They serve a purpose because you don't want the sun coming in and the glare and everything from the side.
Yeah, but don't you want to look cool when you fish?
I do. I look fantastic.
Let me see these shades.
I didn't bring them in today.
Yours aren't as big as some of them, right?
Yeah, they come around a little bit because for the reason I just
Does
said.
Captain Scott Noel wear these?
Oh yeah, you can't get on the water without your Costas or whatever you're wearing.
What do you mean you can't?
You can't. The reflection on the water, plus you can see into the water. You can actually see.
What other goofy gear do y'all have in fishing? You got like pads or something?
As far as sunglass hat, I got a floppy hat.
That's fine.
I got the big
That's a
floppy
fishing hat. What else?
Yeah. Well, the fishing shirt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Gloves. Sometimes if I'm going offshore, beachfront, you don't want those big kingfish to cut up your hands. Yeah, nothing goofy. Nothing goofy at all.
Except the shades.
It's not goofy. I look good in them. I look damn good in them.
These are crazy, man. Like damn goggles.
Yeah. They wrap around your face a little bit. Nothing wrong with that.
Are you hitting the lake post Memorial Day?
I actually have to pick up my boat. The wind is going to be real strong this weekend, but I brought my boat in for service and to get a K-top, which is like a T-top for your boat. I'm getting a little top on it, so it's a nice little cooler when we're out in the middle of the summer. So a little bit of an investment there, but it's going to be well worth it. So I got to pick up my boat probably Friday from the boat yard down in Kemah and then take it. But I don't know how much fishing I'm going to do. I'm going to take it down. I don't know how much fishing I'm going to do. It's going to be kind of rainy and windy this weekend. So we'll see.
Fight through it, man.
Well, I'll fish in the rain, but the wind is a problem.
Fight through it.
Yeah, the wind is a problem.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Got some interesting lunchtime confession. Really proud moment for me yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I'll talk about this. My wife said something that I think Figgy might even smile at this. I was very, very pleased. I did not expect this reaction. Plus, when it comes to the Nico Collins contract and all the talks and the extension and all that, there's one philosophy that I cannot quite grasp. Is it a me thing? We'll discuss next. Lunchtime Confessions.
Nico.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I guess I'm going to start with a little news that leads to a confession. All charges against Scotty Scheffler have been dropped as of about 5 minutes ago, according to ESPN. My confession is it's a delicate line because you know how tough a job is for police officers. But you also saw the video. I just never thought this was anything close to Scotty Scheffler being arrogant, dragging an officer, being, whatever, belligerent. I just never thought if you saw it, it never was going to happen. It was just clear case of everybody overreacting. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
It was, but anyway, charges have been dropped. I
think he just wants to move on.
No surprise to me. Probably shouldn't be a surprise to anybody.
Yeah, he saw the video.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
There was a viral clip of Anthony Edwards earlier in the year saying that Popeyes had top 4 fries. It led to kind of a discussion last week about, at their freshest, where are Popeyes fries? I don't know. Yesterday, I was watching the daughter. She was taking a nap. Wife went to H-E-B. She asked if I wanted anything. I just randomly said, hey, you know what? I'm watching Anthony Edwards right now. I'm kind of in the mood for Popeyes because every time I see him, I'm kind of in the mood for Popeyes.
You think about it.
Yeah, because of all the things he said, like the Popeyes fries thing got me thinking the most. So I said, can you go to Popeyes for me, please? And she was like, sure, I'll go to Popeyes. Where is it? And I was like, just go a little bit more down Gessner. You'll see it right there to the right. Give me the spicy tenders, some mashed potatoes, red beans and rice.
No fries?
Maybe throw a jalapeno in there. We're good. No fries.
Yeah.
She did. She went. She got something. She got a Popeyes chicken sandwich, which she doesn't really frequent Popeyes, so she's more Chick-fil-A.
Okay.
And she ate the Popeyes chicken sandwich, and afterwards she said the following, quote, that chicken sandwich was better than Chick-fil-A's.
Oh, wow.
I was surprised. I was surprised right there. I was surprised right there, and I was actually pretty proud. Now, I wouldn't expect the consistency to always be the same, but I was pretty proud of Wifey for acknowledging the greatness that is the fresh Popeyes experience.
You think it's accurate what she said?
I never get the chicken sandwich at Popeyes. Like I saw someone the other day that got the chicken sandwich at Cane's, and I was like, oh, good for you, buddy. But nah, so I don't know. I never get the I got it that one time when it was crazy.
That's what I was going to say. Wasn't it a Popeyes sandwich about a year ago?
You know what Popeyes got the best of? Not even close. Nuggets, dude. Holy crap.
They good, man.
Woo. Those chicken nuggets at Popeyes are next level. And you get some of that mashed potatoes gravy, dip a little bit of that in there. Whew.
Popeyes is just good, man.
Just solid.
Period.
At its best, it's elite, man.
At its best. It's not always at its best.
Sometimes you go and it's about to close and they give you the worst type of stuff.
We only got breast and thighs left.
Oh, I hate that.
Or the fries be cold.
Well, I'm out of fries right now. We're out of fries. Hey, thank you for choosing Popeyes. We are out of tenders, red beans and rice.
Don't be out of
jalapenos, macaroni and cheese, and chicken legs. Can I take your order?
I remember them days.
Please don't be out of red beans and rice.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Jim Crane, where you at? I mean, it's time. It's time for Jim Crane to say something, bro. Well, I'm mixing all kinds of drops there. Stephen A. Smith and Blake Snell. Because this is, no one knows who's in charge. We know he's ultimately the final answer. Well, then why is he not talking about some very severe things happening with his organization? He said he was when they had the Texas Children's Houston Open. He was asked about the Astros. Said, I'm going to talk about the Astros. I'm talking about golf right now. I'll talk about them later. It's later. It's a lot later. And he hasn't said anything. Enough is enough. Let's hear his take on things. Let's what he has to say about everything from Jose Abreu to Joe Espada to the way the injuries have been going on to everything going on with this organization, falling off, maybe transitioning, etc. Jim Crane, where you at?
I don't know where he's at.
Where you at?
No idea.
What you hiding for?
Yes, exactly.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So there's a new thing going on that's gone viral involving Chipotle. And I got to tell you, this is ridiculous. Like, what are we doing? So apparently now people, in order to get more stacked burritos or bowls and stuff, because they feel like sometimes Chipotle screws them over.
Yes.
They are recording the Chipotle worker.
Get out of here.
While they order.
Oh, my God.
Just in order to get more Chipotle. I got to confess, this is ridiculous. First of all, I've never felt cheated at Chipotle.
No.
Maybe that's just me.
Now, you can sometimes game the system a little bit.
I did a couple times. It was a couple times where they only had a little bit of steak left, and it wasn't the freshest steak, so they gave me that little bit and kept it moving, where I'm like, dang, if I would have waited, I could have got the fresh steak, but I wasn't upset about it.
Yeah. It's a crapshoot, man. It's a crapshoot when you're doing this. Now, there's ways to game it a
or
little
just
bit.
speak up.
Yeah.
Man, but that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
They're videotaping.
Yes.
So they can
It's
get
a thing,
more.
too. It's a
so they
thing.
can get a gift card or something?
You can look it up. No, they're trying to get to where you're kind of bullying the worker into having to scoop it a little bit more.
It's Chipotle, man.
Stop pulling your phones out, period, man.
It's Chipotle,
Don't record
man.
me.
Damn thing in your pocket.
Exactly.
Leave this person alone. Slime balls.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got my teacher and my school. If you were listening earlier, I've been putting this off, procrastinating. I get a $50, which is matched by Amazon, so it's a $100 gift card that you go through Donors Choose. It has to go to a school. It's a thank you from the Heisman Trust. For all the Heisman voters, we get these gift cards, and you got to donate them to a school. And I've had it since I made my vote, but the deadline is day after tomorrow. So I put a call out to all the loopholes. Tell me a school, tell me a teacher. I'll donate the card. I just did it in the last break. So shout out to Ms. Garcia, Crockett Elementary School in Houston. She's got $100 going her way. So thank you to all the loopholes that donated. I just kind of randomly chose one. But how about that? Crockett Elementary getting another $100 donation thanks to the Heisman Trust.
There you go.
I got my school.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So Greg Rosenthal, I don't really follow his work too much. I know he's pretty respected. I'm not against his work or anything. I'm just not. I can't tell you the last time that I really saw anything from Greg Rosenthal and said, okay, there you go. So
Yeah.
I'm not knocking it. Don't take it this way. But he said this yesterday after Nico Collins got his extension. Quote, I never blame a young player for taking his first huge guaranteed payday. But this is essentially a 4-year, $75 million deal for a top 25 receiver entering his prime. It's going to age incredibly well because Collins is that good. Here's my confession. I don't get that. So you just ignore the final year of the contract. I guess you can equal it out and stuff, but I don't get adding the year that he already had to the 3 years, $75 million. I get maybe that's a way to look at it. I heard some people say this. I think I even heard Stutz say this yesterday.
Yeah.
Shout out to Stutz for his immediate reaction. I don't get, though. My confession is maybe this is a me thing. I don't get that line of thinking where we're making this a 4-year, $75 million deal.
Well, is he saying that he was too hasty? That Nico should have held out till
It seemed
next
like
year?
he feel like Nico got cheated.
Yeah, like he was too hasty. He should have waited another year.
But he also called him a top 25 receiver, so I can't follow that either. I don't know. I feel like some Texans fans might be insulted by that.
All I know
I don't know what he's saying.
Because the argument that I've seen is he a top 10 receiver for this much money because he's getting paid as a top 10 receiver? That's a good thing as far as I'm concerned. If I get paid top 10 money and people don't think I am, that means I'm kind of doing all right.
I just don't know where the fourth year comes in. It's 3 year deal.
Yeah, maybe he added the fourth year because I
He's
guess
saying
that's
that
a
a year for 4 years and you're paying $75
instead
million
of 3
total.
years.
Yeah.
It's an extra year where he could have got paid, I guess.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Or another year longer before he hit the market again.
Okay. I got you. I get what you're trying to say, but I don't get what you're trying to say.
I think he's complimenting him, but also saying he should have waited. I don't know.
All right, Greg.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This isn't a straw man because I really haven't seen this. No. I'm saying I haven't. I haven't seen this on Twitter or whatever. But I'm afraid. My confession. I'm kind of afraid that people are going to read too much into the Negro League stats being implemented into the Major League stats.
Yeah, where did that come from?
What it is.
I'm not. What was the point?
Well, I'm going to tell you what I think the point is. I think people are going to say, well, that is a different league and blah blah blah, and Josh Gibson is now the home run king and all this other stuff. No, they're not saying those records are going to be over the MLB stats. They're being implemented with the MLB stats. To me, it's just a tribute. It's a tribute to a league by Major League Baseball, recognizing the numbers, but they're not saying. I haven't seen anybody in Major League Baseball say, yeah, forget everything else. Josh Gibson's now the home run king. No, it's just implementing them, recognizing them, putting them where they belong, next to the same stats of the same era.
I have no problem with it. Here's the thing that I think is weird, though. I don't take baseball stats serious because you've minimized
this is true too.
My childhood heroes. Like there's no Barry Bonds in the Hall of Fame, there's no Mark McGwire in the Hall of Fame. So I don't take your record serious anyways. Mm-hmm. Until you're going to acknowledge that actually happened. I have no problem. Just do whatever the hell you want to do with these stats.
Yeah, but I'm just afraid. And again, I haven't seen it, but I'm worried people are going to go, that's not a real. No. It's just like a tip of the cap, literally, from the baseball people. Like, these guys deserve to be side by side. That's all it is.
Man, Josh Gibson hit 446 one season. What was that, slow pitch softball?
No, man.
I'm not trying. I'm just saying.
No, that
446. Come on,
move over, Babe Ruth.
446.
Hey, you're the one. No, you're the one that's saying
Babe Ruth never faced a Dominican.
See, you're the one that always says that.
Babe Ruth never faced a Dominican.
So you got to recognize it.
But 446.
Josh Gibson was the man.
Hey. Come on, bro. 446.
Yeah,
that's a lot. That's a lot.
Josh Gibson was the man.
That's Little League. That's Omaha type-ish. That's Little League World Series.
But you're sitting there saying, "Hey, Babe Ruth never faced
a Dominican."
A Dominican. Well, he faced a bunch of athletes.
Josh Gibson never faced a white guy. There's good white pitchers. 446.
Josh Gibson never faced a white guy.
446.
Yeah.
He probably hit about 350 if he played today.
Hey, I don't disagree. I have no problem with the records,
400.
but damn, man. Goodness gracious.
Never faced a white guy. That's one I've never heard.
Those are lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the scariest thing and a question about that scary thing. And it involves one of the best teams we've ever seen in this town next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I guess we're factoring in, and shout out to the loopholes if you listen, you are. And I get what you're trying to say. You add the $17 million signing bonus to this year, so you spread it out over 4. I don't look at it that way.
Yeah.
It's still 17 because salary cap space carries over.
Correct.
So you could have carried this space over. So I don't look at this as 4 years 75. It's 3 years 75, and you're choosing how to spread. You put a down payment down,
but you're gonna have him for 4 years.
Yeah, but you were gonna have him for 1 anyways, and then you added 3. So that's how I look at it. I get the signing bonus talk and all that. That's just not really how I look at this Nico Collins contract. If you do, okay. I do not. You added 3 years. It cost $75 million. You just happen to have a little bit of money in the bank, so you threw it down. Right?
Yeah.
So there you go. But I guess people would look at it where if your car costs $20,000 and you throw $5,000 down, then you go on a $5,000 a year payment plan, then that's how we're looking at it. But you would have had it for a year anyways. Who cares? I'm confusing us.
Agree to disagree.
I'm not agreeing to disagree for nothing, okay? That's not happening.
Difference of opinion.
Yeah. No, that's not happening. We don't agree on nothing. We don't have to agree to disagree. That's awful.
I heard what I heard.
Yeah, that's not happening.
It's my opinion.
Yeah, well, thanks for telling me that. I assumed when you said it was your opinion.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so how bad is it for the Houston Astros, and what is the with everything going on right now, and they're still in the mix in the AL West. What is the question that the most important question for the Astros in the present with where they are?
For me, this is going to be very, very harsh sounding, but I'm wondering if they care about winning as much as they used to. That was never a doubt. I mean, that was never – you could say anything you want about anybody, ups and downs and everything else. They went the extra mile when it came to winning and adding the final pieces to the puzzle to make a championship run. And here's where we are now. I feel like they care more about saving face than winning.
At the moment, that's what they're doing.
Right.
During the most important series of the season up to this point.
They're like they don't want to look bad. They want to protect Jeff Bagwell. They want to protect Dana Brown.
Jim Crane.
They want to definitely protect Jim Crane.
I don't know if they're protecting Dana Brown. Are they? Aren't they kind of throwing him to the wolves?
Well, he's protecting himself. Like he's defending these things and these moves and why it's the lightweights is what's going to do it. It's bat speed. It's not bat speed. He's just spitballing, trying to justify and get Jose Abreu, people to buy into Jose Abreu. Like, you can say anything you want from back in the day. They were cheating. They weren't cheating. Whatever. They went the extra mile to do whatever it took to win. Are they doing that right now? Their actions say no. I'm not talking their actions even before the season. Didn't go get out a starting pitcher when you knew they needed a starting pitcher. Like you knew guys were injured. And then you got Urquidy hurt in spring training. You still didn't go get a starting pitcher. Middle relief. They went and got the back end. Good for them. Middle relief. By the way, a first baseman wouldn't have hurt. An infielder wouldn't have hurt. You knew Jose Abreu was coming up, but you needed another bat. They're not operating like they used to operate.
I guess my question would be, what would you do with Jose Abreu? Would you say bye-bye?
You got to cut bait at some point, and that point, I think, is upon us. He's got, what, a week?
I don't know how long he's got. I thought that we were over this before. I just thought that they were just going to let him slowly drift away.
Mm-hmm. Well, remember when he went down, we're like, we might not see him again.
What would you do?
I mean, you just have, at some point, you just got to.
At what point does he want to leave? Like, is this not embarrassing enough for him? I know he's making a lot of money and stuff, but man, I mean, he's made a lot of money in his career. Like, this is embarrassing.
I don't know what he wants to do. He may want to just say, yeah, that's about it. I should retire.
Like, can they?
It's a lot of guaranteed money, man.
Well, can they
settlement
have like some sort of buyout settlement or something like that?
Yeah, maybe that's.
I mean, how embarrassing is this for him?
But why would he do something like that?
Because he's embarrassed.
All that money.
He's embarrassed. Yeah, he's rich. He knows that he's
it's
basically a thief
but
right now.
I'm getting this 19 million.
But you're a thief. But you got to have some sort of respect for the game.
Yeah, but millionaires.
Cool.
One thing I
respect it and get this money.
Right. One thing millionaires like is more millions.
Yeah, but when you're embarrassing yourself to this point, you gotta.
I wouldn't. I'd make them make the
Would
call.
you embarrass yourself for $18 million?
No. I mean, if I'd made the money that Jose Abreu made and I'm embarrassing myself like this, if we can get some sort of settlement worked out, I'm good.
No. It's not my fault you signed me.
I'm good on it. I'm not lingering around, and I'm not going to, like, when I'm that washed and I've made that much money, I'm gone.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to, you're going to have to give me a little something, but yeah, we can negotiate something.
$18 million, man, or whatever that is.
He's made plenty of bread.
He has made a ton of money, but there's always more money out there. He has made
have some pride in
$115 million.
Yeah, you're good, man. Go get
He's got $39 million coming.
Yeah, go get you a $15, $16, $17 million settlement and go away and quit embarrassing yourself.
Why?
Because at some point, you've made enough money. Just go away. You're making a fool of yourself.
No way.
Goodness gracious.
Make them make the call. They're embarrassing themselves too.
They got to man up. They the ones that signed me.
Well,
y'all man up and come up with something there.
Yeah, we'll meet in the middle. I don't figure it out.
But here's the thing: I don't need to.
You're washed, man. Go away, Jose Abreu.
Jose Abreu is going to be getting $39 million no matter what. So why
pride?
Why say no? Thank you.
You're stealing money, man. Like this is what you've dedicated your life to. You're a disgrace to baseball right now. You're one of the worst. I mean, obviously it is. He's
not playing well, but I'm saying it's not his fault they gave him the contract.
Man. Yeah, I mean they screwed up too, and you screwed up thinking that you're worth a damn. So go away. Like you've made. Was it 9 figures in your life? You're still going to get some bread. Take a little less. Go away. Go.
Or how about you give me that $39 million and I'll go away. Give me all of that money back and I'll go away.
Yeah, I'll go away. Give me that $39 million.
I ain't taking nothing less.
There's no way.
Yeah,
there's no way.
Yeah, I'd just have a little bit more pride in that than to. I think the cost of humiliating yourself and making yourself look this bad is not. I mean, there's got to be a line in the sand. If he were someone who'd never made a penny or something like that, that would be it. But you made $100 million. There is no way. I mean, being this bad for this long, there's got to be like some sort of, because he's talked about how embarrassed he is and how he feels like he's let him down.
Mm-hmm. Oh, rest assured, I would be embarrassed.
17, 18 mil, here you go.
I would be embarrassed.
Bye-bye.
But I would not to the point I'd give up $39 million. You can embarrass me for $39 million. I don't care if I've made 100 and whatever like he has. And plus, he's not going to live here. I mean, I seriously doubt he's going to live in Houston. Just move on.
Doesn't that make it worse? So you're somewhere where you don't want to be. You're somewhere where you don't want to live.
Yeah, just get your 39 and then move.
On the YouTube Pals, you turning down $30+ million. I'm not. I mean, no. I've already made $100 million. I'm getting something. I'm getting at least half that bread. But I'm not embarrassing myself.
But
like
see,
that.
he would.
Bye-bye.
I feel like he would do something like that if he still felt like he had something left in the tank, and he could probably go to the White Sox or something, go back where he started or something like that. But
yeah,
I don't think he's signing with another team or anything. I think he's gonna call it a quits.
Who would sign him?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he know it's over.
Yeah. So go away.
So, give me that $39 million.
As soon as I get that mailbox,
I will be out.
Take the settlement.
I'll be out by tonight.
Yeah.
Get you. I mean, you settle for 20. I'm gone. Bye. Thanks for nothing.
Yeah.
See you later.
Oh, I guess you're a better man than me.
I don't care how much money I got.
I would not. I would absolutely not. Like,
yeah, the Astros just got to man up and just release them, man.
Yeah.
Just take that on the chin.
Yeah,
man.
That's what happened when you don't have a GM and you acting like one.
Oh.
So do you think the Astros are acting like they have before?
No, I mean, this is not. They deserve no trust, and quite frankly, it's the contrary. Like, are you judging D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio right now like you have the Texans on the back end of O'Brien, like going back to 2017?
Not even close.
Okay, so if we can separate that, I can separate that Dana Brown kind of comes across as a bozo every once in a while. Joe Espada seems like a guy that I wouldn't want managing at Lamar High School. Jim Crane seems like a guy that's kind of a jock sniffer that just likes to have legends around the table making moves. So this is not the Astros that Jeff Luhnow built. This is not the Astros that James Click maintained. This is this is not the same. So if we're trusting the Astros, we're not doing it for any reason of substance based on how they run right now.
I totally agree, but I also feel like at some point they need to make a big call. Whether it's Abreu, we know. We just talked about that. But, like, go back to the whole, Sellers thing. Like, I'm wondering if Justin Verlander in his last hurrah realizes it ain't going to happen here. Trade me, and it'll help the organization. Obviously, Alex Bregman, it ain't going to happen here, and I'm not going to get paid. Trade me. Ryan Presley, it ain't going to happen here. I'm not in the role that I was in. Trade me. Like, there's three guys right there that I could see asking for a trade, and it could actually help the organization.
On the text line, agree 100% with J-Lo. Swallow the pride already and move on from Abreu. Interesting that they waited until the team was on the road to bring him back. 713, look bad to who, Landry? My banker thinks I look fabulous, 39 mil. There you go. 832, also agreeing you've lost touch with reality, Landry. No way in hell you of all people would walk away and say give half. No, I promise you. It says you're full crap. I promise you, if I made $100 million and I was out there embarrassing myself on the regular and I could get some sort of settlement, I'm not saying keep all the money. Mm-hmm. I'm saying if I could get like $20 million and my earnings go up to $150 million and I'm not embarrassing myself playing the sport that I've played, and I'm showing that I'm washed like Jose Abreu is on the reg, I'm done. That's $100 million. That's not me right here. I'm done. We will take a settlement and we will meet in the middle because I suck. 281, agree, Landry. Have some pride and control when you go. Don't let them decide. So there you go.
And I'm telling you,
it's not about. Yeah, I'm not a greedy penny pincher that's going to suck the life out of the profession that I came up in, and he's still going to be rich no matter what. It's just me.
I don't consider myself greedy either, but I know what's mine. I know what's owed to me. Not my fault you made that deal.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not blaming him. I'm just. I mean, I think there's a certain level of just lingering around and embarrassing yourself like Jose Abreu is, and I think it's. I think he should have some sort of embarrassment and respect for the game and what he's putting out there.
He know that's it. He know this is it. I'm not getting any more money from baseball after this.
Yeah.
So I'm going out with a bang. I want all my chips.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe, or maybe he does take the payout because I would think I doubt that Jose Abreu signed this contract thinking, man, you know what? I suck. I'm the worst baseball player that there is, and I am going to trick them into paying me because I suck and I'm the worst baseball player ever. I would think that he probably thought he had a little bit something left in the tank. It's why you see guys like J.J. Watt who've earned a lot of money, and you see guys who could perhaps maybe suck a few more pennies or dollars or millions of dollars out of their sport. They walk away because I can't play it at the highest. So you hear it all the time. You hear guys retire that you think have something left in tank. Man, I don't have it like I used to. I don't know what Jose Abreu's thinking, but that's just me.
And then you got the people like John Wall who will sit on his ass and collect his money until he finds a place he think he want to go. And then he'll choose a buyout.
Well, John Wall's a slime ball. Like, let's just be honest. John Wall charters buses for guys to go to strip clubs and get the crap beat out of them, and then basically calls out the culture of the organization and doesn't even acknowledge that you were the one who shuttled the bus to the strip club. So, yeah, you're right. John Wall does think like that. I feel like Jose Abreu might have a little more dignity. Cannot believe John Wall's up there calling out Rafael Stone and the culture of the organization. Buddy, you just left the strip club and you chartered the buses there. No one really seemed to mention that.
Yeah.
Who knows, man? Different strokes for different folks. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying there's a big difference between someone who's made the money that Jose Abreu's made and sucking out every penny. I don't feel sorry for the Astros. I'll tell you that. Damn sure don't feel sorry for them.
Sure. Yeah,
I
rather blame the Astros for this.
Don't get that twisted. Don't get that. I'm not defending anything they've done. And quite frankly, I would rather Jim Crane have to write that check. I'm just saying from Abreu's point of view, it's embarrassing. He is sadly embarrassing himself.
Yes, he
doing something that he's been great at for a long time.
He's getting paid handsomely for it.
Yes,
it's even more sad because it was no GM that signed him. So any other GM wouldn't have signed him if they did not for that contract.
It's crazy. I mean, there's a lot of POVs, but I think the one thing we can agree on is the Astros, they've been functioning like a terrible organization. Speaking of J.J. Watt, do you think J.J. Watt saw the Nico Collins contract extension and it made him want to return even more to the football field? We'll talk about that. Plus, one of the best players in the NFL is the motivation of one of the best players in the NBA. Round the league next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Somebody texted me, you got to be kidding me. If you're going to try to make the case that Kyle Tucker is one of the best players in baseball and deserves
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Getting some good feedback on the text and the YouTube. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. J.J. Watt, he had a comment after Nico Collins signed his extension, quote, great bit of business for both sides, very well-deserved extension for Nico, and the organization secures QB1's favorite target for the foreseeable future. Do you think J.J. Watt wants to come back? We talked about this a long time ago. It kind of picked up steam because of some comments that J.J. had. Do you think J.J. Watt wants to come back? And
Yes.
if not, why is he not coming back?
I think he absolutely wants to, but he's kind of waiting for the right opportunity. I keep going back to, I think he's going to wait 6 or 7 games. It doesn't matter if the defensive line gets injured or isn't performing well. He just wants to shorten the season, and especially if the Texans start out hot, he wants to be a part of a team.
So he wants to see if they're good.
Pretty much. I don't blame him.
So if you told J.J. Watt right now, okay, this team's going to the Super Bowl guaranteed, he would already have said okay.
He'd say, I'll see you the second week of October, third week of October.
What if they're doing so well that JJ's just kind of...
See, JJ's not going to be... I've heard that. I've had that discussion with my sons. Like, well, what if he...
what if the D-line is just perfect? Like the mix of the guys on the interior just gelling perfectly with the guys on the edge.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've had that discussion.
What if JJ gets in the way?
He won't. I mean, we won't know. I don't know. But I don't think he will. I mean, he's going to know his defined role. He'll be able to fit in. It's fewer snaps.
He will?
Yeah. JJ is definitely going to be able to fit in. He's not going to be like, I'm J.J. Watt. He's not that.
So you think he's just waiting to see if they're good?
Yes. Absolutely. 100%.
Or is he trying to dip out on training camp?
Well, that too. He's trying to dip out on 2 months.
He would like training camp.
Yeah, but he knows his body, and if he can
at this point in his career,
if he can wait a month and a half, 2 months, and then step in because he's still working out.
You think we should be on body watch because he's kind of lost some weight? You think we should be on body watch, and if he's like putting on the mass and stuff like that again, then
yeah. Hell, he said it. He said, I don't plan on working out like this very much more. So he's working out like he's a football player,
If I'm JJ, I think I would want to go to camp.
He's been to camp. He knows what it takes to.
But in this situation, with all this excitement in Houston, you kind of stepped away when it was getting great. It kind of fell off. Then it got great again. Then the organization became dysfunctional. Don't you want to soak that in a little bit with your teammates? I thought he missed his teammates. Get in that locker room, man.
Come on, man. He's been around the team. He knows a lot of the guys on the team. It's not that. I mean, the camaraderie is going to be there. But why go through July?
You think the camaraderie's there? You think these young kids are really going to just 100% gel with JJ?
JJ walks into that building, I think jaws drop.
Really?
Kids are so
influential. With CJ and...
I'm talking about especially defensive players, but yeah, CJ too. They are impressed by guys like that. They're impressionable and they're impressed by guys like that. That's JJ Watt.
Has JJ got what it takes to be in the swarm mindset? Is JJ Watt?
Absolutely. Look, it sounds like I'm recruiting JJ. This is just how I see it.
No, I think he wants to. Get to camp then, brother.
Nah, come on. Why?
Just get your ass
He's
to
in
camp.
Arizona. He's air-conditioned workouts.
Get your ass to camp, dude.
Lifting weights. I'm sure he's doing some
That
sprints.
ain't the field, bro.
No, but it's not also taking up, mileage off his legs,
Get your ass to camp.
Okay, Hardo. Landry's been a bit of a hardo the last 20 minutes. I'll turn down $30 million. No, I got too much pride.
No, if I've already made
Get your ass to camp.
If I've already made $100+ mil and I can get a $20 mil settlement, and I don't want to embarrass myself.
Yeah.
Like there's like people who've made certain amount of money, it's easier to walk away, especially if you're embarrassing yourself, like the way Jose Abreu is. That's the point. I can see both sides. Some people
Get your butt to camp.
Hell, some people would run ass naked down the hall for $100. They'll do anything for money. They have no shame.
Where is Tyler?
And that's what Jose Abreu is doing right now. Good for him. A little more than 100 though.
I know.
So do you think? What if JJ was on the team? All right? Let me put it this way. What if JJ Watt is listening right now? He does sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to JJ. And he goes, you know what? Landry Locker's right, man. Landry Locker's right.
Oh, brother.
I'm going to get my ass to camp. I'm going to get my ass to camp, and I'm going to be a part of this football team, and I'm going to be flipping tires in front of Will Anderson and company because I really want to set the tone for this team, and I want to make a run. Now, I need you to think about this because I don't want you to just immediately say yes. You can't make JJ a captain, right? He's not a part of this. You got it. Will Anderson's the captain.
Here's the thing.
JJ ain't the captain. You're a tag along.
I don't think I agree because, well, if he comes to camp, it might change a little bit.
No, Will Anderson, CJ Stroud, one of the receivers, and maybe Hunter or Harris are captains. JJ ain't a captain.
I would tend to agree with you. I don't think he would want to be captain. I'll say this about the whole training camp thing. I'd feel better about his game if he did not go to training camp. That's too much. It's too long.
Come on.
No.
He's going to be lightweight. He's going to have the ball cap on half the time.
It doesn't matter, man.
He's going to get a lot of veteran days.
That takes tread off the old tires. If he comes in
trying
October,
to build a bond as a football team,
I'd feel he doesn't need to do that.
We're trying to build chemistry, man.
No, I'd feel better if he came in the third week of October.
But what if they're awesome?
It doesn't matter. He'll fit in. He's J.J. Watt.
But it's hard, though.
Yes, it's not easy. It's J.J. Watt.
Jim Harbaugh. This was Jim Harbaugh talking about Nico Collins a couple of months ago. Collins got the extension. Listen to Jim Harbaugh, now the coach of the Chargers, talking about Nico.
It was fun to watch. I think he had 9 targets, 9 receptions, a ton of yards, 2 touchdowns. It was just great. I mean, just go back and think about the time when he was in high school, visiting him at his school. I mean, reporting as a freshman, how hard he worked to put himself in that position. Warms the cockles of the heart. Then to see him standing at the podium after the game in the letter jacket, I mean, that was really cool. So it's great. Keep doing you, Nico. It's working.
Warm the cockles of his heart. What warms the cockles of your heart?
My daughter, probably. Wife.
Yeah.
The hustle and flow scene, the whip that trick scene on Hustle and Flow.
That took a hard left. That took a hard left.
He finally finds a rhythm. Whoop that trick scene. Put the headphones on. Let's go. I'm going to make you... Yeah, that.
That one.
51 days since Stephon Diggs has been traded. We still haven't heard from him.
Mm-hmm.
It's all good, though. That's not what they do. Here was Brandon Beane, Buffalo Bills GM. Here was his explanation of why they decided to trade Stephon Diggs.
You weigh a lot of things on those situations, but, I don't need to go through all the reasons why we decided to go ahead and do that. I would say from a cap standpoint, we decided just to go ahead and eat it now. We think we can compete and do what we need to do by eating it now and then not walk into next year and go, all right, because if we didn't, if we tried to come up with some way and split it up too many different ways, then now it's just like that albatross that you're just hanging on your neck all year. And you look at your cap and you're going, oh man, look at how much money we still have dead.
I get it. And that's why I'm saying that it kind of ties in with the Nico stuff now, because the Texans are not there. They're going to get there. That day is coming, but today's not that day.
Today's not that day, huh?
Yeah.
I just think it's weird that he put it that way because unlike all the other moves that they made, Buffalo, he didn't have any more guaranteed money on his contract. So what does that mean?
They knew they were going to have to pay him.
Well, so he's basically saying we know he was going to be a pain.
Well, we knew he was going to be an albatross, as he put it, contractually. But yeah. And they were in the business.
But they could have gotten out.
Yeah, but they were in the business of just cutting, getting anything they can, you know?
By the way, if JJ comes out the tunnel, I'm not saying I blame him for this mindset, but if JJ comes out the tunnel and he returns to Houston, I think it's only appropriate if he comes out to one song. And I know that they've embraced this, but we do remember the tale of JJ Watt going to the McNair's mansion right there in River Oaks and asking for his release because he saw, rightfully so.
Yeah.
He saw that we were in football hell at the end of the 2020 season, and he wanted to go to Arizona. Good choice, buddy.
Yeah.
He wanted to go to Arizona to finish off his career. Now he sees that the Houston Texans are the talk of the town, and he wants to come back. So this is what it should sound like at NRG if J.J. Watt comes back, and I think it's only fair. Again, don't blame you for it, but it's only fair. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome number 99, J.J. Watt.
Back then they didn't want me, now I'm hot, they all on me. Back then
It's only
they
fair.
didn't want me, now I'm hot, they all
It's
on
only
me.
fair.
Back then they didn't want me,
Because it's
now I'm
H-Town?
hot, they all on me. Back
Hey,
then they didn't want
back then he didn't want him. Now they're hot. He's all on him. Facts.
It's
Facts.
Okay. See,
Hey, I'm not saying it was wrong.
No.
Facts.
Not facts necessarily. Because he cares about this team. That's part of it, too.
But he didn't want him.
Well, no, but he didn't want that version.
So he went to Arizona.
Yeah.
Good job.
Not necessarily the best decision of his life, but...
you know what he did? He got that money. He got to end on that contract.
He got that money. But he cares about Houston. We know that from everything he's ever done. So, yeah, I mean, I guess you could argue that, but I wouldn't argue it. I think he cares about wanting to help Houston and getting and being a part of it, to be honest.
Man, this was a slap, man.
You darn
when
right
it came
it was.
out, man.
All right, JJ, welcome back. There you go. Jalen Waddle, local guy. I love Jalen Waddle. Big fan. Big fan of his work out there in Miami. Looking forward to him getting paid. Now, you would think that someone local here that's Jalen Waddle's age, I want to say he's 24.
Okay.
He's probably a Rockets fan, right?
Big time, right?
Yeah, he's like James Harden.
Yeah.
You know, you're watching James Harden hoop. That's your guy, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
That's wheelhouse.
Big James Harden guy, right?
Yeah.
Jalen Waddle? Let's hear what he had to say on the OG's podcast with the great Udonis Haslem and Mike Miller.
Who's your team, basketball-wise?
I ain't gonna lie. I watched the Heat. Been with the Heat. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a Bron. Like, I think Bron the greatest. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. So wherever Bron go, I go.
I ain't gonna argue that.
My favorite player, Devin Booker. So I mess with the Suns. Them my teams, though.
Damn, James.
What's wrong with that?
Come on, man. I mean, that's a local kid.
So what?
It kind of makes sense,
Yeah.
especially with the LeBron part. It's a whole bunch of bronze
From
sexuals,
Houston, Texas, man.
Yeah.
It's a whole bunch of bronze sexuals out here, man.
You call them bronze sexuals? Is that I saw that online.
I follow LeBron everywhere he go.
The best one I ever heard in that thing, I remember Galloway when Romo was there. It was Romosexuals.
Homosexual. That actually got a lot of run.
Yeah,
that got a lot of
He called
run.
them Romosexuals.
Yeah.
Bronze sexuals, huh? I don't know if that hits as hard. Micah Parsons, Dallas Cowboys. He was at the game yesterday, the Mavs game. He's kind of turned into Drake a little bit.
He's turned into Drake.
He's been in a lot of jerseys.
All these favorite teams.
I mean, he has been in a lot of jerseys. He's been in a Celtics jersey. He's been in Lakers jersey. Now he was in a Mavs jersey yesterday, and apparently he's an Ant Edwards fan too. Anthony Edwards apparently said something to Micah Parsons in the hallway that caught the attention of one of the media types. Here's a little cross-sport stuff. Here is Anthony Edwards talking about what he said to Micah Parsons.
Hey, you told somebody in the hallway you're seeing for Game 6. Where does that confidence come from?
What am I supposed to say? I'm supposed to say we're going to lose Game 5? No, I'm not going to never say that. Michael Parsons, you know, he was rocking the 81s, and I told him he wears size 14. I'll bring back some nice shoes for Game 6. That's what I told him.
That's good. You answered that perfectly. Right?
He's got to actually bring the shoes now, though.
Oh,
now that he's on record.
He should be, when he walks into the stadium, he should be holding them.
Yeah, you got to have the shoes now, right?
When they do the little walk-in, got to have a box of size 14s.
Say, so Micah Parsons is a 14? Mm-hmm. Let me get them hand-me-downs, man.
Yeah, you're a 14, right?
Get them hand-me-downs, Micah.
Mm-hmm. It's cool when you have a size 13 and bigger shoe, because when you go to the outlets, they have them.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, they have them.
Sometimes they do, but then they treat a 14 like it's a damn Ronald McDonald shoe sometimes. Like it's that uncommon.
Yeah. You're a what?
I feel like there's a little bit more than that.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. NBA players love watching games courtside. I can't really blame them. I'm a little disappointed in James Harden for not holding over Jalen Watt. I kind of thought you could have figured that out, buddy.
Nah, that's easy.
On the text line 0061, he makes a good point.
And that is?
John Weeks didn't ask for a trade, man.
Now, Weeks is a lifer. Weeks is a lifer.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Been here since day one.
Mm-hmm.
Through the mud.
No change.
There's your other captain.
No change.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've said this before, but I think this is you're going to absolutely love this.
Mm-hmm.
It's that time of the year, a.k.a. must be a slow news day.
Yeah.
A.k.a. must not be much to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
This is a low point for New York.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
This might be the worst rant I've ever heard, plus another pointless argument on the radio, and a local star. She has an epic reaction to getting made fun of on one of the largest platforms. You do not want to miss that. Internet going nuts next.
Nico Collins.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez. Figgy Fig with you. Stuff that had the internet going nuts. This is a low point for New York. My gosh, this is a low point for New York.
Yeah,
Sister station, WFAN, elite station, elite talents, and Shaw Mraz. Evan Roberts. Got a lot of respect for Evan Roberts' sports opinions. But this is one of the most pitiful things I've ever heard and one of the most pitiful rants that I've ever heard. Listen to what they were talking about on Tiki and Roberts, and you're going to hear Mraz at the end. What? Just play this, please.
Say this very loudly in all microphones so Hal Steinbrenner hears me, so Steve Cohen hears me. One of the biggest farces in sports is that you announce a giveaway and you only give it to a certain amount of people. It's uncalled for and it's wrong. You cannot tell Yankee fans the first 18,000 people get blah, blah, blah. No, you give it to everybody. And if the sponsor, because everything is sponsored, says, sorry, we're only making 18,000 people, well, then you tell them to go F themselves. You say, well, you're not the sponsor. And I'll use the Mets because it just happened. Would tell their customers, hey, go buy tickets to come to a game where you're going to tell your kid you're getting a Hello Kitty doll. And then they get there 2.5 hours before the game and they don't get it. That's a travesty. That's a sports giveaway travesty. And what I'm calling for is for Hal Steinbrenner and Steve Cohen to put an end to this. Because you cannot tell children, oh, here's a Hello Kitty doll. Oh, wait, you didn't get here early enough. It's unacceptable for the Yankees or the Mets to pull this kind of crap. Tell me when I'm telling a lie.
Evan, I emphatically agree. I think it's disgusting practice. And frankly, there's no way to also definitively tell you who the first 18,000 is. You give a box of these things to every single gate around.
Dude, come on, guys. Like, this is embarrassing. It's been the case. I don't want to go wussification of America, but come on. Like, you go back to the Jeff Bagwell T-shirt jersey days. You go back to the bat day. You go back to the glove day. You know there's a certain amount. You cross your fingers. You hope it happens. Sometimes it doesn't happen, and you learn how to deal with disappointment, okay? And it's small-level disappointment. You also, over the years, know that you have to get there early enough. This is pathetic that they are crying this much about a Hello Kitty doll and acting like they're supposed to give out 40,000 or how many ever Yankee Stadium holds of these damn prizes. This is actually pretty damn embarrassing.
Embarrassing is the word I was going to use. Do they not have any concept of promotion and getting fans there early?
And
I don't
limited?
know. So they can buy concessions.
And it's limited edition?
They can actually make it a limited edition. They can get to the stadium early.
Are we serious?
They couldn't have been, right?
I mean, what is that?
He sounded serious.
I'm sorry the kid has to get the Hello Kitty. You know what, parent?
And by the way,
Teach
it's
your
on the
kid about some
parents. It's on the parents, not on the Yankees.
They get their ass there early.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes you do have to get there too early because some of these people are nuts. But, I mean, come on.
But they limit the numbers so you will get there early. It's the whole idea behind it, to get people there early.
That's pathetic.
Yeah. It show you they never stood in line to get something.
I feel like they have.
I feel like this is a spoiled media problem. They don't get that the whole idea is to get people there early so they can, get the items, make it limited edition, buy concessions, more expensive beers, all that stuff. This is
Mraz called it disgusting.
Exactly.
I mean, come on, brother.
This is a little bit of
disgusting
of a media.
You know what's
problem.
disgusting? You kissing your friend on the lips when the Rangers win.
He didn't do that.
Yeah, he did.
He did that?
Yeah, he took a video of himself kissing his buddy on the lips when the Rangers won, like a big smooch. Does he get to third base if they win the cup?
What would it take for you to kiss Figgy square on the lips?
Dude, I'm not kissing him on the lips.
Nothing, man.
No, and I'll tell you.
Figgy answered.
I'll tell you what it would take. I'll tell you what it would take. It would take a gun to my head saying, this is life or death. It damn sure wouldn't be with me happy that a team won a game.
Yeah.
Man, I got to quote Pimp C on this one. We some family men. We getting this paper. We ain't no freaks. We ain't doing none of that.
This dude is kiss. I mean, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Kissed him on the lips.
I'm embarrassed for him, to be honest.
I'm embarrassed for them, and that's supposed to be that's the Mecca right there.
Yeah.
I got I got the internet going nuts.
So this is a cool thing that I hope isn't twisted around. Major League Baseball announced that all the Negro League stats are now going to be implemented with Major League Baseball stats. I'm a little bit afraid that too many people are going to argue over they're not real or it's this or that or whatever. But to me, it's awesome because it's a tribute, and they literally now are standing side by side with, frankly, a lot of them were friends with each other. I remember, Josh Gibson used to talk about some of the Major League Baseball players that he was friends with, et cetera, and they would go on these barnstorming tours together. That's all it is. It's a tribute. You're not going to have to start remembering. In fact, most people don't remember anymore because Major League stats have been diminished so much, like who's the all-time leader and change this or that. But pretty cool deal. Pretty cool deal that they're doing that.
I got a proposal, man.
A proposal?
I'm going to take it to a next level, baby.
Yeah.
We know baseball likes stats, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you a little fact. A couple baseball facts here just to put this all in, okay?
Okay.
Babe Ruth never faced a Dominican pitcher, okay? Fact.
You said that.
Josh Gibson didn't face a white pitcher, okay? Fact. I want to add a stat to the element.
Mm-hmm.
I want to add actually 3 stats to these new stats.
Okay.
Number 1, most home runs versus Dominican pitchers. Number 2, most home runs versus white pitchers. And number 3, most home runs versus white pitchers.
You said white twice.
Oh,
you
black
mean
pitchers.
Black pitchers?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want to know who had the most home runs against Dominicans, who had the most home runs against white guys.
We're going to have to do some digging.
Well, not for Josh Gibson.
No, not for Josh Gibson.
Like 20,000 off black pitchers.
There was no white guys in the Negro League.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't think. But I've actually done a couple of stories on that back when Jackie Robinson's anniversary was happening, and I got to talk to a lot of the former Negro League players and got some, did a lot of research. Man, they were balling, dude. They were balling back in the day, and there were some real studs there.
I got the internet going nuts.
Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, it's that time for them to argue. They like to argue. They were arguing about the timeline. The Cavs fired their coach, J.B. Bickerstaff. Apparently it took 8 days. Ken Carman took exception. Lima took exception to Ken's exception, and this is what happened.
Took 8 days to figure out a guy's future. That's all. Hey, you're not going to change my mind on that. Hate to tell you, buddy.
Of all the things,
make these decisions quickly and we move.
Of all the things, I guess they weren't on your timeline and the media timeline. I just don't think that's that big of a deal.
Never question so you've never questioned how long it's taken to make decisions with the Cleveland Cavaliers.
We were on the air, Kenny. We were on the air every day.
Okay.
I didn't hear you this bad after day 5.
I don't know.
Or after day 6, but then day 8 is when you lost your.
No, no. I'm not that. It's not that.
We were on the air every day, Kenny.
You're being totally ridiculous about this. What I'm saying.
Of the 2 people right now, who sounds more ridiculous?
Because
I've never heard in the history of this station,
again?
I've never heard somebody get this upset
to a guy
about the time frame.
That's what I'm
upset. So you're worried about JB's feelings.
I'm worried about how to treat a grown individual.
You just said he's getting $11 million or whatever.
And it's a bad look to me.
And you're worried about JB. I think JB's going to be fine.
I mean, just free pass Lime over here with everything the Cavaliers do. It's unbelievable all of a sudden.
You're right.
You were the tough talkingest guy 6 months ago about this basketball team.
Do we want to break down who gets a free pass
you sat there
from this show?
You sat there on your computer.
Which teams in this town get a free pass? We want to do that argument
on his computer?
Because you're not going to win that argument.
I want to know. This guy across
What are they arguing about?
Dude, I love that so much.
It
was so
and
fun.
Lima know how to piss him off.
Big time. It was so fun to work with them for the few months that I did and just be able to just sit there and kind of.
He knows what buttons.
You know how to get under people's skin, man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He knows the buttons to push.
It is hilarious.
Yes.
I got the internet going nuts.
Lizzo. She's had a rough go of it lately. There are people trying to cancel Lizzo, but Lizzo, I think she's staying strong. Local talent around here. I think a lot of her staffers kind of not the biggest fans of the way in which she allegedly treated them. But Lizzo had an interesting thing happen to her last week. She was featured on South Park. And South Park had what's the drug called? Ozempic.
Oh, yeah.
They had an Ozempic episode.
Of course they did.
Where
of course they did.
They basically, because we know Lizzo's a heavier girl, and she embraces it and all that type of stuff. They basically created a new drug called Lizzo instead of Ozempic. Here was Lizzo first. She reacted on Instagram. I didn't know how this was going to go. But here was Lizzo first setting up, because she watches it live on Instagram or TikTok. Here was Lizzo setting up the fact that South Park had taken her name and created a new Ozempic drug.
As my worst fear has been actualized, I've been referenced in a South Park episode. I'm so scared. I'm going to blind duet to it right now.
All right, so she's getting ready for it. Here's a little snippet of the actual skit, the new Ozempic drug, Lizzo.
Which of the drugs are you on, Sharon? Ozempic, Mounjaro?
Oh, no, I talked to my doctor. He said insurance would only pay for those if I had diabetes.
But if you can't afford them, then how are you managing your weight?
Now there's a whole new obesity drug for those of us who can't afford Ozempic and Mounjaro. I've controlled all my cravings to be thinner with Lizzo.
It's Lizzo. FDA-approved Lizzo makes you feel good about your weight, and it costs 90% less than Ozempic.
I've lowered my standards and my expectations.
It's Lizzo. In case studies, 70% of patients on Lizzo no longer cared how much they weighed.
I don't give two
It's Lizzo. Lizzo helps you eat everything you want and keep physical activity to a minimum. Some patients report constipation while listening to Lizzo. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis, hypothermia.
album.
Your ear. Used her actual album.
Ask about
like
the power
cover
of
the
not
album.
giving a with Lizzo.
Period.
All right, so Lizzo watched that, and in the album, she was reacting because it was like the actual outline of her album.
Right.
So then Lizzo reacted afterwards, and where do you think this is going to go?
I think she kind of liked it.
I got to say, if more people, with all the bad PR that Lizzo has gotten, if more people would act like Lizzo after jokes, I think the world would be a better place. Here is the reaction from Lizzo after watching South Park pretty much roast her.
That's crazy. I just feel like, damn, I'm really that. I'm really that. I really showed the world how to love yourself and not give a to the point where these men in Colorado know who the I am and put it on their cartoon that's been around for 25 years. I'm really that and I'll show y'all how to not give a and I'm going to keep on showing you how to not give a Oh, Lizzo.
Good for her.
Salute to her,
Good
man.
for her. That's how you got to do
Anybody
it, man.
else would be trying to sue South Park.
Yes.
Yeah. Trying to sue South Park. And
I'm so offended.
Oh, my God. They used my album.
Yeah.
Colors and cover.
I really don't appreciate the jokes.
Yeah.
and-
Good for her.
I was shocked. Because I was watching, I was like, okay, this is. Because that.
Well, now I got to watch it. I just forget sometimes that South Park is still releasing
It's
new
going
episodes.
strong,
New
too,
episodes,
man.
yeah.
I know it was still on.
Yeah.
They're still going very strong. I actually watched a documentary on it. It was one of those Vice 9 Lives of, and they kind of showed like the most trouble that South Park's been in, which was kind of crazy because they've gotten in.
They've been in some big time trouble.
They've been in it, and they've had fights, and they've had to like pull certain things. But yeah, I mean, they do what they do, and
good for her.
Yeah, and good for Lizzo. Shout out to Lizzo. Very, very, very much respect from this show. Coming up next, Nico Collins. He got paid. Who's next? And is Nick Caserio 1 year away from perhaps the toughest negotiation that he's going to have to go through as GM of the Texans? That's next.
Payne and
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Nico Collins. Reset your thought on the Nico Collins extension. 3 years, max of $75 million, $52 million guaranteed.
Yeah, I was looking at this and I'm like, this is a perfect storm of how all these contracts are laying out. My thing with the Nico Collins deal is, immediately it starts happening. Was he worth it? Is he a top 10 receiver? Shouldn't you need him and want him to prove it another year, given his history of some injuries and such? And I'm like, the best thing about this deal has nothing to do with how much money you're spending on it, unless it was just outrageous, and it's not. It's in line. It's not the money; it's the terms. The terms of this deal are like perfect for C.J. Stroud, and even better, it's perfect for the Texans in the near term and the long term. The near term, you got 3 years of the entire offense being set around, pretty much the entire offense being set around C.J. Stroud. You got your tackles; they're paid up through 2026, 2025, I believe. Right? When's Tunsil's
Well, you
deal?
can get out of the Titus after 25.
Yeah, you got Joe Mixon. He's locked up through 26. Tight ends, Dalton Schultz through 26. Who knows about Kate Stover, but he's locked up till 2027. Nico now is through 2027. Tank Dell, Xavier Hutchinson through 2026. Tank, obviously these are all weapons that are going to be around him that you're going to have to pay those bills at some point. But the fact that they're paid up now through those years on CJ's rookie contract, man, you're set. Man, you're set in terms of like how this team is going to be made up. Like there's not going to be a lot of turnover of the core pieces, around CJ Stroud, and that's a good thing because he likes these guys. He loves Tank Dell, and hell, he practically drafted, if you would listen to some people, Tank Dell. Loves Nico Collins. Stephon Diggs is just a 1-year deal, but that's separate. This is like the best part of this is I don't care about the money. I know that sounds weird. I'm going to care about the money when the salary cap starts to be affected by CJ.
But you don't care about the money because of the player, right?
Because of the player.
Okay.
Correct.
But $30 million, you would have been saying,
Well, yeah, anybody would have. It wouldn't have happened, first of all. But yeah. So, like, you look at this team, and that's what gets me excited. Like, when they pay CJ Stroud, then I'm going to start talking about, is this guy worth that? Do you really want to pay this guy that? You have the salary cap. You're under the salary cap. You got everybody paid and locked up for 2 or 3 years minimum. Hell, let's go. I think they're in good shape right now.
Yeah, it lines up with C.J. Stroud's deal. I thought that was important. Mm-hmm. You didn't pay him like he's a tier 1 receiver. I think that's important because I don't think he's tier 1. I don't even know that you really want to get in a situation where you're paying tier 1. Mm-hmm. $30 million to a wide receiver or more. So exactly. I don't even know that that's an ideal scenario for you. So you got that. Yeah, if you were going to do the extension, I have no issue with the extension. I'm so intrigued to see how Nico Collins follows up the one good year of his career, how he fits with the other guys. But yeah, if you were going to do this would have been the way to do it. I'm looking at Derek Stingley at this time next year when he's eligible for an extension. Because I think this is going to be the most interesting contract situation that Nick Caserio has to deal with among these core guys. If stuff continues the way that it's going for C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, they're going to get paid.
Yeah.
Like, it's a no-brainer. That's 2 years away when they'll be eligible. But if you're looking at Derek Stingley, and his final 2 years of college, he wasn't on the field, didn't stay on the field. His first year in the NFL, he missed 8 games. Even the great year that we felt good about last year, he missed 6. He's missed 14 games. He's played 20. Is there even a reason to do an extension early with Derek Stingley unless it's not just a complete bargain? Because we agree that he's elite when he's on the field.
Mm-hmm.
But would 1 year, because I keep hearing, well, man, if he's healthy for the entire duration of the season, let's say he plays 15, 16, 17 games, then he's going to get paid. So you're telling me that essentially 1 year out of 5 just wipes away the previous 4? Wouldn't you need to see a back-to-back?
Let me ask you this, though. If he has a superb year, like an absolutely superb year, don't you want to just go ahead and sign him anyway?
Why? I got him under contract for 2 more years.
Well, okay,
I got
maybe
one more
not
year on the rookie deal, and then I can pick up that 5th-year option. So I don't
maybe
think
not
so.
Next year. Let's talk about the following year. If he goes into that year, starts.
So you're talking year 4?
Yeah, year 4.
Well, here's the other problem, and these are good problems to have, but this is what we talk about. So let's say that they wait till year 4,
and that ties in with the C.J. Stroud.
Then all of a sudden, Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud are eligible for extensions too.
Yes.
So
that's when
you're
I start
in a
worrying about
different
the cap.
situation. So you're it's a good problem to have. It's a good problem to have, but the Stingley thing for me is going to be interesting. And then we're not even talking about Christian Harris, who's going to be eligible next year. And maybe they're not doing these extensions after 3 years. Maybe these are just rare exceptions. But the Stingley thing is going to be interesting, just how it does play out.
It's also going to be interesting because we're entering after this coming season. We'll be entering into maybe there's a little headbutting going on between players,
it's going to happen eventually.
Player agents, and the front office. Right now, everybody's happy, holding hands, singing songs, all that stuff. We're all pulling in the same direction. Man, when it comes time to get that next contract, that's when it starts to get real. That's when Nick Caserio's job gets difficult again because they're going to be wanting to miss mini camp and get paid or whatever it may be.
The 361 on the text line, when Jefferson sets the market at 40, we'll be glad to be paying 24 a year. I guess. I don't know what Jefferson has to do with Nico Collins, unless you think that he's in that class. I don't even look at that as something that. I'm glad that you're not paying a receiver that, but I don't. That 1 year has you throwing Nico Collins in the same sentence with Jefferson?
No.
Hey.
I feel like it'd be a little different if it was like T. Higgins making that much money or something like that, because I feel like T. Higgins probably in the same category as a Nico. But Jefferson, that's a whole different category, man.
Yeah, you mentioned Higgins, and the other one that I've heard brought up is Ayuk. Like, I want to see what those guys. I think that's kind of where Nico is in the Higgins Ayuk category.
And they probably looking at Nico like, okay, I think I deserve more than Nico.
It's always weird too when they say like Justin Jefferson is going to set the market. No, he's not. He's his own market. Like there are tiers like in every position.
How many people are looking at Justin Jefferson and saying like Tyreek Hill maybe?
That's what I'm saying.
Like Tyreek Hill maybe say CeeDee Lamb might say that.
They're their own. They're their own market.
Jamar Chase, like Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, like those are the guys that are.
That's
their
their tier.
Yes,
that's their tier right there.
Yes.
Yeah, like I've read on the text line. Well, you're getting it done before Lamb and Jefferson get paid. Okay.
Yeah. You're not going to get that. You're not going to be paying that anyway.
Yeah, I think Devontae Smith you can look at, perhaps,
and that's why he's 10th.
Yeah. Which is adding to the point that it's a good deal.
Yeah.
It's a good deal. But just Jefferson, no. No, thank you.
Whole different ballgame.
Yeah, it's different. Yeah. And quite frankly, it might not even be without as good as he is a fun ball game to be in. A lot of teams have avoided that ball game. Kansas City avoided that ball game. Mm-hmm. They won 2 Super Bowls since they did. So it's not the worst thing.
Well, those decisions are coming too, aren't they?
To be in that tier. Which ones?
Like
Miami's going to have to figure something out,
like,
too.
Do you let him go? Do you sign him? But that's why, again, that kind of goes back to how we started this. all that is for another day. When I'm going to start worrying about, oh, man, should they re-sign Tank Dell? Or, you know, or
some time there.
Whatever. Yeah, that's another day. Right now, go ahead and sign Nico. That's a good deal. 10th best? All right, maybe we can argue it, but he's in that tier. At least his last season he was.
Yeah, last season he was. We'll see how he follows it up, and regardless whether he does or doesn't, they're going to be not stuck with him, but they're going to have Nico Collins for a few years.
Yeah.
Stephon Diggs, the 1-year rental, it seems a little bit more apparent now with that contract. Tomorrow we're going to get some words. I think we might hear from Bobby Slowick.
All right.
Also might hear from some players. I don't know. That's, they don't like to do that.
What
type
players?
Of thing. Well, I'm not sure. And I don't know about, it's been Stephon Diggs. He's got I think he's, I don't know where they got
Right
him.
here from John Mechie.
I don't know. Maybe
Henry Toa.
Yeah, got to get those guys up there. Yeah.
Got to, man.
Yeah.
They're part of the team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, guys, let's announce
who's it going to be?
Lonnie Johnson.
Who's going to the podium?
I don't know. I don't know how they handle those types of things.
Mm-hmm.
No idea.
Case Keenum.
I think Slowick is.
Well, I meant like players, if there are any.
Oh, players? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe Diggs is there. I think he's in town.
Well, he's got him. See, that's the thing. D'Amico said that he's been working out in the training facility.
Might be out there tomorrow.
I don't know if he's going to be out there, but he's been working out.
Oh, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Right
According
down
to
the hall,
D'Amico.
huh? Right down the hall, huh?
Right. Just probably throw a rock.
Oh, okay. That's where the press room is, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They'll probably throw a rock. Actually, it's not too far.
Oh, okay.
It's not too far at all. If you're looking Stephon, just poke your head into the door and see, hey, man, you ready to talk?
Just want to hear my man
Got a couple
talk,
questions for you, man.
Hey, Diggs.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what our guys, Clint and Ron, have to say about my revelation today regarding talking and the Astros.
Revelation.
Jim Crane's got to get out there. Where you at, Jim? Everything points back to Jim Crane. I've almost been like ignorant to it.
Cal McNeil, where the hell are you?
Yes.
What you hiding for?
I've almost been like letting him go because he doesn't talk a lot and all that. But there are times when the owner has to talk. And everything about this organization right now points to we don't know who's in charge. We know Jim Crane ultimately has the final say. So it'd be we know Jim Crane didn't think they needed a general manager when they brought in Jose Abreu. We know Jim Crane, has kind of surrounded himself with people that he trusts, and not all of them are the general manager. I think we've reached a point in the season where more than a third in, they're on a decline, or at least they're having a bad start to the season. I want to hear from Jim Crane, man. I mean, I think he said it. He said it at the golf tournament. I don't want to talk about baseball right now because it's the golf tournament.
I've heard him talk baseball at that golf tournament.
I know.
By the way.
I'll talk about the Astros
probably about 7 times
after the tournament. Well,
minus the year he got canceled.
After the
I've heard him talk about baseball at that golf tournament.
Everybody talks about accountability.
What do you want him to say, Jose Abreu?
I think answer those questions. I did. You didn't
Jose
think
Abreu stinks?
you made this decision without a general manager. What are your feelings on Jose Abreu and the contract and where he is right now? Joe Espada. You said you were hasty with the James Click hiring in terms of the general manager. What was your process for hiring Joe Espada? I mean, there are a lot of questions that only the owner can answer.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I get what you're saying, and it is kind of no man's land right now when you see guys going up there and trying to justify this Abreu thing that had nothing to do with it, and I don't even know that they would handle it this much. The only problem I have with Jim is, dude, you're speak at the golf tournament.
Dude.
Like, speak at the golf tournament. About your baseball team. Like, come on.
Hey, how about the very, very important question? Do you feel it's time to maybe take a step back and rebuild? There are some very good questions that Jim Crane needs to answer and hasn't.
I would certainly be there to listen.
Right?
I would certainly love to hear, because somebody got we're in somebody got to lose their job territory.
We're getting there
for this. I mean, I think we're there. Somebody has to lose their job at some point for this. I don't know how high it goes up.
Like, you're talking like Abreu or
no. For me, I ain't blaming Abreu no more. We're now to the decision makers.
Yeah. I used to have a neighbor, old lady. That
hopefully you helped her out a little bit.
I'm talking about when I was 20, she was in her 90s, so she's long gone. But anyway, she used to
take the trash.
She was a really fun neighbor. I always helped her out. She was a fun old lady, nice old lady. And she always used to say,
ding-dong ditcher.
She always used to say, "That's one for the head fella in charge." This is one for the head fella in charge. What the Astros are doing.
Hey, I don't disagree with you, Lopez, but I'd like to start at the bottom.
How's that?
I would like for Joe Espada.
All right, Drake.
Yeah, right. He didn't write that, I heard.
Yeah.
But I would like for Joe Espada to quit with the nice guy crap.
But it's him, though, right?
I don't know if it is.
But like, then you can't go. Then you can't. You can't be in the big like if at this point with these Astros after last night, if you're just sitting up there and the first thing you want to talk about is Hunter Brown 6 innings.
Yeah,
he was great.
And you're not just like visibly disgusted with what's going on.
I said this the other day. It's
then
time
your
for him
ass ain't it.
2 in a row.
His ass ain't it.
Kick over a cooler or something.
That's it.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
An umpire overruled a call, albeit it was obvious. An umpire overruled a call that is not reviewable last night, and he went out there and crossed his arm and had a chat.
He couldn't even get ejected on purpose. I heard he was trying to get ejected. He's so nice he couldn't even get ejected on purpose.
Back-to-back great starts from Hunter.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2, The Drive. It's live.
Yeah, The Drive is live. We'll get into that because this is last night, boy. I'm glad I wasn't with Tyler watching that one. That last night felt like a count the change type of a deal. That felt like a take all the change you got, pour it all over the bed, and count it after that ball game. That's what that one.
I may have put a dent in my Aggie ring.
Oh, you're punching stuff.
Tyler, are you
not punching?
Tyler,
slamming on the.
Tyler, can I be honest? I'm at a point with you. Like last night didn't bother me one bit. My blood pressure didn't go up one. My emotions weren't moved one. I literally sat there and watched it in like zero emotional state.
That's there.
That's where I'm at.
Just like numb.
That's where I'm at.
Wow. Now that's a bad spot.
It's a bad spot.
How many Astros fans are there? Because that's where the Texans were a couple of years ago, where you're just like, all right, hey. Really? You've gotten there. So, but you still haven't thrown in the towel yet.
No, I haven't thrown in the towel yet.
But you're watching with no emotion.
I can't throw the towel in this piss poor division with the talent that's on this roster. That's going to be hard for me to do.
But you're not even watching with care.
Well, I'm tired of being like disappointed, disgusted. I mean, those are things that, like, if somebody walks at you and says, like, somebody walks at me and says, "I'm mad at you. You're a POS." You're okay, whatever. Get the hell out of my face. It ain't no big deal. But if it's somebody that says, "Hey, man, I'm really disappointed in you. Hey, man, what you're doing disgusts me." Like, that cuts a little bit deeper. So that's where I'm at with the Astros.
That's where you are.
I've been mad.
I'm disappointed.
I've been frustrated. I've been hurt. At this point in time, I'm disappointed in the way that they can't even lose right. Like Presley, what did you say Presley said after that game? He had his stuff.
He said his stuff's still there. It's just mainly bad luck.
One bad location. Bad
hanking curveball.
You just took the field up 2-1 in a must-win game damn near in the most important series in the season.
That guy rifled that ball down to the first base.
And your ass was awful.
It's just bad luck, Clint.
I mean, double, wild pitch, strikeout, double. Then a little luck came in with Rodriguez when he dribbled it in. And then a little bit of poor defense by one of the best defensive third basemen in the game, Bregman throwing it down the right field line. Okay, yeah, but that can't be the answer. But you know what? It's a standard. It's what Estrada's doing. It's what Espada's doing.
It's not ideal.
It's exactly what Joe Espada.
You mean to tell me you had no emotion when Joe Espada, when Joe Espada didn't go out there and get himself thrown out the game when Larry Vanover came out there and said he wanted to make a tribute to Angel Hernandez by calling that ball fair.
That was in my sports guy. The sports guy in me is like, man, you got to get that right. I don't care what. I mean, I am that guy.
What the hell
I don't know what the hell he's looking at.
How is that not reviewable?
I don't know. But if you're the manager and you don't have the eye on it that we had from the TV copy and the luxury of all the reruns, and that happens, you got to go out there and lose your crap. In that ball game, second and third, no outs.
There would have been a hat fired.
Instead, you damn near went back to one and damn near hit into a double play, and Pena's speed was on the – like, you have got to – we can't sit at home and go, oh, well, I understand it. Yeah, I'm glad in the sports world they had that somebody has the wherewithal and the guts to go, hey, we got to get this right. I don't care what the rule book says. But if I'm Joe Espada, I'm losing it. I'm sitting on the mound until they put my man back on second and third.
Yeah, Astros fan here. I'm done. I had $100 on the Mariners minus one last night. Someone texted in and said, "I'm with you, Clint. Apathy. It's setting in. I am with Clint now. Whenever they lose like this, I don't even care anymore. I'm just getting used to it by now." I
said I didn't move out of my seat. I didn't adjust my ass either. I sat right there, toes up, leaned back, and watched it all go down. And I got up and got them clothes out of the dryer.
Out of the dryer and just started folding clothes. See, that's his version of counting change. He doesn't even know that he had to do it. He had to went in there.
It was
folding clothes, folding drawers.
It's not by, but Ron, it's not by design. I don't fold thongs, Chief. You just throw them jokers over in a pile. That's one good thing about that young lady I got is.
Can you fold a thong?
Ain't no folding them panties. I tried a couple times.
Yeah, I just put them in grease together.
Shoot, I do like this. I pick about 3 pairs up at one time, get all the static out of them, and drop them in a pile over there.
Do you fold them hamburger or hot dog?
Yeah, just. Yeah.
Hey, I think what you ought to do is I think you got to tie all Courtney's in a knot tonight. Next time you do laundry, tie. Hey, look, she goes in there, pulls out a pair, and is like, damn.
This is when people need to be watching.
It'll take her a while to get them home, man. You can enjoy it.
Just keep pulling them. What the hell?
Let's do it. Let's do our wives a favor and let's do a little laundry this week, boys, and let's tie them thongs all in knots and see. Watch them walk around the room naked trying to untie them joints.
Hey, have you had the luxury? I'm sure you have. Sit down and fold those kids' clothes.
Yes,
that is tedious. That is, you ain't folding little drawers yet, are you? That's what it's like. Folding little drawers.
Try when your kid's got 4 limbs. Those clothes are real tricky to fold.
My wife thought it'd be a good idea to buy my daughter, who is still in diapers, a bunch of little panties. And I'll be damned if I don't look at one of them's got some little fella named JJ on all of them.
JJ's on there.
I'm like, you got my daughter's first pair of panties. Gonna have a dude on the outside of them. Huh? Just how we gonna do it?
I get hand cramps. Folding them little drawers.
I haven't done laundry in years.
Let me tell you the worst thing. I hope
you
my wife.
haven't done laundry. Hold on, you haven't done laundry in years?
I have not. It's not out of me like saying I'm not going to do laundry. Wife doesn't really trust me with it, so she does the laundry.
With your own laundry?
She does both of our laundries.
I would have thought y'all had it paid for. I would have thought I came in the day and I had like an unbelievably. My wife's not much of a folder. And there was a stack of like I can tell.
Not much of a folder.
Well, she attempts, but there's no.
She's not a good folder.
Yeah, she ain't trying. Well, I walked in and I had a stack of clothes, and I'm talking about Ron. These things were damn near creased. They were folded so well. I was like,
I know you didn't do that.
I said, who in the hell washed them clothes? She said, I paid somebody to do it. I said, wait a minute. I said, how much did you pay somebody to do it? She said, I had a coupon. It cost me $10 to get like however many loads or whatever. I said, okay. So she said, but I'm not going to do it again. I said, good idea. We got to wash the dryer back there. We can make this happen. No. Without that coupon, it cost about $30.
No, but for real, be honest with me real quick as we get away from folding drawers. Be honest with me real quick, all of y'all, everybody out there listening to In the Drive family. When that 8th inning started and Ryan Presley walked out there, like God honest, 2-1 ball game. Hunter Brown pitched. This is one of the best stretches we've seen from him in a while. 2 straight outings like this. Brian Abreu comes in, shuts the door in the 7th. Presley comes out in the 8th. What was your confidence level that he was handing that thing over to Hader with at least 2-1 lead?
I felt good.
Did you feel good?
Yeah.
That's what I wanted. I don't want anyone thinking about where you are now after what happened. But how did you feel when Ryan Presley walked up there? You felt good.
I felt good. Yes, I felt good about Presley until the wild pitch. Double wild pitch, runner on third before I could blink. That in a 2-1 ball game. But yeah, when he walked out there.
But when he walked out there, you felt good.
I got confidence. I got confidence in all 3 of those guys.
How'd you feel when Presley walked in the 8th inning to start the 8th inning? Not what you're thinking now. How are you feeling when he got the ball when he walked out there?
I felt very still. Does that make sense?
Steel is a.
You to elaborate because that's not because I'm thinking of steel is not what I'm.
I didn't feel confident, but I didn't think he was going to come in and just blow it.
You're just.
I don't think steel is a feeling.
I felt very still.
It's like lack of movement. Like that's not.
I stopped moving.
So you were
you literally felt like not your feelings, but you felt.
No, I didn't say like, oh God, I didn't freak out and think he was just gonna blow it. But I don't. It's been a while since I've had like extreme confidence in Ryan Presley.
I didn't have a great feeling. My confidence when he comes out is like almost down in the dumps. Like it feels especially when someone gets on immediately. When he has traffic, oh hell. Like you know with Ryan Presley before, when he had traffic, okay, it's cool, it's Ryan Presley. Now you get out there, it's like, boy, let's get the first one. And the first pitch he threw was a hanging curveball right in the middle that he's lucky Haniger didn't tie the game up with. But as soon I just did not have a great feeling at all, Clint. And I'm telling you, like, we think about Joe Espada, I'd have handled that inning. There is no way, Clint, I would have let him pitch to Julio Rodriguez with the game on the line. There's no, like, to think about what all had to happen for him to get to Julio Rodriguez with the game on the line, there's no way that I would have allowed him to pitch to him at all. Not even to mention Crawford. Even the start of the very beginning of it. But that first pitch, as soon as he hung that curveball, Clint, I would have had Hader up. I'd have got Hader up immediately. I'd have let him pitch to the kid Bliss, who is that his first game?
Yes.
That he
I think it was his
second.
Second.
His first game was last night.
It's been a tough go for that young fella,
night
though.
before last, yeah.
His first.
That sunbuck ain't much bigger than Altuve, by the way.
And he walked it. He walked that joke. I'm just like, I'd have got him up, but I would have got him as soon as he hung that curveball like that. Because you got to have this game. You got to have this one.
Well, that clearly the Astros don't feel that way.
It feels huge.
There is no way in hell that anybody in a decision-making role over there that can tell me, look me dead in my eye and tell me right now they're making decisions based on winning baseball games. You can't tell me that with what they're doing with this lineup. But here's where I'm at with Presley. Back to your Presley.
Next line talking about he terrifies me every time he comes.
Here's where I'm at with Presley, and it's touching on your point, Ron. When I send Abreu out there in the 7th, if he is nails, his ass is coming back out in the 8th. If he's not, and Presley goes in, I've already had the conversation with Hader. Hey man, be ready, boss. I may need you for more than 3 outs. You may come in an out or 2 outs into the 8th, and I may need you to. And the first time Presley shows the wild pitch, the lack of the ability to locate, hey, I'm with you. Short leash. I'm going to Hader immediately. I can't just sit out there and watch him struggle the way he did, the way he's done multiple times this year.
Again, this is the most important series. You've already lost and dropped the first one. It's 2-1 in the 8th. Like, I can't. Like, he has got a leash. I'm sorry. I know who he is. Like, when did they ever get anyone up? Like, it was just, he went through, he gives up a ringing double, hangs the curveball, walks a guy who just started playing
There
yesterday.
was a wild pitch in between it.
Wild pitch
so
in there.
you're first and third, no outs with a one-run ball game.
Walks a guy, still. Yeah, we're going to let him face Crawford. All right, struck him. All right, we're gonna let him. Then, you have, there's been a tough play, but you've got the worst first base defensive option in the game right there down the line, and he rifles the ball down the line off of Abreu.
Off the glove of Abreu.
And really, you still are tied at this point. Their best player, one of the best hitters in baseball, have at him. Have at him is what he said. I'm blown away by that. Like you said, I don't know how they're not looking at this like, we gotta have this. We gotta have this game. We can't let this game go. And you're right. They didn't.
Every move, every single move that they make screams, we have zero sense of urgency. We have zero concern. It's a long season and it's still early. Every single one of them.
No, you said it about Abreu hasn't been great this year. Not Jose. Brian Abreu has not been great this year. I still have a better feel when he walks in.
Yeah, he started the year rough, but he's been good.
He's I think he gave up a homer the other day, but I still have a better feeling. Like for me, the best way I can explain Ryan Presley, like I don't so much as think Ryan Presley's like I have the confidence that Ryan Presley's about to go out there and get people out. I feel like at this point, boy, hit it to somebody.
Yeah.
Like or help them. Like it's like hit it to somebody is where I am. This was Ryan Presley. This is Ryan Presley explaining how he felt last night. So you've had the year you've had, and then you had this, what happened to you last night. You can't go to the podium and say this.
I mean, my stuff's good. It's still there. It's just, bad luck mixed with some not executed pitches on top of that. It doesn't really make for a good time. So, just got to figure it out. I mean, it's never fun losing. So, it's not fun losing to anybody. So, you just got to figure it out, like I said.
Can't get me with a bad look, dog. Can't hit me with the bad look. Listen, man, hey, it happens, but
sometimes the way the ball bounces, Ron,
you can't get me. You can't hit me with the bad luck. No, man, like that line, whatever. Maybe that don't bother some of you, but you can't hit me with the bad luck, man.
Whether it's the bad luck or it's never fun losing or it's never. I mean, just quit with the poor, pitiful me. The bad luck, the ho-hum, look, somebody get pissed off. Somebody just talk about how unacceptable it is. We got wild pitches. We forget the doubles. They're pros. They're professionals.
That wild pitch bad luck?
We got wild pitches. We got dribblers getting thrown into right field.
Bad luck.
I mean, it's just like somebody
that you kicked off the inning with bad luck.
Somebody just simply say, hey, guys, this is not up to standard for Astro baseball. We're going to be watching the playoffs this year if we don't get our crap together. Somebody just say it. Instead of this ho-hum, everything's going to be fine. It was a little bit of bad luck. I got my stuff. Come on, man. Just once somebody, I want to hear somebody with a tad bit of sense of urgency, a tad bit of frustration, a tad bit of man, this is unacceptable.
Somebody didn't text in. He needs to have this Johnny Cash song taken from him.
Don't do that.
Hey, real quick. How y'all think Yainer Diaz is filling in that 9 spot? Now, damn it, I would listen.
I don't know, but he's been struggling.
I don't give a damn. I'm not hitting 104. That's what I'd be saying.
Bro,
I hit 104.
I'm with you.
If I'm him.
Every at-bat, I missed one of his at-bats last night. Every one I watched, he appears to be extremely frustrated, and there's an I don't give a rip type of an approach. And you ain't going to be able to tell me this ain't because he's batting ninth. I mean, this dude, sure, he's struggling. Sure, to your point, Tyler, he is not hitting with the power that he hit last year.
No,
but he's still hitting 250, and he was second on the team in RBIs.
He's struggling, and John is still 30 points behind him.
Yes.
And
I mean, come on, man. Like, if I'm him, and he's a young player.
Oh, I'm hot.
He's a young player that's still trying to establish himself, and every time Bregman gets moved down, his ass gets moved down too.
Well, it just seems, but it seems like if I'm him, that the moving down thing, it seems like the leash is a lot longer for other people on moving down.
Absolutely.
Like, he was hitting fifth. How did he get down to Maldonado?
He's got to. I didn't think it would matter, but watching last night, I ain't gonna lie to you. Watching that last night, I felt like he appeared, and I don't blame him. I mean, maybe you'd like for him to be more of a pro than that and more mature than that, but I don't blame him. There ain't no.
I can't look at 79 in front of me.
No, I can't look at 79 or that big lefty in front of me.
Okay.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. If I'm him, after what I did last year, and I'm second on the team in RBIs and hitting 250 this year, I got a hard time looking up at Jake Myers too.
My man came to the complex league, and I'm hitting ninth.
Come on, man. Yeah, am I the only one that sensed that? Did y'all sense that watching him?
Think about his week. He keeps dropping down. He's got a pitcher who told him to go to hell. with the game plan, and I'm just going to keep shaking you off to make you look silly.
Tyler, did you see that? Last night when you were watching it seemed like he was a little bit.
I didn't pick up on that, but to be honest, I was more so listening to the audio from the TV. I wasn't actually watching his body language
Tyler,
or anything
that first
too close.
strikeout, Tyler, he swung at a ball in his eyes. Like he's always been a free swinger. It's been significantly better this year,
right?
And he has not been that. Like he just cared. Like that's it was literally damn near in his eyes.
It looked like he wants to walk in the dugout and throw the bat at Joe.
Yes.
For all of his helmet, his gloves, all of his stuff at Joe.
Damn.
Whoever's putting together that batting order. I'm not certain it's Joe. All right, coming up, the big news of the day yesterday, Nico Collins had a little time to think about it. We'll give our thoughts roughly 24 hours after that news broke. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, again, we've had a couple of reminders.
And whatever that is. Find it all on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
CJ gets the snap. CJ throwing downfield and caught by Nico. 25-20. Breaks a tackle. 15, 10, 5. Rock and roll. Touchdown, Houston. CJ Stroud with more third down magic to the end zone. What a dagger.
Clint, the Houston Texans expect to hear a lot more of that action. Expect to hear a lot more calls of him making plays and getting into the end zone. All right, we talked about this, and you all can join in on this as well, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can get in on this as well. You had some time to look at it now. I know you've looked at it several times. Clint, Tyler, everybody listening. As you now have had time to sleep on it, look at it, what's your feelings now on the Nico contract? How much has it changed? How much have you expanded your thoughts since this came down?
Well, look, I mean, for me, it's too rich, too early. I would have waited another year to see what Nico Collins, whether you're talking about the injury front or you're talking about the first 2 years versus the third year, is how real is the season that he had last year? How consistent can he be with that? I would have done that. I would have risked whatever the money difference is between $25 million and whatever it would cost him if he duplicated and had a second year like he had last year. I personally would have waited. So I'm still personally in the same spot. I went back and did some digging, and I tried to find like where a receiver did less and got a top deal, right? Got a top 10 deal at the time. Define top 10 deal however the hell you want to if you're listening, but I'm talking about right now at 24 plus per year, that puts Nico Collins in the top 10. You can water it down and say, well, they're going to stretch it over 4 years, and so you really get him for this or that. Okay, whatever. The fact of the matter is you had a choice to spend $25 million per year of new money on Nico Collins, and they chose to do it, and that puts him in a top 7 arena in terms of the company that he's keeping at the wide receiver position. I'm still where I'm at, Ron, with with that doesn't add up for me. It's way too early for me to dole out that kind of money. Whether you got it or not, it's just I have not seen near enough. And to be honest with you, I'm surprised. Not surprised because you got a lot of folks that just D'Amico and Nick just can't do no wrong right now. But I am surprised at how many, given how rare, I'm going to say rare because I don't know that it's never happened, but given how rare it is for a guy that has had 3 years in the league and scored 11 touchdowns in those 3 years total and had one really good season, for that guy to get broke off the rate in which Nico Collins just did, that is extremely rare. And I'm surprised at how many people are just, hell yeah, good deal, man. Let's roll with it. Cool with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the power of hope and the power of, I'd say, CJ. That a lot of people feel, all right, yeah, him and CJ together, they'll be able to make this a great deal. Which, hey, I understand the fairness of that. The part that gets me is, especially from this way, especially from your way, and I would say I'm probably closer to your thought of it is that if you're on that thinking, it's like, it's crazy. How dare you? How could you not think that Nico Collins didn't think this was a great deal? This was a spectacular deal. I think that Nico Collins, I can understand where you're coming from, and I think it is absolutely fair. And to be honest with you, I can understand where people are like, yeah, he's got CJ, he's got Bobby Slowick right now. They've got this offense rolling. Like, he is going to be closer to the guy that he was last year. I can get it. I don't think anybody's crazy on one end. It's not like somebody is saying, yeah, man, I think Jose Abreu is about to really turn it around and hit 30 home runs the rest of the way. Like nobody is saying that. But it feels like if you are on the thought process of, hey, man, this feels quick, that people think it's crazy or it's an insane thing. No, it's a very, very fair thought. If you are open and disagree and go the other way, I can understand that too because it's fair. But what Clint is saying is not crazy. But even to the point, you can see the positive out of this. There are some positives out of this that I know that you view. It's not just the deal is it's small sample size, but there are a lot of positives that I know we've talked about that you've said in this situation.
Yeah, look, Ron, it's a good deal for the Houston Texans, assuming that Nico can again duplicate what he did last year. I mean, the positives are doing the contract now, right? The timing of this thing is the big positive here. It's off the books before CJ and Will hit the books. He has 1 year remaining on his rookie deal, which will allow them to spread the 3 years, 75, 74, whatever the hell it is, 70. I'm going to say 75 because I think that's the cap on it. The 3 years, 75, they can spread it over 4 years. They can give him some money up front right now, which they have apparently, so you can spread it out over 4 years so it doesn't hit you as it doesn't hit the team in the cap the way that it sounds it's going to hit the team or the cap. 3 years, $75 million. Like, that is going to be spread over 4 years. So the salary cap conversation is going to be a little bit different than is Nico worth this kind of money? Should they have kept Nico for $3 million this year and just saw what they really had, or should they have thrown 50 plus guaranteed and possibly $75 million at the guy? So off the books when CJ and Will hit them. 1 year remaining on a deal, which allows him to spread the money over 4 years. You avoid him having a good year this year and hitting the open market and having a bidding war with another team, which could happen. And the difference between what a top receiver costs today versus what a top receiver is going to cost in a year. Just that money, that difference amount, another good year, that price would jump significantly. So assuming, again, that he has another good year, you're getting him at a discounted rate. Even if you look at this thing as a 3 year, $25 million per, you're still getting a good deal. If Nico goes out there and he doesn't have to match the numbers he had last year. If he goes out there and goes for 1,100, 1,200, now I think he needs to be an 8 to 10, 8 to 11, 8 to 12 touchdown guy if you're going to pay him that kind of money. But if he goes out there and week in, week out, he impacts the game the way that he did last year. And in big moments, there were a couple of big moments that that he stood up and played big in, no question about it, none bigger than the Indianapolis game. That, he does that, then the Texans are going to end up winning this deal. It's going to be a team-friendly deal.
All right, I want to continue on Nico because I think we the one point that I am growing so annoyed of is don't compare him to certain players that are around him in terms of price because the market's going to change soon. I don't care. He's making more than Deebo Samuel. He is making more than Mike Evans. He is making more than DK Metcalf. And with that, I know the answer to this question. For me, I want to know it from you all. I want to discuss this. You can text this in 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, I'm saying that as a very spirited conversation over there. Now that you know that this guy is the 7th highest paid wide receiver, you can spin it how you want. The facts are the facts. He's the 7th highest paid receiver in football. Have your expectations changed for Nico Collins now that he has this new deal? Have your expectations changed since he's got this new deal? We'll discuss that next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you one thing that hadn't changed, and that is the fact that when you shop at Academy Sports and Outdoors, you're going to find them prices that you love. There ain't no doubt.
one battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Before Tyler Milner slid in yesterday in the 3 o'clock hour with that breaking news sounder, and he just kept saying, big, it's big in our ears. It's big, big.
It feels huge.
It's big. It's big. That's what he kept saying in our. What was your expectation for Nico Collins? Because after Tyler came on and gave us that breaking news to let us know that it was a new deal in place, an extension that is going to have him at $24+ million a year, ranking him 7th right now in terms of highest paid wide receivers. Did your expectations change for Nico Collins when you found out his deal? I'm just curious of it. 713-572-4610. Did your expectations change for Nico Collins once you found that he went from being a guy, Clint, who made roughly $1 million a season in his first 3 years to now going to 24+ a year moving forward? Good for him, man. Again, man, good for you, man. $52 million, baby, guaranteed. That's life-changing. I'm telling you. At $1 million, I'm telling you, for me would be life-changing too, but whatever. But did it change? Did your expectations change? Someone said expectations the same from the text line. This coming season with Diggs won't define this deal. Nico was getting a contract next season regardless, so we just got him for cheaper. You just got him for cheaper if he balls out. It's really a 2-year deal worth $52 million. Expectations 1,208 touchdowns or better. I'm going to tell you what, for me, Clint and Tyler, I'll let you guys jump in on this too. Hell yeah, they changed. You damn right they changed. In my mind, going into this year, before Tyler came crashing in with that breaking news, fellas, I felt like Stephon Diggs is going to be this team's top receiving threat. He's going to be the guy that they try to get to 3rd down and 7, 3rd down and 8, big play on the line, who they want to get the ball to, who they feel like they got to make plays with. I would have said Stephon Diggs. Not now, Jack. My expectation is that he is, production-wise, clearly the number 1 receiver on this team because they have made a commitment like he is that guy. And he played that way last year. But I have expectations, not that, hey, it just happens or no. He needs to be damn near every single Sunday, Clint, clearly making a major impact in the game on the offense.
Nico has got him on fire, baby.
Clearly. So yes, to me, yes, when you get paid and when the organization trusts you and looks at you and say, hey man, we got maybe the best, I heard Ryan Clark say this, maybe the best trio of receivers in the football league. And they said, you going to be the guy that we pay like the man. We already got somebody that we paying this year $22 million. We're going to pay you more moving forward. Yes, for me, Clint, it has absolutely changed. And that I expect more from Nico Collins now that they have said this is the guy.
Well, you got to expect a repeat of last season. I mean, there ain't no way in hell you can live with or allow or accept what went on the first 2 seasons. I mean, so yeah, I mean, he's got to with this kind of price tag, this kind of deal. He's got to go out and he's got to start. He's got to continue, start to finish, playing at a number 1 wide receiver level, and producing as a number 1 wide receiver. Now, if he all of a sudden is getting a lot of attention, C.J. Stroud is a quarterback that's not going to force it. He is a guy that's going to find the open receiver. He's a guy that's going to make the right decision the majority of the time.
But that's impacting the game too. If you are doubled up and stuff like that, yeah, okay. And we can clearly see that. Like, we can see that Tyreek Hill affects the game even if he's not getting the ball. But you know what? They still get him that thing. Even when he's helping and taking coverage, we don't be looking up Clinton seeing Tyreek Hill having two catches for 29 yards. You know, it's like he's going to have to do both. But you know, that is a factor of it. Is does he make others around him better by taking coverage?
Well, there is.
I know it's something you're skeptical.
Well, look, I mean, the great ones, the ones that make this kind of money. And again, if somebody wants to throw out there, well, A.J. Brown's making 32 a year and he's making 24, 25, okay.
No, DK Metcalf does, and he does what you're saying.
I mean, those guys, generally speaking, Mike Evans, even as old as he is, those guys don't get taken out of ball games. Very rare, and if they do, it's because the quarterback's not protected, or they're able to stop the run and put a safety over the top of Mike Evans. Those guys find ways to impact ball games. And at the end of the day, look, what Nico did last year will be more than enough. If he can consistently go out there and put that product on the field, then he'll earn every penny of this. And Nick Caserio and Cal McNair should be absolutely stoked to write the check every damn year. The question is do you believe he can do it year in, year out? Yeah. And I don't. I'm gonna be honest with you. I am shocked at how many people are convinced. It was a good year. It was a really good year. I am people. The confidence level and the acceptance of this deal is as if we've watched Nico for 3+ years go out there and just absolutely light this thing up. I mean, that's the level of of confidence and acceptance of this deal that I hear. It's wild. Like I just, and I'm not saying it's a bad deal. It could end up being a great deal, and again, being a discounted deal for the Texans if he continues to play well. It's a big if.
That's cool. I know listen. I'm not saying he's not capable of doing it. I'm just saying my expectations, like to me, if with this new crop of receivers, fellas, when they add Diggs and Tank's going to come back, hopefully healthy, this crew year 2 in it. If Nico Collins came in with 950 yards receiving, and just depending on what else happened, okay. Okay, all right. That is different now. If he rolls in here with 900, if he's under 1,000 yards, especially with C.J. Stroud on his team, and as much as we believe they're going to throw the football, if he's coming under 1,000 yards, that hits different to me when you've made this type of commitment to him. That hits different because Stephon Diggs ain't going to be here next year after this. Right? I don't believe so. I will be shocked if they pay both of them major money, knowing what's coming. I'd be shocked. But to me, if he's coming under 1,000 yards, to me that's below expectations, and that changes from when you're making $1 million to when now they've gone out here and said, "Man, I want to give you 24.5."
Yeah, look, to me, the health thing doesn't bother me as much as it does these guys, and even Nick Caserio. You can't now if a guy's injury prone and he's never been able to stay on the field, then obviously you can't go stroke a huge check. Right? Or if there's been some major injury and you don't know how he's going to return, you can't go stroke a major check. But the injury thought with Nico Collins, for me, has nothing to do with this particular deal. Right? This if he gets injured, he gets injured. It's part of the game. You move on and hope he can come back and you can get some production out of him. Hopefully the injury's not bad. So forget that part of the conversation. The reality of it is, if Nico Collins stays healthy for a good chunk of the season, 17 games is a big ask. In the playoffs, 18, 19 games, a big ask. Let's say he stays healthy for 14, 15 ball games. All right? This has got to be a guy, when you're paying him this kind of money, that's a 1,000+ yard receiver, that is a 8 to 12 touchdown guy. I mean, he's got to find a way to impact the game at that level.
Yeah, I got some statistical line in the sands. I think he's got to at least hit. He's got to be over 1,000 yards. To me, I mean, he's got to be over 1,000 yards. And like I'm with you, the 8 to 10 touchdown mark, that's for his body, what they want to do, his ability to break tackles, all that. I think that's got to be it. In that thing, I'm telling you, we'll see. Somebody just texted in 950 in the Super Bowl. I mean, yeah, you'd be happy, but doesn't mean obviously you won a Super Bowl. But it doesn't mean it would be yo, man, hey, you got to pick it up. He rolls in here with 950 yards receiving and 4 touchdown passes. Ew. Yeah. Ew. Not saying he will. I'm just saying there are some to me some levels now that he has to hit. Right? There's some we got to see more out of Titus. You get paid that type of money, the expectations and things change on how we view you. That's why the Titus thing is so annoying to you. Is because it was one thing when Titus wasn't making no money. Now he's making $18 million a year. Yeah. No, we got to get something.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, you go down the list, you look at even some of the veteran signs, and I know I give him hell, but Robert Woods, you're gonna pay him $14 million over 2 years. You got to get some production out of him. He's been a disappointment because he doesn't produce. He's not an effective wide receiver, right? Titus Howard, as you said, I personally believe he's gonna be fine. I personally believe at the time it was a smart decision to get him under contract and pay him top money. A lot of people are disappointed with that contract that was handed out too early, played him out of position. If that was the plan, what the hell are you doing? He's got to play well at right tackle to justify that contract that he's got. He's got to be one of the top 5 right tackles in the league. I don't give a damn if it's all they got this money, spend it. Oh, they did it at this point in time. They can spread it over multiple years. No, he is expected to be one of the top right tackles in the game. He needs to play like that. And Nico Collins, you can couch it however you want. He needs to go out there and consistently over the next 4 years be one of the top receivers from a production standpoint in this game. That's it.
Yep.
And D'Amico and Nick needed 1 year to convince him that he was that dude and was going to be able to do it. Now we'll see.
Yeah. All right, coming up as it was a rough one last night, we'll get to the good, the bad, and the ugly last night with the Astros as they dropped Game 2, the first 2 games of the series against the Seattle Mariners. As well, NBA playoffs. We thought it might be done, but the Timberwolves, they extend that series. We'll get into that as well. And the latest on the Scotty Scheffler situation in Louisville. We'll give you the latest on that and update you with that. All of that coming up next on The Drive.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
were cognitively normal or mildly impaired. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
Ground ball slowly hit. Runner coming home, and no play for Bregman there. His throw is wide. That'll score another run. Mariners take a 4-2 lead. Rodriguez with a little tapper. And Seattle has their first lead since early in the game.
All right, and it stayed that way as, of all people, Ryan Stanek comes in and mows down the Astros in the bottom of the ninth. Hadn't done a damn thing to his hair. Still
no conditioner.
No, not at all. But they lose this game, and they lose the second of the first two games of this series to the Mariners. They are now 5.5 games back with the first two losses. And, Clint, let's look at the good first, because, we've been calling and wondering what Hunter Brown we're going to see. He had a rough start. Finally, his ERA has dropped under 7, which it had been up in the 7 to 9 range most of the year. But, Clint, this is now back-to-back starts where he's going 6 innings. The last game he pitched against the Angels, he had a loss in that game in which he goes 6 innings, gives up 2 hits and 2 runs, one, a 2-run shot that cost him the game, and they lost 2-1 in that game. And in this one, he goes 6 innings, 1 earned, 4 hits, 9 Ks. We finally got to see a lot of the swing and miss and no walks. Right, had a little trouble in the first inning as he has had most of the season, but he was really, really good. And Clint, they've lost both of those starts in which Hunter Brown has pitched this well. But the great part of what we saw yesterday was Hunter Brown. Hopefully, it looks like he is starting to pick something up, and this was against a good opponent.
Boy, you channeling your inner Joe Espada, ain't you?
Saying, man, I said we're gonna start with the good.
Well, I know that's what Joe likes to do too. Damn it, it's hard for me to talk. He's damn good. It's good now, but you're right, Hunter Brown. That was awfully impressive. And look, let's be honest, it's a time when it's desperately needed. So you expect in times like this, when you're short-staffed or when you lose a couple of guys. Tyler, you know about being short-staffed. I mean, it's a problem you deal with on a daily. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm Irish.
It's rough, isn't it?
That was unnecessary.
Well, I mean, I looked up and he was making eye contact with me, so he knew what I was talking about.
Shot had to be taken.
But you would expect Framber Valdez to step up and be that guy, but he hadn't been able to do it. Verlander's been injured for a good chunk of the year, and now he's back in the fold. But you look at it, Ronel Blanco, and hopefully now Hunter Brown, which holds true over the last couple of outings at least. Hunter Brown can be the factors, if you will, in the starting rotation that can somewhat steady the waters with the Urquidy stuff, the Luis Garcia stuff, the Christian Javier stuff, all these injuries, all these arm issues, all these potential Tommy Johns or Tommy Johns. The Hunter Brown and Ronel Blanco, those two guys, holding their own and pitching well would be absolutely huge right now for the Astros. Just to stay in the hunt, just to stay in the conversation at this point in time. Hunter Brown is no question about it huge, and that was impressive last night. I love watching when Hunter Brown starts getting real aggressive, real cocky, and it's almost he's peacocking around the mound, he's stalking the hitters. He's fun to watch, man. That was a good watch last night until Presley took the bump.
Yeah, almost to a point, and I know me and Tyler spoke about this earlier, and I know where you run on this. But I wonder if Joe could have it back if he'd have run him back out there in the 7th. I wonder if he was under 90 pitches. I wonder if Joe could have it back. He'd have run and try to get another inning out of. Now, I understand where Joe's coming from on, all right, man, don't want to press my luck. It's a 1-run lead. We know Hunter gives up home runs at times. Yeah. I got to be able to go Abreu, Presley, and Hader.
I agree to a certain extent. Like at some point in time, Joe Espada's going to have to punt on that pipe dream. Look, we all had it. All Astros fans. When you signed,
they're giving you reason to do it.
Exactly. When you signed Hader before the season started, you thought, hey man, look here, you got Abreu, Presley, Hader. All we got to do is get to the 7th, and it is all over but the crying, ladies and gentlemen. And it just that's not the case.
No,
that hadn't been the case with Abreu. He's coming around, but it hadn't been the case, and it damn sure ain't the case with Presley. And let's be honest, Hader early in the season wasn't himself either. So at some point in time, I have got to go back to my roots, my belief of when you got somebody on the bump that is clearly in rhythm and is locked in, it is hard for me, Ron, to pull them early. Like that Hunter can give you 100. Hunter can give you 90 plus. It is hard for me to pull a guy that I know is dialed in for a guy that we have no clue. Let's be honest. We have no clue what we're going to get when we go to Presley for damn sure, but possibly Abreu right now as well. So I don't. Sometimes I've got to punt on the pipe dream of let's get me to the 7th and everything's going to be okay. I'm not there with the Astros. I believe that, and as I've always believed, when somebody's rocking and rolling, and you can say it last night about Hunter Brown when he was in there, and he got yanked after 6. You can say it about Abreu when he was in there. Abreu looked good, and the constant expecting all of these guys. Now, when you don't have to, expecting all of these guys to have woken up on the right side of the bed and have their A game and be able to go out there and be lights out. That's a big ask, even when they're as good as the guys that we have.
Yeah, 87 pitches. He had just struck out the last 2 batters to end the 6th. With, I believe, 6, 7, and 8 coming up.
Yeah, that's hard for me to yank a guy, man. Again, first week of the season, hell, first month of the season. Yeah, I can lean into what my roster construct is, but now it's hard for me to pull that guy, Ron.
Shout out to Breckman. He got dropped down.
Got rolling.
He got
you should never see the 4-hole again.
He may go up today.
No, his ass shouldn't. I mean, Joe.
What it's
almost laughable with what Joe's doing with this lineup.
Shout out to my guy Alex Bregman.
I mean, we have somehow. Never mind. I don't want to go there.
Yeah, we ain't got time.
I mean, last year with Dusty, it was about Diaz and Maldonado and about the center field type of situation, and we were more talking about the 7, 8, 9. You know, the top of this lineup was pretty set.
Well.
Golly, now here we are. I mean, hell, we can't get beyond 3 now. We can't be serious beyond 3.
It's not ideal.
No, we can't. Yeah, it's rough. Well, we'll all be surprised. Breck, I mean, he's not going to move him today, right? One day he's not going to shoot him back up, is he? One day. If he
well, Pena did go over again.
Oh, so you think so now 2 homers, but he's seeing it better and he gets back up to the 4th spot. No chance at all. And we talked about the bad, and that's Ryan Presley. Boy, I just it's hard to continue to be confident running Ryan Presley out there. And by the way, Dana Brown, Clinton, you talked about Hunter Brown going to need to be called upon. Dana Brown spoke to the flagship earlier today, and he said that he's a little bit more concerned about Jose Urquidy's injury. So, knowing the Astros, when I hear that, it makes me feel like that this thing is serious. He said they'll know more in 48 hours on Javier and Urquidy, but he is a little bit more concerned about Urquidy's injury. And remember, both of them had forearm issues, discomfort. So we'll see what that means. So Hunter Brown, it looks like they're going to need you in this rotation to continue rolling this thing out. Verlander on the mound tonight. Let's see if they can salvage this thing and get back.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, last night I think all of us thought that Dallas would shut this thing down, close this thing out last night at home as they were up 3-0 against the Minnesota Timberwolves. But Clint, the Timberwolves stay alive. They stay alive. They go back to Minneapolis where they will play Game 5 and try to extend the series again. Tyler, I know, wants some money with Anthony Anthony Edwards, who got him over 26 points, was in the high 20s. Karl Anthony Towns finally showed up in this game, and it was interesting. What we've seen all series is it's late, it's close. Their two guys have been much better than the Timberwolves' two guys. Well, yesterday it was clear the advantage went to Minnesota, as Karl Anthony Towns and Anthony Edwards, they were the dominant two, as opposed to Kyrie and Luka.
Yeah, look, I mean, I still think this is a Dallas-Boston championship finals, obviously, but
I think it goes 6.
Well, look, this is the deal. If it goes 6, it's going to be advantage Celtics, right? I mean, the Celtics are sitting at home right now, catching the rest and going, hey, Minnesota, how deep can you take these boys? We damn sure don't expect you to get 7. I don't think it's ever been done. But if you can get them to 6 or maybe even get them to 7, we greatly appreciate it.
Last year, the Miami Heat pushed or the Celtics pushed the Miami Heat. The Miami Heat were up 3-0, and they got to Game 7, and Miami finally ended up winning that thing to get to the finals. But no, this one, they win 5. You're right. They win 5. Then there's a ton of pressure on Dallas back at home. A ton of pressure. Shout out to Rudy Gobert. There has got to. I want a 30 for 30 or somebody investigative to do. Like, I think he is clearly the most hated person in the NBA. It is really strange how much people enjoy. Like, I know Rudy had the stupid thing when COVID first started, and he touched all the microphones, and then he was the first person, the first athlete we saw to test positive, and he shut down the NBA. I know, but it seems to be deeper than this. Like Draymond is on the set for TNT, and he openly is enjoying every time he gets done in.
Oh, I'm sure he is. I mean, that's his territory that he's playing in, right?
I thought it was just him, but it's everybody. Yeah. Like they make fun of him. Yes,
Big Perk is disgusted.
It is like the league hates Rudy Gobert. And I was someone who watches it. I know B. Scott, you're probably listening. Somebody help. I didn't like it. It feels like it's deeper than him touching all the microphones that time. Like, there is a real.
He strikes me as a real corny dude.
I mean, it's French, so
there's that. I mean,
my man dunk on him yesterday and just swing his whole nuts repeatedly in his face. Like, they try to take cheap shots.
Loves nut package.
I honestly, I can't think anybody who is more hated than Rudy Gobert in the NBA. It is weird. It is like over the top in the hatred for him. They make fun of that. I've never seen anyone see the enjoyment. Like, you're right. Like, these guys, Kendrick Perkins. I mean, they need Kleenex around them after these highlights get done when he gets done.
Perk is, like I told you earlier, it's one thing to not like somebody or be mad at somebody or. Big Perk is disgusted. Like, it's one of those, like, damn, man. I mean, you really feel that serious that way about Rudy? Like, he is disgusted. He said it. What did he say? He said he's lost respect for the Defensive Player of the Year award.
Oh yeah, they're so pissed. They're so happy that he keeps getting done in. Like, you hear Luka after he hit the game winner. He goes, Luka said, "I know I'm not that fast, but I'm faster than that guy." Like, it's just. It is. He seems like he's.
It is interesting.
Like, the way when you watch him, he doesn't seem like a Richard head out there. I mean, like someone said, he's an arrogant Frenchman. I guess I just.
Well, I mean, he just there's nothing. It doesn't seem to be anything cool about the guy. Like,
no, it seems like he's somebody.
And he thinks he's cool and but it just. And I don't have any skin in the game whatsoever.
It almost gets close to he's getting picked on.
Absolutely. There's more. Like, Luka doing him in to win a game. Like, that shouldn't even be on the rate. Like, why is he on Luka at the top of the key?
Yeah, to make fun of the 7-2 centers. Yeah, he's not going to stay with Luka.
Right, correct.
Yeah, he didn't win the Defensive Player of the Year award guarding guards.
It is wild to me.
Defending
the
guards.
Hatred of Rudy Gobert.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
I didn't want to get this in, Clint. We talked about this when this happened. Charges were dropped against Scottie Scheffler from his arrest in Louisville at the PGA Championship. He had faced multiple charges, including felony second-degree assault of a police officer. Detective Brian Gillis, the officer who arrested Scheffler, was subject to corrective action for violating Louisville Metro Police Department procedures by not having his body cam video recorded during the incident. So he has been all charges have been dropped on Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, again, I mean, interesting turn of events here, because it sounded like when the police chief and the mayor spoke the other day that they were going to pursue these charges, and then the prosecutor today stood up and said the facts of the case just don't. There's no way we can win this case, and when that's the case, you gotta drop it. And the interesting thing is there was a body cam. The body cam footage of a officer that was talking to Scotty Scheffler when he was already in the car under arrest. And Scotty didn't back away. Scotty was like, yeah, I thought the guy was a security guard. I didn't know that he wasn't a security. And he reached in my car and hit me or grabbed me on my shoulder. He said, I had no idea what the guy was trying to do at that point in time. So he's basically admitting, like, yeah, the dude tried to stop me and he stuck his hand in my car and grabbed it. He said he hit me on the shoulder, and I thought it scared the hell out of me. I didn't know what he was doing. And anyway, it was basically the guy says, yeah, well, when somebody's telling you to stop, you should probably stop. And it was just, it was basically Scotty saying, yeah, well, you're right. I probably should stop. I mean, so I don't know. When I heard that, I thought, ooh, Scotty may be in a little bit of trouble here. But
it seemed like they just wanted to get this over.
Yeah, well, the one agreement, both parties agreed to no further litigation, if that's the right word. Yeah. No, apparently, like, there's no civil suits that can be pursued.
I was always wondering. I knew his wasn't on. I was wondering, well, shouldn't everybody else?
Somebody else's should
have been on, because we had that real distant camera view of where you couldn't see before he came into view behind those trucks or whatever. But that thing is over. All right, coming up, we do it every single Wednesday leading into the season, leading into training camp. Confident or concerned? Confident or concerned? Damn it. If there is anybody who doesn't say concerned on this, we're going to have some real problems. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Well, look, if you're out there and you're dealing with chronic joint pain and you're not concerned about what you're missing,
of options to help you find your groove. Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Here's 2nd and 10 at the Houston 15. Got to get off the field. Jackson shotgun. Edwards to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Jackson to throw. Quarterback draw up the middle. 10. Angling left. 5 into the end zone. Touchdown Lamar Jackson. 15-yard run. And the Ravens are back in front.
Well, if you are wondering who the team is this week for confident or concerned, we do it every week. We've done the Steelers, the Dolphins, the Jets, the Bengals, the Chargers, the Browns, Jags, last week the Bills. This week, the Baltimore Ravens. Confident or concerned. Every last one of you better say concerned. Every last one. There should not be a if you are a confident. Now I need you got characters. I need you to explain why you are confident against. I'm not saying you think that they're going to lose, but I can see how you're confident with the Steelers, the Dolphins, the Jets. I can see how you're confident in a lot of teams. The Baltimore Ravens, I think everybody is concerned. Clint, I would say this. For me, fellas, I don't know how you guys feel on this, but I think the Ravens, to me, is the team in the National Football League for the Texans that I would be the absolute most concerned about. I think there may be some mental thing also with the Ravens, with the Texans right now. I think obviously the Chiefs are the defending champs and have been the dominant team here over the last half decade or so. And they beat the Ravens. But still I don't think when the Texans play the Chiefs this year, I think there is a different feel going into the game than they have against the Ravens. There's just something about the Ravens and that matchup that is okay.
Y'all want to listen to a little music?
There it is. That's apparently don't want to hear that. That's a tough. There's something about the Ravens that's a tough matchup for the Texans. I would put them over the Chiefs, the Niners, the Lions, anybody else. I think that is like the thing they got to get over. That's the hump that they got to get over right now. Because I think if they go in a game and play the Chiefs, I think they are excited, ready to roll. I think they go in the game and play the Ravens. There is a semblance of a bit of doubt.
Absolutely,
just a tad.
Absolutely,
they have worked you over the last 2 times.
Yes, absolutely. Your offense, which you lived and died with throughout the season, was awful. Your defense down the stretch allowed Baltimore to do exactly what Baltimore wanted to do, which was choke you out and in the fourth quarter just literally run the ball down your throat and make you like it. They played, I would say, a subpar football game, and were able to convincingly run away with it. So yeah, I mean, I would
Both
say
games,
that
yeah.
I would say that of. Yeah, I was talking about the playoff game, by the way. I would say that you are spot on. That is the one team that the schedule the week should be start on the schedule, and that's the bar for the Texans right now.
And you get 4 days to prepare for it.
Yeah, well, that's there. You have, then you have that, right? And it's an absolute gauntlet. But nobody's going to look back and say, well, you only had 4 days to prepare.
But I don't. It doesn't matter if they had 12. Like
right.
I think that there's just you just know there's certain teams for different in any sport that just seem to have your number. By the way, real quick, as I see some people coming in with their moves, off-season additions. Derrick Henry is the big one. They added Kadar Holman, who stepped in for the Texans to play corner.
Texan.
Deontay Harder, who's a punt returner as well, who was with the Bills. But they did lose a good amount, Clint. They lost Gus Edwards, but obviously that is offset with them bringing in Derrick Henry, but Geno Stone, who was good for him, Duvernay, who was a punt returner. I think they'll let Hardy fill that role. Ronald Darby, who stepped in, a big one. Patrick Queen. They lost their couple of offensive linemen, including a starting guard. They lost Jadeveon Clowney. Now, J.K. Dobbins, I don't think they're going to obviously feel that hurt a lot. They got the young, fast kid as well, Keaton Mitchell, who should be back. So they have lost a few, but no, I mean, this to me is the team. Someone texted in, Clint, I am confident against the Ravens. Their defense got worse. They lost their DC, still questionable wide receivers, and they lost some offensive linemen. I just don't know what the hell you're talking about. They didn't lose Lamar.
I'll make this real simple. Derrick Henry in the backfield with Lamar Jackson on the edge or involved in the run game, and then their play action to their tight ends, Mark Andrews, and whatever they pull together at wide receiver. That's got a chance to be real nasty. And look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know that we're gonna see the offensive coordinator make the bonehead move of not running the football with Lamar Jackson again.
We certainly didn't do that against the Texans.
Yes,
he didn't make that. He didn't do that.
I mean, we're just. I don't know that we're going to see that again. So, man, there obviously there's some. Every year you lose some pieces. You got to add some pieces. Yada yada yada. And they did lose some good ones. But something about that Baltimore Ravens organization, the way they build it. Very rarely do they not have dudes. Very rarely do they get beat and go, yeah, you just didn't have guys that were good enough. I guess you can say that about their wide receiver position over the years, but, I mean, when you were investing so much in your run game and in your tight end game, you can't just splurge everywhere. So they scared the hell out of me. Yeah, so concerned, is that
for
fair?
The Texans, that would be the number one. Yeah. Brandon on YouTube and Twitch, 90% chance Lamar is injured this year. 100% chance Lamar doesn't throw for 4,000 yards. Okay. All right. Okay.
4,000 yards in 17 games?
I'll just say there's just certain teams, and by no means am I saying the Texans can't go and get them and won't beat them, but there are just certain teams that have teams' numbers. Like Buffalo cannot beat Kansas City when it matters at all.
Yeah.
And Kansas City struggles with Cincinnati. Like they struggle with this. Dallas can't beat the 49ers. they can't.
Hey, Cowboys Nation.
They can't beat the 49ers. Like it's for a couple of years for some reason, right? Like just certain teams have certain teams' numbers, and it's a hump and a kind of a mental thing I think the Texans are going to have to get over with. And so, like for me, that they are number one when it comes to concern here. All right. The Astros, these first two games have been tough, and yesterday was really, really tough. And I want to treat them fellas like I would normally treat teams that are struggling, and I really want to because it is there for the taking. But I just can't because there's such a cloud that jumps over even being able to treat them normal at all. We'll discuss that next.
All right, you know what else is there for the taking? Them cold Coors Light. Every C-store.
Not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
In the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Loving YouTube and Twitch, baby. Good back and forth. Good conversations. Get on over there. Tyler's over there looking weird at you. Show him a nipple, Tyler. Come on. There you go.
Little bitty nipples.
Did you shave before going to Hawaii?
Nipple, Tyler. Hell yeah, you didn't see it in your chest?
Full manscape.
I didn't catch it. I just wanted to make
all the way down to the carpet.
How do you feel about your olive tan you got going on?
I feel good about it. I got a little bronzed up. It's nice.
I told you. I told you.
I'm not saying I'm Rico Suave, but I got a damn hat tan line. I was
I
pasty.
told him, Tyler, when you left, you said you couldn't wait to get to Hawaii to get bronzed up. And he said,
I got a little tan going.
Tyler, don't get bronzed.
I mean, you can see the line.
I mean, you've knocked off the paste.
Right. That's a good way to put it. I knocked off the paste.
Your skin's not flaking. Now you got to apply some lotion. Did you bring some lotion with you? Ron
No, I didn't get
come here
burnt.
and help you out a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, I hate being sunburned. It's like,
don't worry, I got lotion.
It's one of my least, like, I avoid sunburn as much as I can. Like, I'll sacrifice the tan and just lather and bathe myself in sunscreen. I do not want to get burnt.
There you go. Well, enjoy it. See? Get those stories. He doesn't want to get burnt. You get those stories. You get to see a nipple on YouTube and Twitch. Come on over and hang out. Have a good time. My man right here sounds like y'all have more faith in other teams than the Texans. Shaking my damn head.
The Ravens beat them twice last year.
I told my man, I said,
God.
I told him, I said, the Ravens are only the second team I believe we said concerned about. And I said to my man, I think it's fair to have a little bit more faith in the Ravens right now than the Texans.
Oh, let's just get on there and say the Texans are going to win the 2024 Super Bowl. All right, the show's over. We're done. We're done.
With it. How about it, huh?
We can wrap up today now.
Get you a championship. Get you a banner.
Don't think too hard out there.
Get you a banner, baby.
God.
I love you, though. I can't get his name. He's got too many.
I had an old boy last night on this Nico front. I know it's not the topic, but on this Nico
No, go
front.
ahead, man.
He said he looked at that. He posted a picture of that the top paid receivers, and he said Nico's better than 4 of the 7 on the list. And I said, which one's he better than? Started off with being better than A.J. Brown. I said, I got to go. I got to exit social media right now, y'all. I got to.
That's
sorry,
it for me.
Sorry, but I'm out on this one.
You're better. I gotta get in with that one. All right, Hal.
No, I gotta let that one
Come
go.
on, dog. Hal. Come on.
I
baby.
do not want to. I do not
Give it
want
to
to get
me.
inside the head of the human being that thinks.
Give it to me.
That thinks.
Give it to me, baby.
Nico's better than A.J.
Hey,
Brown.
my man texted in. I love this. My man texted in. Y'all act like Henry was top 10 last year. He's not. He's old and slow. We ate his lunch all year last year. Get out of here. I said, I just texted back. I said, well, actually, he was second in the league in rushing behind.
I know you weren't asking, but here you go.
But my man said, my apologies. I should have clarified. You're partly correct. No, I'm not partly correct.
No, just own it. We all got to hold an L sometimes.
He said he was not top 10 against us, damn it. He went for 93 yards and 28 attempts. Garbage.
And he was second. You were kind of right. I mean, that's technically more like top 5, not top 10.
Oh, God. Yeah, someone texted. Yeah, you're right, man. This show don't get started till you get to see Tyler's nipples. That pretty much is.
I think that's fair. I think it's fair.
The way he comes in. Well, I think that's fair. All right, hey, I told Tyler this when I came in, Cliff. I so badly, because I think it is there. Like, I so badly want to do with what I do with normal teams. Football, basketball, hockey, figure skating, whatever, normal teams, NASCAR, whatever.
Figure skating.
Yeah, Oksana Bayou, huge fan. Like, whatever.
It's a nice pool.
Thanks.
Chaz Michaels is my favorite.
There you go. Thank you. Saw that in the barbershop, oddly enough. That gentleman down in that last end, everybody thinks he's a little odd. And when he had Blaze of Glory on, that fit in that barbershop. But I like my thought is, when a team is struggling, I kind of look at the team's best players, and you say to yourself, is there a route where the best players need to step up? And Clint, we can look at, and I think there's a serious conversation, Clint, to look at, hey, man, I know a lot's been happening, but that damn Yordan Alvarez, I've said you're the best hitter on the planet. I know you got 2 hits yesterday. One of them was a bloop single. You got 2 hits yesterday. But you know what would help? If Yordan Alvarez start playing like Yordan Alvarez. Jose Altuve, you've taken a dip. Your situational hitting seems to be looming larger and larger by the day, and by the lower that they're under 500. You could pick it up. He's hitting 290 in the 290s now. Like Kyle Tucker, you keep doing your thing. But Ryan Presley and Abreu and Hader, like, you know, there are some. Huh?
Fromber.
Yeah, you're right. Fromber. How can I leave him out? But there is some thought, Clint, where we could go with the thought of, yo, this is a time where you need your best dudes to step up. But, Clint, there is so much incompetence with this organization and the people running things and the decisions that are being made. It's hard for me to even go there. Like, it is hard for me to not even look and to not think. Like, anybody out there working right now, you know when you're working for somebody that you feel like you're not real sure knows what they're doing. When you're working for somebody where you're like, yo, I don't know if this dude, especially when it's somebody who probably has your job, your income, your money, decisions on what could happen to you. When they're making decisions and you don't believe they know what they're doing, that's a hard place to go to work. And I think you know it in sports anywhere when you don't believe in it. Clint, when you just look at some of the dumb stuff that happened last night, I bet you, I'm telling you right now, Clint, I was flipping back and forth from the game, from the basketball game to the Astros. When I saw that ball tattooed in the bottom of the 8th into left field, and I saw it was Yordan Alvarez running after the ball, I said, what the hell? I bet Yordan didn't think he should have grabbed his glove. How are we in a 2-1 ball game that you got to have Yordan made the second to last out in the top of the 8th? They got to hit 8 times for him to come to the plate again. In a 2-1 ball game with Dubon and Chaz, better outfielders than him sitting on the bench, and he's still in the game. Like, what are we doing? Not to mention Abreu sitting over there at first base when you got at least 2 other options that are better defensive first basemen than he is, and they're in the game. And he just has them in the game. In the game. Like, how did we get here? The most important series in the season right now. You got a guy sitting 319 who's leading your team, hasn't touched the field. Hasn't touched the field in the game. In any of the games. Mauricio Dubon hasn't touched the field. Not only your best average, he is a better defensive outfielder than everybody but Kyle Tucker. Hasn't touched the field. Like, it is so ridiculous with what is happening just with easy things. That it's hard for me to even look and say, hey, Yordan, get it going, man. Because how the hell do they believe? I bet Yordan said, you sure you want me to grab this glove?
You want me to go back out
like
there?
I'm out. I'm in. They had 5 hits in the game. He had 2 of them. They would have had to bat 8 times in the 9th for him to come up again. In a 2-1 game, you got to have. just silly stuff day after day. They literally put a lineup in there where they said, yeah, man, we're going to DH John Singleton and play Abreu at first base. Like, they got to be looking at this like, what the hell?
Off the glove
so I can't. I mean, it's just so much stupidity going around. I can't even get on these dudes.
I think you're spot on, Ron. I mean, they have somehow found a way to turn Abreu coming back into something worse than just Abreu being in the lineup now, hitting 100 roughly.
104.
They've turned that into Singleton now being the DH for some reason.
How has Dubon not stepped on the diamond?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
I mean, it's getting worse the deeper we get into the season and the more situational baseball that happens, it's getting worse. I mean, to your point, it just and by the way, the Abreu thing turns into not only him being in the lineup, but Singleton DHing, which turns into Diaz batting ninth, which I'm convinced with watching his body language last night that has impacted him negatively.
Why would you believe the guy knows what he's doing with me batting ninth?
No question. Behind a guy that's batting 100 and a guy can't hold my job.
No.
In John Singleton. Yeah, I just don't. And meanwhile, you are unbelievably patient with the guy batting 100 and Alex Bregman, but somehow I keep getting pushed down this lineup because I'm not hitting with the power that I was hitting a year ago.
Second on the team with RBI.
I mean, it's like compounding, can't get out of your own way type of mistakes right now, and it's just getting worse.
I just couldn't believe that. I sat there and I said, "Is Jordan seriously still in the game?" Like, it's 2-1, 2-1, bottom of the eighth. The thought is we can't give up any more runs. You got Jake in center, Jordan in left, and Abreu at first, with Dubon, Chaz on the bench, and John Singleton DHing. And that ball found Abreu again, didn't it?
Off the glove of Abreu.
I am blown away by it is hard for, and the thing is, we talked about it. These guys know what good managed run teams look like, and it damn sure ain't this.
You see the mental space I'm in with these guys.
I feel like some of them are in that space. I wish there could have been a camera hand on Chaz and Mauricio Dubon. Like, honest to God, I think those two guys are better outfield, both of them, than Jake.
Yeah, I think Dubon in center and White Boy Chaz in left would have been significantly better than Jake in center, and Jake's played better of late, but yeah, I would still think defensively you've got better options. Definitely bigger arms that give you a chance to hit somebody tagging up.
2-1. Yeah. I got it. All right. Jordan's got to hit again. No, it doesn't. It's got 8 guys. They got to bat around in the ninth to get back to him. What you got coming up there?
I tell you, boy. I'd love to have a little going back and forth with you right there, but I've had it, man. All right, but we're gonna stick right there with them Astros. The 6 through 9 batters. We just talked a little briefly about it. Let's dig in a little bit more, Ron, on what the ripple effect of this Abreu situation really is. And the NFLPA, y'all, the NFLPA is working to finalize a proposal to overhaul the NFL offseason. Pretty interesting stuff. Well, it'll definitely change our schedule if it happens. We'll do all that next right here on Sports Radio 610. But before we do that, I got to tell you about Our Vision Homes. Look, if you're thinking about if you're ready.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Fellas, I just like to make sure that we really highlight what the hell's going on with our sports teams here, and when it's egregious,
that's always the plan.
Well, yeah, but when it's egregious, and there is maybe some good things going on, Ron Hunter Brown, if you will, Ronel Blanco, if you will,
Big Hunt.
There's some good things going on there. It's easy to kind of just brush over some of this stuff, and sometimes it gets lost in translation when you and I get to talking. But when you look at what the Abreu situation has really done, because I think I've heard you make the point of, and I think I've heard Sean and even Landry, and I think everybody make the point of, like, Abreu is not the Astros' problem. Like, that's not why they are 5.5 games out of the lead. It's not why, for whatever reason, they've been 10, 12 games below 500. It's not a reason why this year looks different than the last, 5, 6, 7 years, right? But I think the decision and how they've handled Abreu in that mindset I think it's the main reason why the Astros are in the situation that they're in. And I'm going to tell you where I'm going with this. Tyler brought this stat up in prep today. The 6 through 9 hitters, 6, 7, 8, 9 batters last night, they went 0 for 13 with 6 strikeouts, okay? That includes Jake Myers going 0 for 4. I'm going to exclude Jake Myers from this conversation because, one, Jake is hitting 300, and two, Jake just doesn't have anything to do with the Abreu situation, right? But the decision that Joe Espada and Dana Brown and Jeff Bagwell and Jim Crane, the decision that they've made to bring Jose Abreu from the complex league to Sugar Land to starting game 1 of a 4-game series that is the most important series in this season as it pertains to climbing to the top of the division. That decision, it's not just about plugging Abreu in, because once again, if you just look at Abreu getting plugged in, this team should be good enough to overcome the first baseman not being productive, even as bad as Abreu's been. But it's the ripple effect, Ron, that is, I think, very telling of how this organization is making decisions, and that's the part that ultimately scares the hell out of me. When you plug Abreu back in, to then turn around and, in order not to hurt John Singleton's feelings, because it's the only explanation to leave John Singleton at DH and play Yordan Alvarez in left field, the only thing that makes remotely any sense, it's silly, but it makes sense, is you don't want to bring Abreu back, plug him in, put Singleton back on the bench, and kill Singleton's vibe right now. But when you do that, you choose to play John Singleton, who, would you say he's hitting 220, 230?
224, something like that.
And play a lesser defensive left fielder than to play Mauricio Dubon in left field and DH Yordan Alvarez. And so you've made your defense weaker, and you are not – you're even remotely – you got 2 options that would be better than John Singleton. You're not even remotely close to putting your best lineup on the field night in, night out. 2 nights now, 2 nights in a row in the biggest series this season. Ron, to me, that is the overarching issue with Joe Espada, Dana Brown, and the decision makers with the Astros is you're not in the position right now. You don't have the luxury of making decisions like you've got time to kill here. Like you've got – I mean, you're in chase mode, and you're choosing to put a lesser defense out there. You're choosing to put a lesser lineup on the field, and that's what I think is ultimately going to bite this team in the ass if they don't end up hunting down the Mariners.
Well, I think the overall point, everything that you stated, and why I'm with you on the Abreu situation and what it signifies. It ultimately signifies, in every way you've handled it and everything off of it, is that winning clearly is not the number one priority.
Agreed.
And for a group that's done nothing but win, and that has been nothing but the number one priority, the move with Abreu and what it symbolizes and everything that has to come about and everything you explained, it's not about, hey, John, man, we want to make sure you're comfortable. No, man. It's about winning ball games.
Night in, night out, putting your best foot forward.
Yes, we know that Jordan would rather play in the outfield every day. It ain't never been about that, Jack. The best spot for you and the team is for you to be the DH, because your ass going to get hurt. And it helps our lineup and our defense to be better. But now, hey, man, most important series, we're going to put out our potentially our worst defense and not our best lineup. Like, everything it does signifies winning. There's just no way in hell he should be playing right now. There's no way in hell, like, oh, we're going to sit him down for 5 days to this complex lead and bring him back. Yeah. It's not like that's the biggest thing. It's the decisions and the moves they're making isn't about winning. At least it doesn't appear to be about winning.
Well, because that's not where it stops, Ron, for me. And I don't know if you guys noticed this. Tyler, I know you watched the game last night. But batting Yainer Diaz right now, ninth in this lineup, is plumb-ass silly. There's nothing that makes you can talk about the right, left, and you can tell me how important it is when it doesn't matter until it's the last three hitters in the lineup, however you want to couch it. I am, first of all, he should never bat ninth. And I'm not typically for players showing their emotions, but I couldn't help but sit there and watch that game last night. And I'll be honest with you, when I sat down to watch that game, my mind was out of sports. I just sat down to watch the Astros and hang with the family. But I'm watching that, Ron, and I'm looking at Yainer Diaz, and I'm like, this ain't the same dude. I mean, this dude is like flippantly, carelessly swinging at balls, and he hasn't been careless all year long. Like, he hadn't been just like, I mean, he swings like he can't wait to get back to the dugout. Like, you cannot tell me, you cannot convince me that Yainer Diaz doesn't feel some kind of way about being put in that 9-hole. So now you've taken and look, and whether you agree, hitting behind a guy that's hitting a buck, right? And so you can disagree with whether he should or shouldn't feel some kind of way and whether we should or shouldn't see it, right? But at the end of the day, he should never be batting ninth, and the only reason that he is so that you can make John Singleton and Jose Abreu and Bregman, who's struggling until last night, obviously. You can make all that feel good, and Yainer Diaz is at the bottom of this thing. You can't tell me he doesn't feel some kind of way about – he's still hitting 250. He's not hitting with the power that he was hitting with last year. He was second on the team going into last night in RBIs. Right, and Bregman had the 2 RBIs, didn't he? Bregman ain't going to pass him up, so he's still second in RBIs on his team. So I mean, it's how in the hell he's got to look at them and say, how in the hell do I continue being the guy that gets pushed down this thing? Yeah, Pena, hey, I can see you batting Pena. He's been doing it longer than me. He's more accomplished than me. Cool, he's hitting better than me right now. Bregman,
second in the league in hitting.
Yeah, Bregman's struggling, but hey, he got some pelts on the wall. Cool, keep him ahead of me. I'm fine with that. But you can't bury me in the 9-hole. I'll be honest with you. If I'm Diaz, I feel some kind of way about Jake batting in front of me. And Jake is raking right now. I get it. I'm with you, Jake. I love what I'm seeing, right? But Jake shouldn't be batting before Diaz.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Diaz, you got to look at this of the inconsistency on who drops.
Right.
And why.
Absolutely
why
you
drop
do.
To the...
Absolutely you do. So, again, we're in this phase of, like, Now Diaz, not only is he batting ninth, Ryan, but don't forget, before when Yordan Alvarez was in left field and Caratini was catching, he was DHing. Right? So now, no, he's not DHing either. Like, you can't tell me that
gotta have John's batting.
I mean, this Abreu thing is bad for the Astros in a major way. Clearly, Joe Espada can't make the tough decisions and set Singleton's ass on the bench if you're going to play Abreu. Limit the Abreu damage by making it about Abreu instead of it affecting Singleton, Dubon, White Boy Chaz, Yordan Alvarez, Yainer Diaz. It's affecting everybody now, and it's one guy that shouldn't be there in the first place. Like, this is – and the only reason I have to circle back to it, Tyler brought up this stat. Like, this is a big deal. Like, this is all a big deal because I firmly believe that if Abreu wasn't in the situation, your 6 through 9 hitters would be better.
Oh, hell yeah,
they'd be significantly different and they'd be better.
Yeah, and it would make sense. Like, it made like maybe some of the older dudes who know Abreu, cool. But, like, just think about it. Who are they catering to? They are catering to Alex Bregman. They are catering to Jose Abreu. And they're catering to John Singleton. Who are the ones who are feeling the brunt of them catering to?
Diaz and Dubon.
White
Boy
and
Chaz. I mean, yeah.
Who's going to be here? Who's gonna be here longer?
All those guys you mentioned, not Abreu.
Abreu's gonna be here long term. Think John Singleton's gonna be here long term?
Oh yeah.
You think? I mean, how long is Alex gonna be here?
Right. They could all be gone.
But you are as Tyler would say, crapping on my face on Yainer Diaz, who's supposed to be your catcher of the future down the line.
Yeah.
Chaz McCormick, who you said was going to be an everyday player. He got hurt, and Chaz can't get on the field. And then Mauricio Dubon, who I don't know what every time that dude plays, he plays well. And then, hey, Joey, you going to come up here, baby? You going to win? We ain't bring you up here to sit. Yeah, we did.
Joey Superfido.
And now take your ass back to Sugarland because we got to get Abreu up here.
How you doing?
It is crazy.
Yeah, Ron. It just, I mean, as a fan, it makes me sick, man. I mean, the ripple effect of Jose Abreu. I knew I had a really good feeling that Jose Abreu, they would find a way to get him back in this lineup. I still believe he's broken, obviously. And never in my wildest dream did I think that that we would look at John Singleton DH and Diaz that night, and to your point, Dubon not touching the field.
You know, the young people in that clubhouse got to be feeling a certain kind of way looking at Jose Abreu.
Boy,
getting time.
It's
like,
a
maybe not the older guys, but the younger dudes got to be looking at it like, for real.
There ain't no way them old ones. There's no way them old ones don't see it. I mean, Yainer Diaz, you should be, of all the players out there, Ron, think about like the impact on the game, night in, night out. Yainer Diaz should be a guy that you are bending over backwards to keep happy and to make sure that young dude stays at 10.
To give him every chance.
Every chance. Make sure he's in a good place, man. You're banking on him night in, night out, without a doubt. And he's batting ninth. Come on, man, get the hell out of here.
You're playing the Mariners coming up for 4. You got the sorry ass A's. So you play him the last game of the series. So you sit him game 1 of the most important series of the season.
Yeah, man. I just want to make sure, Ron, that we got to keep tabs on what exactly, now that we're 2 games into this thing, we got to keep tabs on exactly what this Abreu thing means, because it's not. I think there's a lot of folks out there that just go, oh well, it's Abreu and he's struggling. No, it's wreaking havoc on this lineup, in my opinion. Tyler, real quick, on your vacay, I saw on your social media, man, you and your wifey's picture growling at the wall. What exactly was that?
So that wall was part of the set from the first Jurassic World. It's like the cage where they kept the Indominus Rex, and it escapes and it scratches that wall up. We're both big movie people, and she actually loves all things Jurassic Park. So we saw a bunch of where the Jurassic movies were filmed over there in Hawaii.
So was it cool?
It was really cool. Saw things from Jurassic Park, Jurassic World. It's pretty neat.
you see that pic, Ron?
I didn't see the growling of the. I didn't see that.
They added to the mouth open thing. They added a little bit of a snarl and the claws coming out.
See, I
at the wall.
I saw like the dinosaur over him. Is that the same picture?
No, this was the wall that was all scratched up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't see that one.
There was one where Tyler was talking to the mini dinosaurs.
Yeah, they were raptors. I was mimicking a scene from the movie when he's holding them off.
I got to become more of a movie buff, man.
It's my second love to sports.
Yeah. Did get into the Jurassic Park movies.
Really?
It's not a surprise. Like think of the movies that and stuff I'm not into.
Yeah, that does make sense. But man, that was groundbreaking with Spielberg.
Man, hell of a combo.
Yeah, I'm not into that. I'm not into like the overall like.
I'm not a big sci-fi guy.
Sci-fi, fantasy, stuff
now,
like that.
you had a fantasy business.
But dinosaurs
selling
existed.
Fantasy movies.
Oh, yeah, that's boring. That's different.
I mean, you's out there ruining marriages.
I'm just saying, like I'm not saying it's like Harry Potter.
It's different.
It's boring. It's different. I'm not saying I'm making memories. I'm not saying like it's like Lord of the Rings or anything, but it's still like fantasy stuff that it's hard for me to get around.
Yeah, they did take that blood from a mosquito to make them dinos.
Yeah, I like movies like Anne Hathaway starring in Havoc.
You've been thinking a lot about that film.
Go check out Havoc. If you ever seen Anne Hathaway, you won't believe what she brings in that film.
I've seen her, but I don't mind seeing her again.
See Havoc. Go see Havoc in particular. He says the N-word. All right, coming up.
Great reason to go see it. Like, I'm gonna hop right on that.
I'm just saying,
it's not a great selling
she doesn't
point.
She doesn't say it the way the people in A Time to Kill says it.
Is this one where she's affiliated? Like, what is this about?
She says it's singing Tupac.
I think I know what movie you're talking about. It's old.
Yeah, kind of. 2005.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I don't know why I know the year. All right. Two athletes that are being talked about heavily right now made the news. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, here's the deal. If you've been in an accident, speaking about making the news, if you've been in an accident, injured in an accident,
you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to all those parents who stuck at home with your kids now as they're out of school. Shout out to those who are having to watch the kids. I know my wife is in there. Good luck to her. Got all three of them jokers.
Oh, yeah.
Well, no, I mean, two mostly. Until these camps kick in. Drop Trey off at a football camp up at Ridgepoint. Went to pick him up. Probably stayed for about the last 10, 15 minutes of the camp. I didn't know we still play shirts and skins.
I didn't either, but it's good to know that the youth of today are holding on to a beautiful part of history.
I thought, yeah, you see the little over things. Saw a couple of those chubby gentlemen.
We're on the skins team.
Yeah, I saw a couple on the skins team. I felt that I don't know. Maybe by the time they were going, they had a little comfort in them, but I felt like if I was that age, when I was that age, and I was really conscious about my soft pecs, I think I may have just been out.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
I'm playing on the shirts.
I'm gonna tell you, I get it. I could imagine. I was on the chunkier side when I was young, but not to the point of not taking my shirt off or feeling self-conscious. But there's I'm gonna be honest, my childhood, man, the chunky or heavy set dude that would yank that shirt off and just be confident as hell and just roll with it. I wanted that dude on my squad. I ain't gonna lie to you. That fella right there just didn't give a rip.
I had it till it came off.
you was that guy until the shirts had to come
came off. I'm playing. No, I'm shirt. No, I'm going home. That's what I'd have done. Shirts and skins. I said, oh, no.
Well, if you play with the same guys,
Trey, he was on the skins team. I saw Jim on his team. I thought, boy, I bet that kid would give nothing more than to be on shirts.
Somebody trade me. Hey, Trey, can you trade me? Oh man, that is great.
Those shirts and skins, baby. I didn't know we were still doing that out there. Good for them.
There's nothing better than when you play those shirts and skins and everybody yanks it off and that one old boy's a little on the thicker side and he's all sucked in, boy.
But that's
sucked in, that chest poked out like.
So you're thinking about it all the time.
Hey, we're going to have to play at some point.
Like
you got to breathe, bub.
I've been out there where I'm like this. Where I've had to, like we've had to, like for whatever, some gym stuff. And you know that 6th to 8th grade year, you know, that's
uncomfortable.
You're always thinking like, so I'm sitting there like this the whole time. Arms crossed.
Crossing them arms.
Arms crossed. Oh, here. You ain't lying. Suck it in. I'd have done so much work. I can't even breathe in here, man. Until finally the game get going, and then you damn like, shit, I'm going to kill myself out here trying to be self. Or I was the one, I had my towel always just around my
right
until I possibly, as long as I could. But boy, I looked over there, I saw a kid coming down the sideline. I said, oh boy, he wants to be on shirts.
I'm telling you though, Ron, you know that big boy that yanks his shirt off, you know he's intense. He's like, hell with it. I don't give a damn what nobody thinks or nobody says. Give me the ball too. Give me the ball.
Give it to me.
Throw it to me. What the hell you waiting on?
Don't you twist my nipple. You always had those.
That old boy that yanks his shirt off and wants to play, I ain't twisting his nipple because he will whoop your ass. I promise you that.
Yeah, man. No,
that's great.
I looked at him, I said, that boy want to be on shirts, man. He can't wait to get this damn practice over so he can get over and get his shirt on. I mean, he had it on quick, too. They said, everybody in the middle. I mean, I didn't even know where his shirt was. He picked that sucker up so quick and had it on. All right, hey, there's some the news on Bronny James, Clint.
Uh-oh.
He's staying in the draft. I never thought this was going to happen.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I didn't think I thought he was going to go back. But he is staying in the draft. They said some things. You got Shams. What Shams had to say? Shams over there. Where is he? Bleacher Report up? No, Yahoo. He covers the NBA for Yahoo. This is him talking about Bronny James, who has decided to stay in the draft.
Yeah, Bronny James has over 10 workout invites during the pre-draft process, but I'm told he's only going to visit a couple of those, and that's going to include the Lakers and the Phoenix Suns. The Suns have the number 22 overall pick in the draft. He's under consideration there among, obviously, a lot of players at 22, but it's going to come down to the development plan. It's going to come down to guaranteed money, whether it's late in the first round, in the second round, but the fact that there's only going to be a couple teams, 2-3 teams that Bronny James visits, and the Lakers and Suns, interestingly, are among the two teams.
Clint,
guaranteed money. If I'm LeBron James' son, like money's the last thing I got to get in the perfect scenario for me, from a developmental standpoint to the right personalities to get teammates that are going to embrace me. Like,
I fear
money.
I fear life for this kid.
Do you?
I mean, just within that realm. Obviously,
ain't gonna be easy on him.
He's taken care of for life, but in that, but. One, it was going to be hard for him anyway just because of who his dad was.
Yeah.
But now his dad has doubled and tripled down to make it even worse on him. Right? His dad has come out and upped him, one, saying, like there's tweets and stuff LeBron has come out and said, well, I think, and I'm watching some of these guys out here on League Pass, I think Bronny can play with these guys. That's one part that already makes it difficult. And then the other part is, like he has been saying forever, I want to play with my son. I want to play with my son.
Yeah.
And there are going to be so many, locker rooms. Now, the NBA is different, but athletes, basketball players, you've got friends. They're going to be looking at this cat. Now, you only here because of who your pops is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Factual.
And nobody is going to, I don't think, completely disrespect him because LeBron still is powerful, but it will be still some.
Oh, they're going to be looking at him sideways. I think it's, to me though, Ron, it all
and it's a fair thing to think.
Sure, absolutely.
And look,
here's the deal. Everybody's going to think that, whether it's in the media, different fan bases, or other teams and other players in the NBA. But really, as it pertains to his, whatever team he goes to, his inner circle, and that is all going to depend on Bronny James' personality. Does he own, like, hey, yeah, I know it's my pops. What the hell are you talking about? Okay, cool. How does he deal with it? And within his own circle of if it's Phoenix or wherever it may be, if it's away from his father, like how he deals with it and the kind of person that he is going to make a huge difference.
How much experience has he had to be in this position?
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. I mean, on one hand, he's had the best mentor and the most access to one of the best, if not the best, to ever do it. But to your point, on the flip side of it is, what's he been exposed to?
Yeah, he's probably been in a situation where everybody is
glad
and root for him. You are 19 with grown men who don't believe you deserve to be there and are only there because of your dad.
Got a ball, baby.
He got to have his dad on the team with him.
That would help. That would solve all problems.
All right, coming up, Texas Report, Brandon Scott. He joins us, as he does each and every Wednesday, to talk about the Texans. And there's big news. We got to get his thoughts on the Nico Collins deal. That's coming up next. Before we get
fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love Nico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
He ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. 4:40, that means on a Wednesday, our guy Brandon Scott, who you hear with us each week, who you'll hear tomorrow during the 11 o'clock hour in the Loop, and you can find all his work on SportsRadio610.com.
That's what you did there.
What?
You heard that conversation about that tomorrow at 11 o'clock on In the Loop, and you just mixed it right into your intro. That was nice. Well done, bud.
I do it every week.
Damn, that boy right there, good, y'all.
The man is a professional.
Every week.
Nailed it.
Do you
do it every week?
Uh-huh. But
I was trying to give you a little spur of the moment awareness.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I do.
If it's what you do every week, to hell with it. You planned it.
He's a gentleman and a scholar.
Hey,
Don't let him shortchange you.
Easy with both of them, bud.
Yeah. When I want to be.
I use both terms loosely.
When I want to be.
I will say.
All right, Texans report, man, a lot going on here. But big news dropped in our show, and I'm sure it put you to work yesterday a lot. And that is Nico Collins. Just overall, your thoughts. Now had over 24 hours since the news dropped. Your thoughts on the move of them making this. I guess your thoughts, were you surprised at all?
I was. And maybe I shouldn't have been based off of the way this had been discussed. We heard Nick Caserio mention it unprompted, right? Like he addressed this before anybody actually asked him about it earlier in the offseason, which should have gotten the wheels turning a little bit, or at least got your mind thinking about, hey, this is something that they are thinking about, something that they are targeting. Even if you, and when I say you, I'm talking about me.
Yeah.
I thought it was a little early. I thought it was a little early, a little unnecessary, and that there was a lesson to be learned from, if there was a lesson to be learned from the Titus Howard deal, is that you don't necessarily have to do the deal early. You can wait a year, see how it plays out. And I did think also with the Stephon Diggs trade that, and this dispels my theory, them giving Nico this deal, but I thought when they made the Stephon Diggs trade that they might be having a wide receiver one kind of tryout. See which one of the three of these guys who we all think are special or have potential to be special. We know Stephon Diggs is special, but Nico and Tank both have special qualities. See who among the three of them, emerges as the number one wide receiver with C.J. Stroud in year 2, both guys with expiring contracts, that being Stephon Diggs and Nico Collins, and see how it plays out this time next year or for next offseason. That's how I thought was the way to play it. They saw it different. I don't disagree with the value of Nico. The one place where I feel like I'm different from the way that y'all discussed it in terms of, hey, he's got to prove it now, or he's got to show something. The expectation has changed, I think is the way you've characterized it. I agree with that. I think I go different in terms of the skepticism of how much you've seen, if it's enough. I thought I was seeing a lot from Nico even in the years when he was injured. Like in year 2, when he goes out with the groin injury somewhere in the middle of the year, I thought he was emerging as the number one option for Davis Mills then, surpassing Brandon Cooks at that point. It was just an injury issue. So last year when he was healthy didn't really surprise me. I agree with the assessment of Nico as a player. I just thought it was a little early and a little unnecessary to do. But do I mind giving big money to what I believe is a big-time player? Nico Collins, absolutely not. I'm good with it.
The crazy part for me is the lack of sample size, in which you just talked about. Like I don't know. Like I've been doing some digging, and I've yet to find a receiver that's been paid that much and done less.
Yeah, no, the sample size is not there. And I think there is a little bit of projection here based off of the small sample size, but then also I think, and this is kind of more nuanced or granular, but we were all here for this. What you saw from Nico Collins under the worst of circumstances, I thought was promising. Like with no quarterback, with no real offensive system to believe in. You go back and look at some of that film. You watched it, Clint.
Yeah, no.
I mean, in 2022 specifically, where it's not it was almost worse than a rookie Davis Mills the year before, where it's like second-year Davis Mills struggling and some Kyle Allen games. Yeah. Like there's some tape of him catching passes from Kyle Allen. Like it was a rough year. We were there for it. And even in that, you could see that Nico Collins had some special qualities. I was able to see it back then. I thought it just needed to come together. I didn't expect it to come together so fast with a quarterback, a coach, and the Texans getting it all together. But you saw what it looked like when the circumstance was correct. And now we're led to believe that this is what it's going to look like. C.J. Stroud's going to be the quarterback. DeMeco Ryans is going to be the coach. Either Bobby Slowick or somebody from that arm of coaching is going to be running the offense. And this is all going to be good. Nico Collins won't have to ever worry about a Davis Mills, David Culley, Lovie Smith, Kyle Allen sort of situation anymore. Like life is good now. And so maybe he's actually worth the investment.
Yeah, look, there's the maybes, and I do think that the off-the-field stuff and the person he was through it all weighs heavily on Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans, the kind of person he is, the kind of person they want to lead their room. Where I differ there, B. Scott, for me is I get if the end game is, and Sean Pendergast and I were going back and forth about this earlier, if the end game is to explain away the lack of production for 2 years and the small sample size in that capacity, cool, I got it. But we're justifying $50+ million guaranteed and roughly $25 million a year by saying, well, Davis Mills and the system sucked, right? Terry McLaurin went out there in a terrible-ass system in Washington with multiple quarterbacks and coaches getting fired and went for over a stack every year, right? And it's just one of those.
He was on the field, though, right? McLaurin. So it's twofold, Clint. It's not just that the system sucked. It was the other part that we do have to acknowledge. I know you kind of put this to the side earlier in the discussion, but it's the health. Like he was inconsistently on the field and had a system that didn't work. And those two things combined made for a player that was like, okay, why would we believe this guy is a star? This third-round pick who doesn't stay on the field and has not had really anything around him to showcase really how good he can be. There was no reason to believe in this a year ago. Like, I think the skepticism makes sense, but there were just things kind of within the muck of it all, the mess of it all, that I think did tell us that Nico Collins had some potential. And then we saw what it looked like once the situation was right. So this is a little bit of getting ahead of it, paying them early. I understand how the salary cap works. Maybe you pay them now so it's not as expensive the next year.
Over 4 years.
If you do, in fact, believe that this wasn't fool's gold, like if they believe in it, like, hey, this wasn't an anomaly. Like that's what I'm saying. If you don't think this is an anomaly, well, go ahead and invest in it if you think that by this time next year you're going to be investing in it anyway. And I assume that that's the way that they were thinking, and I can understand that even if I would have been more comfortable with waiting.
Yeah. Brandon Scott with us. Texans report. For me, the most interesting thing about this whole situation is, so what's in Stephon Diggs' mind at this point now? Because I still think he is, despite however you want to feel, I still think there is some wild cardness to him on what he's going to bring to the table every week. Now, I believe just based off his history. And my thinking is, if I'm him, all right, I'm probably not signing here next year. Like after this 1 year, the likelihood of me getting my big deal after they just gave him this deal with Tank there is probably not coming here. So I'm wondering if in his mind, is he thinking, hey, I really want to show everybody and potentially my next landing spot that I can be a great teammate, a part of a great team? Or is his thought process, I want to show people that I can still put up numbers and I can still get what I can get, and that the end of last season was because of the system? Like I wonder what his mindset is coming in when he sees that this deal happens and that he's probably here just 1 year.
Yeah, that is interesting because I don't know how Stephon Diggs necessarily views himself. We haven't actually had a chance to talk to him, as you guys are aware. But that is an interesting way to look at it. I would imagine, though, that he understands that he wasn't brought here to just kind of sit around, just kind of wait around. Like the idea that they would trade the pick to get him in the first place is an investment in his ability and this idea that he's going to come over here and help them. And the way that they've talked about Stephon Diggs, it shows a reverence and a level of respect and admiration for him. So it's not like he's coming here and they give Nico Collins this deal and things went sour in Buffalo and he feels like he's got to like prove himself. The team that invested in him, that brought him in for a reason, because they feel like he's kind of a piece that can get him over the hump. So I imagine he just feels like he's gonna come out here and ball out, and wherever he ends up, that he's gonna end up getting paid.
He feels that, but he's got one more big payday.
Yeah.
And
this is the place to do it.
And this year, but yeah, this year for him is going to be a big year that goes to if he's able to hit that payday. And I'm just saying, will he? How will he react if the team is winning and his numbers may not be showing that?
Yeah, no,
or whatever. If his numbers aren't just showing that,
I've got a tough time, and this is a fair question because, like, what if? But I got a tough time knowing a little bit about C.J. Stroud, being around C.J. Stroud, knowing how that quarterback room works, a little bit about the relationship with Stephon Diggs, and underrated Case Keenum. They were teammates for a year, I believe. Like, there are some folks here that I think can keep the reins in on Stephon Diggs in a way that they weren't able to do in Buffalo. Like, and I'm not saying that they got to, like, control him per se, but, like, there's a respect, there's an understanding, there's a way that I feel like CJ is going to be able to handle Stephon Diggs, honestly. It'd be able to talk to him and deal with him to where I'm not as concerned about that. And honestly, that's also the reason why it's a one-year investment, right? The question that you ask is also the reason why, hey, you pay him the money that you give him this year and you don't invest beyond now because, hey, there is that question of, is the buy-in going to be there? Is it going to be worth it past just the 1 year?
Yeah, we'll see. I think that move had some effect on him too. We'll see where it goes from here. But big news here. I'm sure you might want to keep up with his writing, his work on SportsRadio610.com as he puts out a lot of stuff about this move getting Nico Collins signed in. That's Brandon Scott. He's with us each and every Wednesday at 4:40 doing a little Texans report. Coming up, we'll get you ready for the series game 3 in Seattle as Verlander has the ball and the Astros just flat have to win this game. They got to win this game. I know it's early, but this feels like a game they got to have. All of that coming up next, little 5 o'clock fire.
Nico Collins got paid. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Hi, it is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old Dirty and the Dill.
The big deal.
Psycho T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags. By the way, 5 o'clock fire brought to you by Kirk Holmes. How you doing, Moneybags? You make any money? I'm just imagining that the Astros didn't play well, so I'm concerned how you did.
I didn't do too well on the Astros bets. I did win some money on Hunter Brown strikeouts, but I would have been in the red if not for a couple of parlays and that Anthony Edwards points prop bet I did. So a new heater has begun. All
right. Well,
you'll make some money tonight with Old Dirty?
Yeah.
All right.
Already got them locked in.
Let's talk about it in this 5 o'clock hour. Let the people know what the bet is tonight.
God. Sounds good.
Right. You got Verlander tonight, Clint, as the Astros. Clint said when we went to break, can't believe we're in a position now we're praying for a split with the Mariners. You gotta.
Playing for a split just to not drop back to 6.5. We were 10 games under 500, 6.5 games back. We're gonna be right back there before you know it.
Yeah, and no, you're right, and that is the hope. Is that Verlander and they can score some runs, right? They've scored. How many runs they scored the last two? Four runs in the last two games, which is just ain't good enough. 5 hits yesterday, but Clint Verlander gets the ball. You need him to be a stopper, and you need them to score runs. But Clint, I know it's May 29th, but this feels urgent. This feels like a must-win. Like losing a 4-game series to the Mariners is a really, really, really tough pill to swallow.
It feels huge.
To swallow. They gotta get this game.
Well, it's just, look, at the end of the day, it is a huge opportunity for you to really, just cancel out the horse crap first third of the season that you've played. right? I mean, if you can leave this series right now and you can take the next 2 games and you're only 3.5 off the lead in this division, you are in a not as good a place as I'd like for you to have been, but you were in a pretty damn good place relative to where you were. And that is, I mean, heck, if you mess around, I don't know what the Rangers are doing right now, but I know they were 1 game behind the Rangers before last night, so I didn't know what the Rangers.
I think the Rangers won.
They won.
Night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So look, so you're 2 games back to Rangers, you're 5.5 back to the Mariners. Is that right? Is that where we're at right now? So I mean, you mess around, and take 2 from the Mariners, and you draw this thing tighter. I can get real excited and forgive these boys for a whole bunch of this crap that we've been watching, this Abreu stuff we've been watching the last couple of days if that happens. But you wonder how much of a toll this Abreu and the ripple effect that it has on the rest of the lineup and the rest of the team, how much of a toll is that going to take in the most important series of the damn season? Because this is, I mean, you could potentially leave this series down 7.5. Is that right? Yeah, because you got 2 more games.
Yeah, if you get swept 7.5, like that right there would now you're in June. That right there would reel you in.
It's not ideal.
If you, that's the worst case scenario. If you lost these next 2 games and you're 7.5 back, what would that put you? What is that? Are you nearing 10 under? What are they? 6 or 7 under right now?
I mean,
nearing 10 under.
That's the truth of the matter is you go right now. Look, you have pissed a good opportunity down your leg. That's what you've done. You had an opportunity to hell, if not take the damn division, get yourself within a game and a half, and you somehow have let the Mariners widen the gap again. So you've missed that opportunity. Now, if you can just salvage the series, split this thing, and be 3.5 back with 2/3 of the season left, you're in a good spot. You're getting a lot of guys back from healthy. Hopefully, some of these guys that have struggled will turn the corner. Hopefully, they'll figure out the Abreu situation, and it'll no longer be. And they can get back to putting their best defense and their best lineup on the field night in, night out in an effort to win some ball games. But boy, you get 7.5 back, Ron. Woo, like you said, now you're flirting back to being 10 off, 10 off of 500. Yeah, man, that's this is a big couple of games here, without a doubt.
They need their big guys to roll tonight. They need. I don't know what this lineup is going to look like, but they need guys to really like. Joe Espada needs a night off, like a night off of making decisions. Like just Verlander, come in here, do your thing.
Verlander going to give you 8.
And then, well, I'm just saying, and if the offense can come through and score some runs, so this is an easy night.
Well, maybe Espada can politely ask to be ejected early in tonight's game.
No, I mean, he could. He could get out of it without watching it. I can't wait to see this lineup. I have they're playing in Seattle, so it's going to come through a little bit later. But they could really use an easy game where they score runs and Verlander shuts these guys down, because they most definitely need it.
Ron, I could use one of those too.
Could you?
Yeah.
I need you to get back in. I don't like as you kicked it off, as you said, apathy is starting to set in with you.
Well, I'm not a fanatical, if you will. I don't fan that way. I don't throw things. I don't hit TVs. I do get my feelings hurt, and the Astros have hurt my feelings consistently this season. And I was emotionless last night when Presley was letting letting that game get away from him. Emotionless, and I'm not proud of it. That's where I'm at right now.
Hell with it.
I need him to draw me back in.
Yeah. All right. A couple of things here as we said. Verlander gets the ball tonight. As soon as we get the lineup, we'll let you know what that is. And real quick, right? Abreu's not playing tonight, right?
Hell, you say? Hell yeah, he is.
You think Abreu's playing tonight?
I would be shocked if he wasn't.
You'd be shocked if he wasn't?
Yes. 100%. It's his stubbornness. This is pride. It's got to work, and we're going to keep trying.
You think Abreu and Singleton are playing tonight? You think they're going to still do that? You think both of them are in the lineup?
I think
so. You think one of them?
They've softened the blow enough with Big Singleton, Big John. Now they're going to go ahead and let him down softly and tell him that Yordan Alvarez needs to be in DH and not in the field.
What's the outfield look like tonight?
Chaz or Dubon better be out there.
It's got to be Dubon. As much as I love white boy Chaz. I love you, bro. But that at the end of the day, it's got to be Dubon.
So you think Tucker, Myers, and Dubon?
It's got to be, bro.
Yep.
The only duck in this lineup can be Abreu. The only one, man. And I don't know who gets the 09 hole again, but it cannot be Diaz.
Clint, it has to be John at first. And Dubon in left.
Off the glove of Abreu.
And Yordan DH. It has to be. It has to be. Like, it can't be anything else. It has to be that.
They can't quit on it this quick, man. They done brought dude back from the Florida Complex League. It can't be a 2-game, and it at least can't be that short on him.
Bagwell liked what he saw from him,
It's got to be a day off. When
Abreu is in uniform, he's like Tucker and Bregman. He plays every game.
He wasn't the last time he was here.
Well,
last time they were platooning.
That was when he was trying to force.
That was when he was hitting 99.
He was trying to force his way to Florida.
Oh, now he's 99. Now he's hitting 104. Now he's hitting 104. He gets it. No, he can't be in it. He can't be in it.
He's gonna be. He's gonna be.
It can't. It has got to be.
There ain't
Altuve, Tucker, Yordan, Pena. Against my wishes, Bregman, Myers. That kid's not going to bet. That kid's going to bet ninth. Myers. No, he'll bet 8. Myers and Singleton, Diaz, and Dubon.
So you're going to bet Diaz behind Singleton and Myers again?
I'm just telling you what they're going to do. All right, that's what they're going to do. He was a bat ninth. All right, that's what it's going to be. That is the lineup tonight. Altuve at second, leading off.
You forgot Abreu.
Abreu is not in the lineup today.
I'm telling you, he's gonna be.
Come on, man.
I'm with you. I don't like saying this.
They can't make it.
He's in the lineup batting 8th, and Dubon's.
No, they cannot make it this obvious that they are not trying to win.
He's about to break out of it. They can see it in his mechanics.
They can't.
Really did some good things down there in Florida.
They can't. He is not playing tonight.
I'm gonna punch myself in the nuts.
5 o'clock fire.
I don't recommend that you do that. Our guy Will Conkle, he had a couple of things. The general manager Dana Brown spoke with the flagship. A couple of things, Clint, on the injury front. Initially, he said Dana Brown said that the Astros expect to have more information on Christian Javier and Jose Urquidy's injuries in the next 48 hours. And then Clint, he said, Dana Brown says, in quote, or I quote, really worried about the Jose Urquidy injury. So those two things, if you remember, both of them had forearm issues, and they've already put Javier on the IL. And as Dana said, really, when you hear that, when you understand the Astros, you understand Dana, and Dana says he is, quote, really worried about Jose Urquidy. Jose Urquidy's
that thing like Larry does.
Injury. I hadn't done that in a long time. I think it's really bad. To me, it sounds like if he would go out there and say that publicly, I think it's really bad. Like, really bad to the point where I don't think he's going to pitch this season.
Look, I mean, I'm prepared with both of those guys that they're not going to pitch.
Oh, even Javier?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that the neck thing was real. This could have been something felt before.
Why would they say that?
I have no idea.
You think you think that's on the cards?
Why wouldn't they say neck? The question is, if it was a neck, why wouldn't the manager know more than maybe he slept wrong on the plane or something? Like, I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. It's funny the way that all of a sudden this popped up. But I'm in a spot where I don't expect either one of those guys back. I mean, I'm leaning heavy into Hunter Brown and Ronel Blanco and Spencer Arrighetti and Framber Valdez and Justin Verlander right now until Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers can somehow make a miraculous comeback late in the season.
Yeah, for him to say the both of them had forearm issues and him to specifically say that about one of them.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And not the other one, that is, but you're right. Hell, who knows what to say. And real quick, Tyler, if you wanted to know, you too, he also said about Jose Abreu, he's a veteran. You're hoping he turns the corner. You want to give him the opportunity to turn the corner, and if he can't turn the corner, we're going to have to deal with it.
Opportunity comes again tonight.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't he say that exact thing before the complex debacle?
Let's do it, yeah.
I think he switched up a word or two.
Well, there were some very similar.
He also said that a decision on Jose Abreu's future is approaching, but doesn't have a deadline decision date.
Bagwell hadn't let him know about a deadline yet. Let him know, Squatty.
I mean, Bush League, man. How did we get here?
What happened that fast? What happened? What
in
the hell happened?
Boy, that escalated quickly.
What is he? You know when people say silly stuff like somebody's got photos of the owner or something? I still don't understand this is crazy. By the way, my guy in Chicago has not hit me up to tell me about it turns in June.
Oh, yeah. Another one of those, huh?
He hadn't hit me up with that one this year. He did last.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we talked about this a little bit earlier, Clint. Bronny James is going to remain in the NBA draft. His agent, Rich Paul, says. I'll be honest with you. Maybe I shouldn't be, but I am shocked. I'm shocked that he is staying in the draft. I did not think his workouts or whatever would be anywhere good enough to justify it. I mean, currently I've seen him ranked as the 54th best prospect right now in the draft. And, like, I can't help but to think it. And it's just honest. The only reason why he is even being considered is because of who his dad is. And, I mean, the only reason. I thought when it came down to it, eventually people would be like, hey, man, you just ain't ready.
Yeah.
You ain't ready. But apparently he is hearing enough to think that he is going to get drafted.
Well, I think this is a LeBron play, obviously. I mean, I do think there's something there to them two wanting to play before LeBron's done, and LeBron doesn't know how much time he's got left. That's the only thing that makes sense. Because to me, like if I'm LeBron, and money is not a factor, the kid's set up the rest of his life, I would personally, in this situation, say, hey, man, go play college ball somewhere.
It would be best on him.
And the thing is, Ron, dude could. I mean, in today's game with the NIL, having LeBron James sitting courtside at you could go anywhere you want to go, and have LeBron James in and around the facility and sitting courtside in those games. It would. I don't care how much you got to pay him to do it. It would be worth millions in NIL. Could you imagine up in Arkansas right now with the NIL with Tyson Foods giving all that money? If John Tyson could then go sit next to LeBron James and watch the Hogs play, man, he'd pony up another $5 million.
Yeah.
I mean, it could. I mean, but you talk about your son just wanting to get the best experience out of his basketball career. I mean, I just don't see a world where him jumping to the league right now is better than him spending a couple of years in college, playing the game he loves, and hopefully getting better and excelling and earning this.
Just to get up on that level and being able to play, like at that level. I mean, he struggled at the Pac-12 level.
Yeah.
I mean, just being honest, and like I'm not. I mean, he's done well in the combine, and they've been impressed with him. Like right there, the 54th prospect, top 100, and he's coming out. All right, we'll see how that goes. All right, coming up.
At get drafted 54. More than 54 guys get drafted, don't they?
Yeah.
Close.
He's going to be in the 20s. You watch. All right. This year, since the contract was announced to Nico Collins, you know the numbers. If you don't, he got a 3-year extension, $72.75 million, up to $75 million, $52 million guaranteed, over $25 million per season, which puts him 7th in the National Football League in terms of receivers' pay. Have your expectations now changed since he got that cash? Since he got the contract, have your expectations changed from what you need from Nico Collins? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, it's truck season in Texas, y'all. Hell, it's always truck season in Texas, and guess what? That's why it's always truck season at Ron Kraft Chevrolet. Right now, they got huge savings on Silverado 1500s, as they always do, several on the lot. GM financing as low as 1.9% for 72 months. If you need a Silverado,
on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, that's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's hear it. I want to hear from the people. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. You're entitled to your own opinion. I'm just curious, and that kind of shows how your mind works a little bit too, and how you view things with sports, and not just sports, with all kinds of genres. That I think this is something that can be applied to. When you saw that Nico Collins got that new deal, did your expectations immediately change for him? Did you feel different about what you expected from Nico Collins now that he became the 7th highest paid wide receiver in football at this present moment, where that has him getting paid more than the likes of the Mike Evanses, who we talked about this offseason, the likes of the DK Metcalf, the likes of the Deebo Samuels, the likes of Pittman in Indianapolis, to just name a few right now. Did your expectations for him change now that he got the bag?
I don't think the expectations changed, Ron, as much as the what am I looking for? The wiggle room. Like, to me, I mean, this guy could have been, I mean, he's a monster last year through all the injuries and being the guy and having to be the guy and stepping up in big moments and doing everything he did. I thought it was going to be very difficult for him to match the numbers that he put up last year anyway. Now you add Stephon Diggs, you add a healthy Tank to the deal, you add a Dalton Schultz is back, you add a running back that can catch a ball in the backfield that's a 3-down back. I just don't think there's enough balls to go around. So I think the numbers are going to shrink, right? And so for me, I was one that's like, okay, well, Nico can afford to go out there and put a little like, I mean, he doesn't need to go out and have 190-yard games, a couple of them, 160-yard game, 148-yard game, 196-yard game. Like, it could be a little quieter season, and I could still see the value in Nico coming back, and that's the guy you want to re-sign and bring him back. With a new contract, like, I think what word am I looking for, Ron? Like, he now has to have big seasons. Like, when you sign that kind of deal, there's no more movement. Like, the expectations go through the roof. Like and it's not one of those. Like, I think if he'd have made $3 million on an expiring contract after the season he had last year, you go out there and you put up, keep doing what you're doing, because he's been an absolute, I mean, gem off the field and through the adversity, and go out there and be a professional and approach the game consistently and put up some decent numbers. Doesn't have to be 1,300 yards. Hell, how many games he missed? 2?
Really 3.
Counting the Jets game when he got hurt. Yeah, so, I mean, you look, I mean, he could have been a 1,500-yard guy easy if he'd have stayed healthy.
Could have been, yeah.
Like, go out there and put up 1,000 yards and catch for 8 touchdowns, or hell, if you're playing for $3 million on an expiring contract and you go out there and go for 800 or 900 yards, and everybody understand, hey, they had to spread the ball around, they had more targets, they had to do some different things. The league adjusted to you, and the league adjusted to Bobby Sloak and CJ, and the numbers went down a little bit for the betterment of the team. The numbers went down a little bit. Okay, we'll pay the guy. Now, like, when you go against Baltimore, when you play Kansas City, when you play Dallas, and this offense is bogged down, it's not going to be, oh, Bobby, draw something up. You know, hey, CJ, go make – no, it's going to be, where's Nico? You got a $25 million a year wide receiver out there.
Yeah.
You got a guy you guarantee 50 stacks to. Like, well, not 50,000, 50 million. Like, okay, now we got to – where you at? We need to play. Crunch time. We need to play. Yeah, I think it's going to be – I think it changed the dynamic of the demand that he plays. He plays like a $25 million receiver. Whereas before it was just he was one of 3, and he had a great year last year. And hey, man, just keep doing what you're doing. Now it's like, no, you're expected to be that dude all year long and in huge moments.
Yeah, to me, the expectations have definitely changed. For me, I expect, even with Tank Dell on this team, even with Stephon Diggs on this team, I expect that he is this team's number one receiver. Now, I'm not putting numbers on the thought of he's got to match and do better than what he did last year, that he's got to be a 1,500-yard guy. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying it should be very clear who the number one receiver is. And it should be that's my expectation now. Right? That my expectation is, big, you go get big body guy, you go get big third downs. You go get big plays. You go make big plays, and that you are the dude. You are the dude, right? And that's where my expectation now goes with him, because that's how they committed to him. That's how they approached him, right? And they did it, Clint, when they didn't have to. Cool. You didn't have to because you have that belief. Bet. Cool. Because Clint, he's going to have to be the number one receiver over the next couple of years. And I think that's probably going to be done without Diggs. And I need to see, for me, that would be my expectation, is that you are clearly, if Diggs has 1,100 yards, you need to be over 1,000 too. You need to be whether it's you in the red zone, it's got to step up. You got to score touchdowns. You've got to be the dude. Like we can look around the league and see touchdown receiver tandems that are good, that are productive. We know who the one is. Chris Godwin and Mike Evans were really, really good. We know who the one is.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We you have to. It has to be very, very clear to me. T. Higgins is cold-blooded. We know who the one is. Man. Yeah. We know who the one is.
Tyreek and Waddle.
We know who the one is.
Yeah.
They're 1,000-yard receivers. We know who the dude is. That to me is where I expect from Nico. And I'm going to sit there and say, I think that he can do that this year. I think he can be that. We saw what he did last year. I think he can be that. He's got to have to start being it now when other teams are looking to flat out stop him. He's going to have to start to do that. But no, that is where my expectation is, because they committed to you when they didn't have to. That changes the game. Tyler, your expectations change since he got that?
I mean, it depends on how you phrase it. My expectations changed with his output from this past season, and now I'm going to need to see that and some. But no, the deal itself, I wouldn't say yesterday changed too much for me in the expectations department.
Yeah, someone texted in 1,000%. He better be the dude now because he's getting paid like he's the dude. Man, that's kind of where I usually live. For me, hey Titus, you playing right tackle this year? Hey dog, you gotta be nice. That's why we made such a big deal of what happened with Laramie Tunsil against Josh Allen. Was, hold up, dog. You the highest paid offensive lineman in football. We had to help you. We had to put a tight end over there on you. You was getting worked off. Can't happen. And you feel different if he wasn't the highest paid guy. But there's expectations when teams put that on you because they believe it. They believe that you can live up to that. And to me, I just don't see how it can't. All right, so that is the latest there. Okay, we'll get you the lineup is out. The lineup is out. We'll give you the latest on that, and I just want y'all to be honest. I hate to relive, but yesterday, when Ryan Presley walked out on that field in the 8th inning, were you confident? Did you feel good? Did you feel good about old Rhino? Anybody call him that? That Ryan Presley when he walked out, did you feel good about that? We'll discuss that next.
All right, if you're whether you're ready to pull the trigger and build that dream home.
Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the lineup is out for this all-important game for the Houston Astros. Verlander gets the ball tonight. And remember, Verlander has a personal center fielder, so be ready for that.
That old boy left with Dusty.
Oh, you're right. Here is the lineup. Altuve leads off. Tucker is batting second. Alvarez is back to the DH role that he should be in. He's batting third. Pena batting fourth. Bregman, fresh off a 2-hit night and a 2-run homer, is batting fifth. Jake Myers in center field. John Singleton at first base. Chas McCormick in left field. And Yainer Diaz is your catcher tonight. So Abreu is out. As I said, he just can't. They can't. I mean, they might as well just put a lineup of a middle finger if they had both of them in, again, dropping the first two games of this series. So there is no Abreu. He gets the night off. Singleton is at first base. The defensive lineup for this team is much better than it was last night. But, Clint, I can't help but to say it. Tyler either. This is going to be, at least as of now, we'll see what happens in some sort of a pinch hit or replacement role. But Mauricio Dubon, for the third game of the most important series of the year for you, hitting .319, is not in the lineup and is not going to play.
The hell are they doing? Like, pull your head out of your ass.
I don't know how.
Make the easy decision here.
It's too many of them. This is the third game of the series.
Crapping all over my face.
And he's not in the lineup. So, hey, but the good news. Feel better. Abreu is out. Singleton's at first.
Yeah. I feel good about it. Feel much better about it.
This team in a need for offense. Hey, how many runs have they scored the last two games again, Ron? Didn't you say that a second ago?
Well, because you probably had the over and lost both bets.
Yeah,
it was 4. What do we? Hey, what do we get?
5 big hits yesterday.
Why would you need Dubon's bat in Game 3 in a 4-game set against a team leading your division? Why would you need that? Makes sense.
And
Ride that
thing.
pine.
How many games did Chaz play when he returned?
Good God.
Has he played?
1 or 2.
1 or 2. So he's been hurt and been out, and he hasn't really seen a lot of major league pitching. Sit him down 3.
One quick ad, because the Dubon thing made it click in my head. Like, the only thing with Dubon that makes sense, right, is that Dubon, there's some kind of advanced stat that says Dubon doesn't hit a right-handed pitcher that has X, Y, and Z, whatever that is, right? Which, by the way, with this Abreu stuff, I'm going to go back real quick. With this Abreu stuff, like I know all my baseball, my traditionalists, all my old heads out there that been in the game forever, and they like I'm through with a manager telling us that, oh, well, this made sense to me because this guy hits off-speed left-handed pitchers, left-handed pitchers with good off-speed. He hits it better than this guy. I mean, you just brought Abreu back, disrupted the entire lineup, and played him in 2 games against 2 right-handed power pitchers, and he clearly had 0 chance. And meantime, you had a left-hander that was swinging the bat pretty well. I'm through. I'm sorry, I didn't mean of course here, but the Dubon thing took me back to the Abreu thing. Like, I'm through looking at decisions by managers, and the only one I give a rip about is Joe Espada. Like in-game pinch hitting, or this guy being in the lineup, that guy being in the lineup, because they hit better with this type of pitcher out there. If you're looking for reasons to keep Dubon off the field, I can't help you. And
my God, this don't make no sense.
If you're looking for reasons to get Abreu on the field, I can't help you.
I would look at this, and I feel like last year, remember people felt like Dusty didn't like Chaz? Hell, he played it more than this.
Yeah. Well, look, Ron. The other day, where were we at when I told you I was worried about White Boy Chaz? And when I said that, I had no idea Abreu was going to factor into this thing.
But I mean, I'm talking about Dubon. It feels like to me somebody don't like Dubon in some form or fashion, or don't like his. I mean, like you said, it's a matchup every night. Larry, I need some help. I just go ahead.
Yeah,
Larry.
yeah. I'm gonna give you some help. So,
Ron.
Joe Espada, man.
It ain't just Joe.
Forcing us to watch Abreu play baseball is like forcing us to watch Davis Mills throw footballs in 2021, right? We knew that was ass, man. And we knew we were sitting up there watching somebody that did not deserve to be on the field throwing footballs to wide receivers in the National Football League. And then for Espada to backdoor it, man, and then come back and put White Boy Chaz in there over Dubon, it's just a silly, silly thing that they're doing over there to turn people off as Astro fans from what this team can be really trying to accomplish this season, knowing that they're playing the Mariners or who in first place. It's just dumb. And Dana Brown, I don't know what his deal is, but talking about Abreu's about to turn the corner, and we saw him down in Florida, and he was hitting 300 against some bullpen catcher that was throwing pitches up there or whatever. I don't know what the hell they doing over there, but I can tell you, back in 2020, 2021, when Jack Easterby and Bill O'Brien was running this thing over there on Kirby, it was the exact same feeling that we have in watching Jeff Bagwell and Reggie Jackson and Jim Crane and Espada and all these other dudes do. This team has taken us to the promised land 2 times, and now they just decided they're smarter than what it is. I don't give a damn about your analytics. I don't give a damn about what your WAR ratio is or what he hits against left-handers or right-handers or whatever. Dubon is a playmaker, and you got him sitting over there next to your ass. It's just dumb. Which takes me to my point about Nico Collins. It was a damn good signing, man. What y'all talking about? Do y'all remember back in 2021, 22, who was throwing footballs to Nico Collins? It was Case Keenum, Kyle Allen, Jeff Driscoll, and Davis Mills. And now he got a quarterback over there. As soon as he got C.J. Stroud over there, he put up the kind of numbers that you expect. I don't think he our number one. We got 3 number ones over there, Tank, Nico, and we got Stephon. And so now it's just going to make the game a lot funner because y'all asses going to have to cover dudes that are going to punish y'all across the middle and can go deep. It was a brilliant move by Nick Caserio. And the money don't change nothing because them boys go over there with expectations because D'Amico and laid that down. Money is the motivator to make sure that you're able to change your own life. But if you any kind of dude, you're going to play the game because you love playing the game. And you got a trigger man over there that's going to make everybody happy. It may not be enough footballs over there, but your ass can score enough touchdowns and get enough yardage to make everything look good. And don't think that they may not re-sign Diggs again, so because I'm going to tell you something. Them boys got plenty of money, man. And Nick over there knowing what he's doing because he quit wearing them sweater vests and I holler.
I appreciate the call, Larry. I know you're going to be the first person to talk about how much money Nico makes if he comes in here and turns in a 5 for 41 performance against the Dallas Cowboys. And I'm going to be right here letting you know, I hear you.
Oh, damn. So
You're right. You're right.
The one thing, Ron, that Larry touched on, we hit on it a little earlier, is I think it had a lot to do with the signing. Nick and D'Amico's trust in Nico Collins and him being the same dude every day, him being a professional, him learning this year how to take care of his body, changing his workout regime, changing his diet, all that kind of stuff to stay healthy. Like, love it or hate it, I know a lot of people get bored with that off in the weeds talk, but at the end of the day, D'Amico and Nick eat that stuff up, and it is important. And so I do think it's a safe sign relative to that. Now, the thought that I am shocked.
Listen, and I want to say this.
Ron, I am shocked that there's the same voice is we're going to ignore this small sample size. Or not ignore it. We may even give you reasons to explain it away, right? That there's only been 1 year that was worth a damn. Let's be honest, man. Come on. Year 1 and year 2, come on, man. I mean, it doesn't matter who was throwing the ball to him. It wasn't, there was nothing impressive about it as it pertains to $50 million guaranteed. It's 1 year. The same, and then take and go, oh, well, it ain't enough balls to go around. He'll be all right. He'll have a good enough season. Like, that's wild to me. Like, to think that a small sample size, you better come out here and earn every penny for the next 2 years.
And for me, and I've said, I don't think it's a bad signing.
Oh, I don't either.
I don't think it's a bad sign. I think it's a tad early because everything that you said there, Larry, you would have accomplished everything if you didn't sign him because he wasn't going anywhere. Now now if he went off and did what he did again, it may cost you, some more, and you may see that. But to me, I didn't think it was a bad signing. I probably, like Brandon said earlier on with us, I probably would have waited.
Absolutely, I'm in the would have waited crowd as well. It's not a terrible signing,
and we're all pulling for Nico. Like no one's rooting against him.
I'm glad Nico got his cash. I don't think it's a terrible signing, but come on, man, Larry, you know it. You're just excited and just out here talking.
Hold on, so
like everybody in the league is motivated by money. Don't motivate them. If you're real, come on now. Let's calm down. I think he can be everything they want him to be. I do with you. Like I would have loved. See, for me, I would have loved to have seen him do it again, and I would have paid him $30 million a year without no problem.
You know what I
mean? Like you go out if he'd have done it again,
1,300 and 8 or 10 touchdowns again back to back.
Because I'm not thinking about this. What $4 million extra or $5 million extra that it would be. I would gladly pay that.
Yeah. Nico has got him on fire.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Like this is not like the quarterback thing. You fool around and wait. Let's say I'm gonna test it with CJ. Let's see if he does it again. That might be $70 million. I mean, that's a different thing. So, look, man, it ain't a bad signing. I don't think either one of us saying it's a bad signing. It's just our opinion here. You first saw it. I probably would have waited a tick. But once again, the most important thing is, what does Mauricio Dubon have to do to get? You think he gets on the field tonight? Does he get on the field tonight?
Extra innings pinch hit. Pinch run.
He could pinch hit for.
He's going to pinch run for Big John.
John, he could pinch hit
Brady's
for
gonna go to first.
Chaz.